You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Okay, sorry. I was I just got a message that I needed to hurry up and go live, so I had to kind of rush over here to go live a little bit quicker than I was planning. So let me see if I can get everybody on. Avi, how's it going, man? Mantis is on her way. Yeah, she's about to hop on. I guess I'm probably gonna have you guys kind of explain what
It really isn't a thing that should take long. It's like a basic empirical fact that she's just not. It's like a basic empirical procedure that I don't think she's really understanding, but thinks she does. But yeah, I mean, we got back and forth, and like the gist of her claim is that voting for Trump basically made it easier for Mamdani to win. Or is making it easier for Mamdani to win. That is, he has an easier time winning under a Trump presidency than a Harris presidency. That's really what the claim is.
okay.
And you know, the point in service of that, my understanding is that, like, okay, well, progressives usually don't win, and so Mamdani is an outlier. Two things there. I mean, it's, you know, that I don't even think that's empirically true. Progressives tend to target progressive strongholds, and where they do win, DSA, we can use DSA for a proxy. They generally win in blue states, or especially the strong progressive strongholds which they target. They win over 50% of the endorsements on locals. And then even if it were true, which it isn't, that, you know, progressives don't win the states they target, which they do. So the empirical claim, the premise wouldn't be true, but even if it were true, it still wouldn't be clear counterfactually that even if it were an outlier for progressive electorates to win at the local level, which it isn't at the states they target, even if that were the case, it wouldn't follow that counterfactually it would be more likely under, at least it's not clear to me, under Trump versus Harris presidency. So really just both, it seems like both premises of the argument are just either unsubstantiated, or one is just straightforwardly false. The claim that it's rare for progressives to win the local electorates they target, which Mamdani's
local.
Yeah, Mamdani's a local election. It's a local election. So
I agree with you. I don't think that progressives lose local. I think they're likely to win more like local and district elections. I don't think they win the big ones. They're not the leader of the Democratic Party. They're not the like mainstay of the Democratic Party.
But that's not a contention. I didn't say they were the leaders of the Democratic Party. The contention, what I was interested in, was the claim that Mamdani specifically would have a easier time winning under a Trump presidency than a Harris presidency. And then it seemed like the argument in service for that was that progressive victories are an anomaly. They are an outlier. They usually don't win. Which that wouldn't be true in the Mamdani case, because he's a local electorate, and the DSA targets their local electorates pretty effectively. They have a 60-75% win rate of the candidates they endorse, because they target progressive strongholds. And even if it were true, it really just misses the counterfactual analysis, which is that it still could very well be the case that whatever the number would be, whether it's 5% or 75%, it would just be a greater percentage if it were a Harris administration. Maybe she would come around and endorse him. I have no idea if she would. Actually, she did. Now she did recently, but who knows?
It's Jeffries.
What?
Jeffries finally.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what
Hakeem Jeffries. She's saying Hakeem Jeffries also.
Jeffries
also did. Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries gave his.
Sorry, my accent.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. It's some.
You cut out a little bit at the beginning of your sentence.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily your accent. It may have been the connection. So yeah, Hakeem Jeffries endorsed. Harris endorsed. There was a little bit of hesitancy to it. It took a little bit of time for them to give their endorsement, and I think in the Harris case, it was in response to a prompted question that was kind of like coaxed out of her a bit. But yeah, they did endorse. They ultimately did endorse him. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. So that's an interesting. That is an interesting. The speculation is interesting to me because if it was the case that Mamdani really would have a higher chance of winning under a Trump under a Trump presidency than Harris presidency, and that would be a substantial difference. That would be a very good reason for me to reconsider my vote.
Well, I would
Trump.
almost,
That would
I almost, just from what you're saying, I almost think it's kind of obvious based on the fact that he's running against Cuomo and Adams. Cuomo and Adams both are considered like the Democrat options that are backed by Trump and that have made deals with Trump, and that this is what is kind of making them lose with Democrats, is the fact that Democrats, I think Cuomo probably would have been a much better option if he hadn't seemed to people the one who was less likely to fight against Trump. And now, and especially the incumbent was Eric Adams, and so I mean, obviously his corruption charges were already probably going to have him fucked, but Cuomo probably would have been a good replacement if he hadn't gotten money from Trump donors. And I think him getting money from Trump donors makes people feel as though he's on Trump's side, and therefore Mamdani is the one who is more likely to fight against Trump. Whereas if Trump wasn't president, that like aspect of it wouldn't even be there.
Is really what's motivating voters here? Like, do you think like what's motivating voters in New York City, if you were to tally
I
up
think.
the elections, do you think they're?
I think definitely it's played a large part in this campaign. I think it's played a large part in his campaign. It's played a large part in like assessing. I guess it is all elections.
Yeah, so if there's data,
I mean, all elections are just the lesser of two evils, and if Trump is considered the greatest evil, and he's in the pocket, and Cuomo's in the pocket of Trump, which is what I think a lot of people. I mean, that has been a lot of Mamdani's talking points. That has been a lot of his campaign has been talking about that. The fact that we had everything that just happened with Eric Adams, like it's definitely playing into this whole campaign. I think it like Mamdani is considered like a novel candidate in terms of how he's campaigned and how he's gotten, maybe not all of his policies are novel, but I think he has campaigned as a novel candidate. He's considered like a little bit of, I mean, even Democrats, people who support Democrats are thinking, whoa, this guy, really? This guy?
Yeah, so what would convince me would be data on this. So if there is data on the motivations, like in any other exit poll or whatnot, where they ask like, hey, what are the issues that were most important to you? And they break it down by like, I wanted, Mamdani's, free, grocery store. I wanted his rent freeze policy. I wanted his this, that, and the other. And then, there's another option saying, he's the one who's going to fight Trump. Like if Trump mobilizes the National Guard or something, he's the one who's going to fight it, whereas Cuomo wouldn't. Like if there's an answer like that is like championing the answers or something like that, or if it's even very substantial, then that would shift my view on this. So if there's data like that, that's the sort of thing that would shift my view and say, oh, actually, you know what? Hey, maybe if Harris was there, then maybe Cuomo would have a higher chance of winning. So that would be interesting. And if there's data like that, I'd be interested in seeing it, because that would actually be carry epistemic import. That would be the type of empirical analysis that would carry epistemic import and have me change my view. If on the other hand, however, that same exit data polls are done, and it shows that actually it's not really that he's seen as the, I will fight Trump candidate. That's the rhetoric that they're resonating with. It's just that they want rent freezes, they want affordable living, they want affordable food, where they or whatever grocery options. They want a free subway ride, or any other policy that Mamdani has, or they want Rikers to close, whatever policy that, or in whatever entailments that would have. If those are the things they want. And then on the bottom of the list is like, he's seen as the candidate who would oppose Trump if Trump mobilized the National Guard or anything. Then that would not convince me that for that view.
In the Twitter, the little bit that I read of y'all's back and forth, Mantis, are you arguing that this is because initially he was Avi was saying like people who are voting for Mamdani, like fuck you guys, and you responded as like I'm somebody who would support him, and then I thought you were giving reasons for why you would support him, and that like Trump was the reason. But are you saying that Trump is the reason that
I thought she said she
most
wasn't
people
Mamdani.
would?
Wait, I'm confused now. I thought
No,
she said she wasn't.
I actually, yeah, I actually said, because I was actually initially, if you can read the Twitter post out for whoever's watching so that they understand where it began, but I believe that you're kind of getting sick of being told, like, you voted for Trump, blah, 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 and you're saying that Mamdani voters are more evil in a way, or like what they want is more harmful, so you don't want to hear it from them anymore.
Oh, to me,
And
yeah.
I
Well, it's a
think
combination of
that-
yeah. I can explain. Yeah. So yeah, there was a period of time where basically, I mean, it's still that period of time. I think for the last half year or so since that information came out that I voted for Trump, I've just been getting nonstop the same criticism over and over and over. Nothing, there's nothing new there's no new information, of course, in these criticisms that are being added. There's nothing new, no new points in service of any of it. It's just essentially just righteous indignation directed at me, and that it really accomplishes nothing. And the way I dealt with that is like, okay, like I get it. So if I get it that you're not presenting any new information that'll change my view, you're not presenting any productive information at all. But since I kind of get where you're coming from,
what are
because
they
of my
presenting? Can I ask?
oh yeah, it varies from a whole bunch of things, such as I'm a monster, I'm a traitor to the country, I betrayed everyone, I am like an evil, I should lose my medical license, I'm an evil doctor. Then some get that, so there's that tier of reactions, and then there's another tier of reactions that are like, you voted for this. That's another very common line. Anytime something bad happens, anytime RFK will do some stupid shit, anytime something bad
These
happens
don't
with
sound
Trump.
like insubstantial criticisms to me at all. These just sound like unless you're just ignoring the why they're saying that. Maybe they don't offer
I
the
can
why,
get
although
into
some of it I think is
yeah,
rather
no,
self-explanatory. But if
the
they're not
charitable
offering the why, I can understand why you're annoyed with the screaming. But
Well, part of it is he said
all
they're
I
also
can
the
give you is
same
answers
things.
to all of those.
He said that they're also the
Well,
same
it's
arguments over and
yeah,
over.
I mean,
Yeah, of course
charitably,
they
I
are.
can understand where they're coming from. It's that you basically my vote, in part contributed. The charitable interpretation I'm offering for all this is that in part my vote causally contributed to bad things happening to the country, which is true. Like that is true. Like I'm not going to deny that. Like
Yeah, that's true.
and that is, but that is not. Yeah, and all of that is not new information. Like it, so essentially all I've been getting, so there's no new information that is building on top of that. There's no new it's been like essentially
There's no
every day.
new actions that have been. There's no new actions that have been done that give people more of a reason to keep saying it might be the same point, but there's more examples of why.
I include that in terms
That
of
doesn't
no new
convince you at
information
all?
because yeah. So I include that under no new information, and the reason for that is once the action's done, I already have that information. There's nothing further that's added by someone saying, "Oh, this is one more thing that your vote has causally contributed to." Like, yeah, thanks, I knew that. Like, I knew it once the action happened. I didn't need you to tell me that. That's definitely not new information.
So can I ask, like, so none of it's convinced you? Like, I'm not doing the whole like, do you regret your vote thing, but you think that they're justified? Like, do you think it's justified at all? Do you think they have a point? Do you agree?
Well, like I said, I do think.
With
Well,
any
I
of the
do think they have
criticisms, or are you just saying like you're sick of hearing it because you don't agree?
Well, no, I do think so there's a number of questions. I'll try to answer all of them. So to the question of whether they have a point, yeah, no, I agree that they have a point. I understand where they're coming from. I understand their frustration. And yes, it is true that with more things that have happened, with more things that have been harmful to this country, remembering that I voted for Trump is one more reason to be frustrated with me. Do I, in terms of the question of do I regret my vote? No, I haven't seen enough to regret my vote, and I have seen some things happen that I'm not really convinced would have happened under a Harris administration that have reinforced my vote, actually. So no, I don't regret my vote.
Can I ask what? Just quickly,
Yeah.
you don't have to go too into
Yeah,
detail. Just
the release of all of the remaining living hostages from Hamas captivity in Israel, back in Israel, and so we're in a situation where um, there is.
you don't think Harris could have got that deal?
I think Harris could have got that deal. I think it's less likely that she would have. I don't think.
I think maybe she wouldn't have let Israel do so much to
pressure. Yeah,
like basically give them no choice. Like Trump's basically let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants to get to a point where the only option was to either kill them or release them. I don't know whether it's actually going to achieve the peace that everyone's wanking on about, but
it certainly does.
I highly doubt that actually. But
yeah, it certainly. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think Harris would have been as allowing. I think Harris would have sort of done, if not the same sort of restrictions that Biden did, perhaps even slightly more, with restricting certain weapons, delaying certain invasions, delaying certain military operations, and then delaying other weapons, even if they or soft delaying or slow rolling weapon deliveries systems, so that they don't have to say that they're withholding it when they actually are in practice. So those sorts of things I expected that Harris would do, while also putting political pressure on Israel in the way that Trump has not. Trump has actually accelerated, not only not delayed weapons deliveries to Israel, but they've actually accelerated weapons deliveries to Israel quicker than what Israel normally expected. And they, as you said, they essentially let Israel do what they wanted. It's put in a crazy amount of pressure, even to the point where they went far enough to attempt an assassination attempt in Qatar, which was, that was wild, and they didn't, that had even backlash from even with the Trump administration. So yes, Israel extended very heavily under a Trump administration, which put quite a bit of pressure on Hamas, and that ended up resulting. I didn't think, no one thought that those 20 hostages were all coming back alive. Like before this deal was out, no one took it seriously. Everyone's like, this is a joke. There's no way they're coming back. Hamas is never going to release all the 20 hostages. Why the hell would they? And somehow, I have no idea how, but somehow, they did. Wow. So, yeah, and then when Israel's in a position where it's like there is a ceasefire that is not perfectly holding, but it is still in place. And if the ceasefire were to be fully broken to the point where it's no longer in place, now Israel's in a situation where they sort of were where they were before, except Hamas doesn't have any of their living hostages. So that's a way better leverage situation. There's no question. So that would be one of the reasons. To go back to your other questions. Yeah, I do. Again, I'm not saying they don't have a point. They do. But again, I'm not sure what's being added at this point. I'm not sure what half a year of saying you voted for this is really adding to the equation.
I have to be honest. I think you're going to get, depending on if it continues the way it is continuing, I'm not sure how much Trump and his administration are going to be able to, we're going to have after, the first year or whatever. Everything's a bit unprecedented, so they could continue with this. But I think that you should probably sign up for that for the next 4. I know Democrats had to listen to crying about Biden for 4 years and how the election was stolen for 4 years.
Fine.
It's not adding anything new.
Wait, that's fine. I'm happy to listen. Wait. I just want to make a distinction here. I'm happy to listen about people bitching about Trump. I'll bitch about Trump, even though I voted for Trump. That is totally fine with me. Just like I think conservatives should be prepared to listen to people bitch about their candidate, and liberals should be prepared. But this goes
against what you were saying on Twitter, though. What you're saying. So explain what you mean on Twitter, because you're
he was saying that the arguments.
I don't want to hear.
No. He was saying that the arguments aren't novel. He was saying that they're not novel, and they're not anything new, and they're not anything substantive.
Yeah. So if I can just clarify what I'm saying, what I'm not saying, and I think I actually did clarify this in the comments explicitly when people were making the same point. So I'm not saying I'm done with hearing. I'm not saying I'm done with hearing support of Mamdani. I'm not saying I'm done with hearing bitching about Trump. What I am saying is I'm done with hearing people specifically bitching about my vote for Trump. Right? There's a difference. So if you want to bitch about Trump, that's fine. But if every time you're bitching about Trump, it's and Dr. Avi voted for Trump. What a traitor! Like it's that every single time again. I'm done with that. That's the part I'm over with. You want to bitch about Trump? That's fine. You want to support Mamdani? That's fine. If you wanna just continue bitching about me, that's a different story. Like it's the bitching about me voting for Trump that I'm done with.
I feel like most people, even though you've offered like in terms of the Gaza-Israel conflict, that's somewhere where you think maybe Harris wouldn't have succeeded in the same way you think somehow that she couldn't have got the hostages released or she couldn't have come up with a ceasefire or a peace deal.
To be clear, it's not that she couldn't have.
He's just saying less likely.
Less likely. Yeah, I get it. Whatever, I get it. You know what I mean?
Sorry, of the Biden administration and how Harris was talking herself. Yeah, I think it's substantially less likely.
Okay. On the flip side, these other people are probably thinking that like there's more things that Harris would have been more like done a better job of being more successful in, and that Trump is clearly less likely.
I agree with them.
Not just less likely, he is like outright violating the Constitution and things that they deem important. So
that's why I get it. That's why I got it.
Just
That's
feel like
why I tolerated it at this point.
Assigning blame to people who voted when the campaign, like there's something that's been coming up recently is that how can people be getting upset Trump is doing what he said he was going to do? And I kind of agree. Like as barbaric and
that's why I
shocking
tolerated
and unprecedented and like
Mantis, this is why I tolerate.
Just let me finish. Actually, just let me finish because actually, I feel like I understand that you can probably like see where my point is going, but I don't like getting interrupted. So like I just feel like this whole you know what you voted for, you know what you're going to get when it happens, and the complaining and like the things that even I'm sure you have criticisms of Trump. It's like why that is exactly what he ran on. Everything that he's doing now is exactly what he ran on. So even the worst parts are exactly what he ran on. So you play a role in that. You voted for that. You are responsible for that. And everyone who has a vote is responsible for the way the country is run in some kind of a way. I don't understand why you all of a sudden get to shirk responsibility just because it's getting on your nerves.
Yeah, so that's not what the claim is. The claim is not that I'm shirking responsibility. The claim is just that I don't need to hear for the umpteenth time that I have the same responsibility I knew I had. It doesn't add anything. I am not shirking responsibility. I don't disagree with anything you just said. The one caveat I'll mention is that there's a distinction between when someone says you voted for this, it's you voted for him in spite of this, not because of it. There's a distinction between voting for versus voting in spite of. So I voted for Trump in spite of the things he said he would do, not because of the things he said he would do. So yes, and I agree with you that Harris absolutely would have and probably would, not just probably would almost certainly have done a whole lot of a better job than Trump on a whole lot of things. It's just that there were a number of other things that were more important to me. And I understand if people have different values and they voted differently because of it. I don't blame them for that.
Well, and you're specifically aiming this at Mamdani voters.
Oh, so Mamdani, yes. Right? So Mamdani voters, I think, specifically the Mamdani voters who are aware of what he says that are being done. Because in this, I see an
yeah, I would like to know what your issue with Mamdani is, because I understand that there's been some inflammatory rhetoric. I guess you could, but I also understand that it's politics, and the way that people campaign is they pick out things. It's all spin, and so I noticed that you mentioned the Rikers thing. Although I looked into the Rikers thing, and although he might have maybe said something at one point, people have chosen to hone in on the one part where he said "let them go" or something.
I think when in actuality,
what's likely going to happen? What's likely going to happen is the inevitable closure of Rikers, which is a contractual obligation, so it has to be closed. And there's 4 new jails that are going to be open. No,
so that's not. So okay, we can talk. We should talk about.
It's a contractual obligation. As
far as but that can be aware. Yes, well, it is, but that doesn't prevent. In fact, before Mamdani, most analysts suspected that contractual obligation would have been amended through either a legislative pathway or a de facto pathway for a postponement of that timeline. That's what most people thought would happen prior to that debate.
So just kicking the can down the road?
Yes, absolutely, until we have other jails to house these prisoners. 100%. That's where everyone thought this was going.
That's not changing.
No, it
At
is.
this point, that's not changing, though. As far as I know, the new jails are being made for it.
No, they are. They are being made.
They
The
still
issue.
have to wait to build the
Yeah,
new
they are.
jails.
Yeah. So the issue. So they are being made, but no one expects those jails to be done by the timeline that that Rikers is obligated to close is the issue. And so the question that was posed in the debate is that given that the jails that are being built are not going to be ready by the deadline in 2027, the question is what to do about Rikers. Do you postpone it? Do you postpone it through a legislative pathway? Do you postpone it through a de facto pathway? Or do you just change the plan altogether? Or do you say, you know what, that's the law. The law is the law. We're not going to push for a legislative amendment to postpone it, to wait for the other jails to be ready. We're just going to pursue decarceration. Decarceration in the form of
Is that what he said he's going to do?
So yes, if you watch the debate, yes. So if you watch the debate, what he did was he was sneaky about it, but what he said was he denied blanket. What he said was he did not support blanket release, but what he did say very clearly was that he will stay, even if those other jails are not ready, he will stand by the timeline for Rikers because Rikers is a stain. And what that means in effect is that so he gets to say this because the alternative to incarceration programs are technically not considered to be blanket release, even though in effect they are. In effect, they ultimately result in the same thing, which is releasing these criminals into the streets, whether they're murderers, rapists, or people who have assaults, and there are thousands of them, by the way. But he gets to misleadingly say that he's not in favor of blanket release, even though that is ultimately what in practice will happen with his policy as stated. The only way that doesn't happen is if he changes policy. No one thinks that the alternative jails are being built are going to be ready by that deadline, and no one he's the only candidate who has stuck to that deadline. Like Cuomo, Sliwa, any of the other analysts would expected a postponement, and Cuomo would have. He was also very clear he would have pushed for a legislative postponement. As Sliwa would have as well. He is the only candidate who would actually oppose any amendment to that law, which is insane. Like I did that. This is the most. It's not just insane. Like this is. I don't. It's wild to me that this isn't the front row center page. It's like crazy. Everyone's focusing on charges of anti-Semitism or 9/11 memes. Like that's nuts. Like no, this should be the front page of Mamdani's policy. Like this is the most insane, harmful policy he has. Period. And he's doubling and very clear
really,
policy. He's
like
doubled
you
down.
said. So he's based on what you've said, it doesn't sound like he's actually said he's going to do nothing or anything. It sounds like he's kind of weaseled his way out of giving
first of all, that would be the problem. Doing nothing, even if he did, so that's not what he said. He didn't say he was going to do nothing or anything. He said he would oppose a postponement. He said we need to. Yeah, he would oppose that. Yeah, he would oppose that, and the reason is Rikers is a stain. But by the way, even if he did say what you said he just did, even if he did say he's not going to do anything, that would actually be the problematic position because it's already the de facto law that that we're going to release all these prisoners or all these detainees, from jail into the streets. Like that is the law as it is right now. Like the problem is it's not like an issue of like, oh, Mamdani has a crazy position, but he's not going to get it passed. He doesn't have the authority to do it. He's going against the law. No. He has the law on his side. You need the legal battle to fight against that. Like that's what you need. You need someone in office who's going to pursue a legislative amendment here. If he would not do anything, that results in the same problematic conclusion, the same insane result. But he's even worse than that because he actually said he would oppose it.
It sounds like they better build the jails faster then, right?
I would love it. Listen, if there's a way to do that, I would be all for it. Everyone agrees that it's just not going to happen by that deadline. I would love it. If you have a way to do that, if Mamdani has a way to do that, which I don't even think he thinks he has a way to do that, to meet that deadline. If Cuomo or Sliwa or Mamdani, I don't care who, if they had a way to do that, great. I'm all for it. Transfer the prisoners to another jail. No problem. That wasn't the issue. The whole reason this got brought up in the debate is because everyone understands, of the parties to the debate are of the understanding that we're not meeting the deadline. That's why that question was asked.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that this all just seems like I understand that he's probably leaning more towards the side that you dislike than Cuomo. Whether or not they would actually do what they say, who knows? Like, whether if anyone actually ends up doing what they say, who knows? But what?
No, I don't think it's a lean. I think it's a very strong, ironclad position that he doubled down on multiple times.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you can probably have concerns about that. I don't see the reason why they can't build facilities. I feel like the issue with the Rikers thing is that they're housing them in a facility that is inhumane. So, like, your position to some people might sound kind of insane. Where you're saying no, we've assessed that this is an inhumane like standard of like caring for people in jail, and you're okay with that. You're okay with it to be prolonged and inevitably prolonged, or for however long these jails take, for like no urgency to be put on building these new jails because like who cares, we can just keep postponing it. And I guess maybe New York is a bit sick of that. They want a real solution and they want the jails to hurry up, and they like I assume that people aren't voting for Mamdani because they think he's going to release rapists and murderers out into the streets. I don't think,
if I could just respond to a number. Yeah, so if I could, 1 second.
And
so
you can, and I'm listening, but I just got to grab my charger 1 second.
Okay, so yeah, sure. So to the first thing about my position, I do agree with you that the conditions in Rikers were inhumane, and that needed to either be reformed or shut down. I do think, and I agree with Mamdani that in his even statement to justify all of this, that quote unquote Rikers was a stain. I agree with that. It is a stain. It continues to be a stain. So I'm not okay with that. I'm also not okay with the rate of the alternative options that are being produced. If they could be produced faster, I would love it for that to happen. Now, that all being said, if it really is the case, as the facts of the matter are said that they are, that yes, Rikers is inhumane, and yes, we will not have an alternative option to Rikers in time. It's just not going to happen. If that's all true, then if you're asking me, would I prefer, of the options, would I prefer decarceration or to postpone and continue the inhumane conditions until a realistic time frame, which I would rush, a realistic time frame for those alternative options, I'm going to prefer the postponement to actually just releasing these people in the streets. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I support it. I'm not saying I support the inhumane conditions. I'm saying if the conditions are such where I'm forced between those two options, then yes, I'll pick those options. And people really do say that those are the situations at hand where we are forced between those limited amount of options. To the other thing, in terms of Mamdani's voters and why they're voting for him, I agree with you. I don't think Mamdani's voters are voting for him because they want to see people released on the streets, which is why I made it very clear that this is only applying to the subset of Mamdani voters who are aware of his policy and are aware of how strongly he's sticking to it and are aware of the facts at hand. So if you're aware of all, and in fact, it's important that caveat is added, because I think most of Mamdani's voters have no clue that he even supports that. And then the reason why is because most of Mamdani's opponents also have no clue that that's his policy on this.
I haven't even heard of this before now.
Yeah, I know. You haven't even heard of it, Tom. Exactly.
I've never even heard of it.
You've probably seen more 9/11 memes about Mamdani than Rikers.
I most definitely have. I've seen hundreds of 9/11 memes. Yeah.
Most people have seen all the racist shit.
Yeah.
Most people have seen all the racist shit. Of course.
You've seen all the racist. You've probably seen a bunch of stuff about anti-Semitism. You've probably seen a bunch of stuff about 9/11. You've probably seen him eating with his hands. You've probably seen all that. Wild that you never.
Aside from Rikers, from because again, this is a lesser of two evils thing, and maybe the people that do know that this is his policy on Rikers have added up across the board the corruption that Cuomo brings in, the corruption that other candidates, the Trump supporting Sliwa and the corrupt Cuomo, and they've gone, do you know what? I think the Rikers issue, as bad as that one is still less evil than the corruption that is inevitably going to come with Cuomo.
That's
and I think
and you're not okay with Rikers.
The social programs that they would get, like the things that they're looking for from Mamdani, I think a lot of those progressive people are super excited about the more economically populist positions that he's bringing to the table.
That's what I suspect also. I suspect the main motivation here is like rent freezing and stuff and affordable housing. I suspect those are the primary motivations, especially in New York City, where I know I know the issues with housing here. It's like the rent's insane.
Well, so my contention comes when we do weigh the stuff up that I don't understand like your vitriol towards Mamdani voters over something. Okay, you can add on other positions if there's more than just Rikers, because that to me doesn't make a Mamdani voter an evil piece of shit who can't give you grief for voting for Trump when you voted for someone who is very clearly fucking out of bounds.
Yeah, so I can so the issue with Rikers for me is that this is just not one issue. This is a massive, I don't think people understand the magnitude of this issue. The reason that we're talking about thousands of arrestees for violent crimes, including murder, rape, assault, that will be just straight up released.
Are they all violent crimes, can I ask? Because I'm not actually aware of
out of seven
is there just for violent crimes.
Yeah, so about half of the detainees are arrested for violent crimes, which thousands are anticipated, of which thousands are anticipated to be released, including the ones that are arrested for violent crimes. Of the 7,000 and change, there's different estimates. Some are at 48% violent crimes. Others are, if you include the ones that are actually convicted, it goes up to around 50%. But about half are either arrested, which are the majority of those held in Rikers because it's a jail. But of the small fraction that are convicted, if you include that, it bumps it up a little bit more to a slightly higher portion, around 50% for violent crimes, including rape, murder, or assault. And it estimated.
And you think that the ones that they release will be this 50%?
Oh yeah,
it has to be.
It will be.
Is your like suspicion that it has to be so many that it will include some?
Yes, it will. It's so many. It will have to be so many that it will include at least thousands of those who are in for violent crimes. Yes. In any of the models that I've seen. Yes.
I find this hard to believe, to be honest. But
I did too. I do also. Mantis, I do too. Like, I also found
I find it hard to believe that someone would because I don't think that's a very smart. I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. Even if we're just talking politically, I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. I think it is an easy way for other politicians to spin the release of whoever gets released, no matter the way that Trump is calling all immigrants violent rapist criminals who are out on the street, which is just not true. And he's saying that we're just going to mass deport the violent ones, and that has turned out not to be true at all. The ones who've committed crimes, that's turned out not to be true at all. So I'm sure that they could spin it to make it look like whoever gets released are all the violent ones, the worst ones, and look out, New York is going to be attacked by all the rapists who got released. When in reality, it would be fucking suicide to go to release the most violent ones, the ones that you're talking about. I feel like there would be every precaution put in place to try, if they were released, they were the ones released who had the lowest.
So I agree with you. I agree with everything. Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think it would be suicide to do that. And just to be clear, there almost certainly will be a prioritization of the nonviolent criminals over the violent ones. However, the issue is that it's just not enough when you run all the numbers. When you run the numbers, if you maintain that deadline, even with expedited processing, it's not going to, you're going to end up cutting into thousands of the violent criminals that would have to go into some sort of alternative to incarceration program. And that, I agree with you. That's very hard to believe, and that's crazy. And I am baffled at, I'm not as baffled at that Mamdani actually doubled down on that position, because he's also doubled down on some things that also are not politically that viable, but it didn't really pay the price anyway. Like when he said, we should let 9/11 operators determine whether a police officer is necessary to send in versus just a social worker. That's a crazy position. But he said it and doubled down on it. But what I am surprised on more is, why are his political opponents completely unaware of this? And the only answer I have is because they're so busy being fucking racist that they don't see it. They're just so busy doing 9/11 memes and accusing him of eating rice with his hands that they don't actually see.
It's almost like I can maybe answer that question with, I will fully speculate, but it's almost like whoever becomes mayor is in a fucked position when it comes to Rikers, no matter what, and they don't really have the answers right now, and they really need to get going on making those jails and trying to get the facilities in place to actually sort the problem. like it's almost like when pressed, it's very easy to say, yeah, I would just delay it. I would obviously just postpone this. But actually, when pressed, you need to solve the problem. Maybe Mamdani was just like, you know what, fuck it, we'll just get some shit going.
Yeah, so this is why the question was posed in the debate, and it's wild to me that it wasn't pressed on for. It was only discussed for about 7 minutes of the 90 minutes of the debate, which is like crazy. But this is why the question was posed. Like, hey, listen, there is a fucked situation in Rikers, and what are you going to do about it? Like, here's the situation. You're up against a rock and a hard place. Are you going to commit to sticking to the current deadline, even if the alternative jails are not built in time? And we did have policy answers to that. The candidates did give their answers, and they gave them very strongly. Cuomo very strongly said, no, it's not realistic. You have to postpone it or do other options. So that's the legislative pathway he would pursue. Mamdani had the diametrically opposed position. He said, no.
It reminds me of like Obama with Guantanamo Bay, just kind of saying that he was going to release everybody with Guantanamo Bay is like immediately what I think of. But then once Obama got into office, I guess he realized that was totally infeasible and that there was a lot of other like complications, but I'm not sure.
So Tom, there's a very important difference there. The difference there is that in closing Guantanamo Bay, you actually have to fight a legal battle uphill to get it closed. And the question will be, is if you're viable enough to get that closed in the right amount of time. In the case of Rikers, it's the opposite direction. The law is already on the side of closing it. The current law as it stands is already on the side of closing it as it is, and you are in the uphill battle against the law. So if you do not, so it's actually very easy to let Rikers close down. All you have to do is nothing. Versus Guantanamo Bay, you actually need a legal battle to close it. That's the disanalogy.
Okay, so besides this Rikers thing, is there anything else that perturbs you?
Yeah. So there is.
That you think you're okay to be a Trump voter?
Well, no. Wait. Just to be clear, this is not me saying I'm okay to be a Trump. Wait. That's a mischaracterization of my view. Hold on.
I'm fucking around. Okay, I'm fucking around a bit. Although I have to be honest, Avi, I am really surprised. I didn't know that you voted for Trump. But because I do read your Twitter a lot, and I don't know, maybe I don't follow you closely enough, but I did not realize that you voted for Trump, and I was pretty
I'm a bit blown away by that, as is my chat. A lot of my chat also follow you pretty closely, and none of us knew either.
Well, it's been a while.
We obviously don't follow you that closely.
Yeah, obviously, because listen, it's been 6 months of me just getting shit for it. So, anyway, if it makes a difference, I've gotten shit for it for 6 months. But anyway, okay, so just going to the Rikers. So the Rikers, the first thing I'll say before we moving on from the Rikers is that it's not just like one issue. Like this is think about it from what it means for me, like as someone who lives in New York City. If this just were some, city anywhere in the United States, it would mean less to me because I don't live there. The issue is I do live here, and it basically, if this goes through, it essentially means that there's going to be thousands of murderers, rapists, and even if you account for the proportion that would be successfully incarcerated, it still comes out to thousands of murderers, rapists, those who are committing assault, that are just going to be released in the city I live in. So it's not just, some issue that I think is bad. It's an issue I think is bad that impacts me on the local level. So that's something, and it'll from my perspective, that will impact me more than any of Trump's positions that are on the federal level.
I just personally highly doubt that they're gonna release a bunch of fucking rapists onto your street. And I think that but anyway, that's one issue that you think if it did happen, that is going to affect you negatively. Okay, the problem is it is one of the many issues that New York faces, and it is one of the many things that each of these candidates have campaigned on. So you say it's not just one thing; it is literally just one thing.
You can, if you mean literally one thing is something that could very plausibly and reasonably outweigh all the other things for me, then yes, it is just one thing. Like this is the example I bring is one of the Nick Fuentes supporters once said like, hey, can you tell me what policy you actually disagree with Nick Fuentes on? And I'm like, okay, well, here's one. Nick Fuentes has multiple times advocated for the forced deportation of Jews. And I'm Jewish, and that would affect me because that would mean he would forcibly deport me. And then you know what the response was? It blew me away. It was like, okay, but that's just one issue, you know? Like that's literally just one issue. Like,
yeah, I understand. You're prioritizing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I get it. Yeah.
So yeah, like the whole like single issue voter, am I right? No, actually, sometimes single issue voter is actually very right and very understandable for a person's perspective, and really rationally just outweighs all the other shit everyone else cares about. Sorry, it's just in that case, that's one of the examples. So I won't, when we say like, oh, it's just one issue, like yeah, it is one issue. It's a fucking big one. So yeah, I prioritize.
It's a big one if the unbelievable thing that you think is going to happen happens. I do.
Now, to be clear, this was my Trump. This was my Trump vote cope. Also, my Trump vote cope also was like, oh, you know, Trump's just saying he's going to do this. He's not really going to do it. And yeah, he fucked. And you know what?
The reason why we call that cope is because, and I guess you could say, I mean, we don't have Mamdani hasn't been around. He hasn't shown examples of like him in the office of power where he can actually do things. We don't have examples of how he actually governs, or in Trump's case, not govern. But like with Trump, the reason why we say it's cope is because we've already seen what he wanted to do. We saw what he was not able to do, but we've seen the steps he's taken in order to be able to do them. We've seen all the things like the cope as well was on our side where we thought, no, he's just saying this and he wouldn't actually do it. Unfortunately, it became pretty clear when he was like getting all his little loyalists in that he's gonna do it. Like he doesn't seem to just say things. So that's why it's cope.
Yeah. So it's no, I agree it's cope. The reason I suspect it's also cope here is because in this case, Mamdani doesn't have to do anything to make it happen. That's the wild thing about it. Like,
the whole it's just let the law take place.
Exactly. Yeah. The crazy thing about this is not only is this the most insane position he has, not only is this the most harmful position he has, by the law, in terms of his legal rights, it's the most realistic position he actually seems to be able to make happen. He is a more realistic chance of closing down
Rikers. Did this Bill de Blasio?
Did what?
Who like created this like legal like obligation sort of like timeline?
That was a law that was done in 2019, and in 2019 it was Bill de Blasio who was in if I'm not mistaken, it was Bill de Blasio who was in office at the time. But the obligation to close Rikers Island was adopted in, if I'm not mistaken, 2019. Yes.
Okay.
So
why?
Because the inhumane
conditions.
Yeah. Audits.
Yeah. Okay.
So
seems like they've had some time to.
Yeah. So the crazy thing is like the crazy thing about this is that he has, this is of all the positions he has, this is this is the most realistic of obtaining. He has less of a fight to do this than to get his 1% or 2% tax on the rich. He has less of a fight to do this than to get his supermarkets. He has less of a fight to do this than to increase income-based taxes as broadly as he wants. He has to convince the governor to do that. He has less of a fight to do this than to arrest Netanyahu or any of the virtue signal things he wants to do. He has less of a fight than this. Then you can name any policy, and it's just like, this is just the de facto way it's going to happen unless you can convince Mamdani to get a coalition to legislate and amend it and to fight it or something. Like we would need to convince him to fight it, like to go against his own position. It's like that's how fucked it is. It's just so that's the issue in terms of cope. In terms of cope, it's like, if you had an issue where Trump didn't have to have a legal battle, where it's like, oh no, like Trump doesn't need to do anything to get this done. Like that's the situation we're in. It's like, Trump, this is just going to happen. We would need to convince Trump to make it not happen.
Yeah. I also think that like, I understand that the campaign is one thing, but when there's a reason why people kind of are a bit more flamboyant or bombastic or whatever in their campaigns, but then whenever they get in, they actually face hurdles. They actually have to work with other people. Yes. They have to work with the enforcement unions, and they have to work with they have to work with city council members, and they have to work with people to actually get things going. And they have to, ideally, you would think they would want to maintain popular support as well. So.
Yes. And I hope that's right.
It gets closer to the time, and popular support is actually we don't want rapists on our streets, thanks, and he has to do some moderating. Is also within reason.
And you said the same thing with Trump. I said, listen, hopefully he's going to see reason once he gets in office, and he's not going to actually fuck the economy. He's like, hey, we actually can't do this and fuck the economy, right, Trump? Right? Don't actually do this, right? You were just talking.
I would say that ordinarily. Like I would say that someone like Mamdani seems like a more reasonable person than Trump. One, but two, Trump doesn't give a fuck about, like, he creates whatever support he wants. We already knew this. Like he just needs people around him that literally will do his bidding.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether they're qualified or not. He made it very clear that all he needs is loyalists. I don't think Mamdani is out here saying I don't give a fuck about anyone around me. I don't give a fuck what. Like,
no, I agree with that. I agree.
That doesn't seem to be his mentality at all. I don't think.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I could
be wrong.
No. I agree with you. I don't think you're wrong about that. I agree that the COPE ends up failing for different reasons. So in the Trump case, the COPE ends up failing because actually Trump doesn't give a fuck. Sorry, he actually just doesn't give a fuck.
He really does. I mean, you've seen the way he foments, like, something that's come up recently, I've just a tiny little segue, but something that I've been convinced by recently, and I've realized it's just bullshit, because the right wing has such a grasp on media, and like the algorithms are so slanted on like social media in particular. Like, I seem to think that there's like a vast minority of people who disagree with Trump, and there's a huge majority of people that actually agree and think that Trump is great and rah. But then, you see millions of people come out for protests. Just because we don't see it because of the algorithms, and we don't see it because the right-wing media has such a large and overpowering base right now, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I think Trump has this way of turning lies into truths, which they're not truths, they're still lies, but it's perception, right? He gives the perception that he's popular, even though he's not really that popular. He's actually not liked as nearly as much as he'd like to think so, or his supporters like to think so. So I mean, we'll find out if the elections aren't rigged. We'll find out, I guess.
Well, I think I actually have. I may have more faith in our elections than some. Well, I actually don't think our.
I would have said that before this administration.
I'm not at the point where I think our elections are rigged. To be clear, I think we do have integral intact elections. I hope that continues, and I hope everything. But the point I wanted to make is that I think there is a difference in why the COPE fails. The COPE fails in the case of Trump because Trump actually just really doesn't give a fuck. The COPE fails in terms of Mamdani. I suspect if it fails, it's going to fail because of the opposite reason, because Mamdani actually really does give a fuck and gives all the fucks. So yes, like Mamdani is not going to release prisoners if he does because he doesn't give a fuck. If he does, he's going to give a fuck and release them out of principle. Like, he is a very principled person. He is a principled socialist. I will give him that. He's consistent on in that ideology, and when he feels very strongly that his ideology points to a direction, like yes, the conditions were inhumane. Too bad if you can't get it up in time. We have to stop the inhumane conditions. That's it. That's what my ideology tells me. If he maintains consistency on that, it will be because he gives the fucks, not because he doesn't give the fucks. So that is, if the COPE fails, it's for the opposite reason. Now, I don't know if the COPE's going to fail or not. Maybe he'll reconsider. Maybe he won't. It's certainly a thing I've learned a little bit, and have moderated my position in terms of engaging in this sort of COPE. I've learned that the hard way from the Trump COPE. And the fact that the COPE may fail for a different reason doesn't make me any more comfortable with hinging my bets on the COPE. So that there's just the COPE response on the Rikers thing. The other things are more minor. So to be clear, the other things I could very quickly, his taxation policy is against my own self-interest. It will result in increase in my own taxes. His position on grocery stores, public-owned grocery stores, those time and tested have, as far as I am aware of, those have largely failed. Those have so that's as far as I'm aware, a tried and failed policy. The rent freezes, I'm not really convinced that's going to do the job he thinks it will. The increased taxation, the increased income taxation on the rich, I don't see how that does much of anything other than counterfactually take business and have at least some of it that would have otherwise gone to New York to move to Florida or something. And so maybe ironically he will solve the housing prices in New York by making New York closer to Detroit, but I don't think that's the win everyone wants it to happen. So those are majorly the big things, but the big thing, honestly, all of those things can go away, and like Rikers is the biggest deal. Like Rikers is like so much more important than all of this, and
Okay, so
I'm baffled why this isn't talked about. Yeah, like if you took all of those issues, like I'll pay more taxes to not have thousands of criminals released to the street. I will pay more happily to ensure that to not have the safety of the city I live in be destroyed like that. I will.
Okay.
I will
I
deal
still,
with. Go ahead.
given like your criticism, and it kind of largely falls on the Rikers issue.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand. Like, I don't understand the vitriol towards Mamdani voters. Like how that.
Just to be clear, Mamdani voters who understand that they're.
Just clear this.
Yeah, so Mamdani voters who understand that what they're doing, what they're saying to me is, hey, listen, I don't like your Trump vote, but I'm going to vote for someone where you're living is going to release thousands of murderers.
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry. Hold on, real quick. Wait. Hold on, just real quick. Maybe I'm forgetting. She asked earlier what if you had a second thing, and did you end up saying that this was just like the main thing? It was okay.
Yeah, we
okay.
mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mantis.
Yeah, I can say it if you want me to go through it again. I can go. But yeah,
he did. He just said the taxes. He basically just doesn't believe that like the other policy prescriptions that were provided by him aren't really going to solve the problems. But they're not like really the big issue here.
Yeah,
the big
if
issue
any, I mean, to be clear, I do think those would make the problems worse. I don't think the taxation, his taxation is not in my interest. I don't think that's going to solve the problems. If anything, I think it will make it worse. I think counterfactually, it will drive business away from New York and other more favorable states, such as Florida, which doesn't have an income tax. I also think that his proposal for I
mean, this seems to be a problem in America in general. Is Americans don't want to pay more tax, but in reality, that probably is the solution. So unless other states who are just going to like use democratic or more like profitable states like California to pay for to subsidize them, that is the problem America is constantly going to have to run into. Like,
which is what's happening with federal taxes already.
Yes, like people are going to have to pay more taxes. That is actually the solution if people would sit down and think about it. Unfortunately, they are going to have to pay more taxes to have the things that they want, but they don't want to. They want it all, but they don't want to pay for it. And so, yeah, in reality, greedy Americans are going to run around the country to go to the places who are willing to just be subsidized by the wealthier, the ones who are willing to tax their people more, and the ones who are willing to pay more. Unfortunately,
yeah,
I mean, it's just the nature of
as long as you have freedom of movement. Yeah, as long as you allow freedom of movement between the states, there is a balance that you're going to have to strike.
And as long as you have a lack of cooperation, as long as you have such partisanship, I believe, because I believe the red states are just kind of like being kind of cunty about it. Excuse my language, but fuck it. Like, I do think that it's a political tactic that they're using. It's actually not good though. It's not good to like lower taxes. It isn't. It is. In reality, they should be increasing taxes, but it's a politically viable thing. It's not good to run on increasing taxes. Nobody's going to vote that guy in because nobody wants to hear that taxes are going to increase. Like their money's going away.
Yeah, no, Florida has a great system in which they're able to find a way to not have income taxes and basically have a way of other states that have income taxes to subsidize them by essentially having a industry which is based on a lot of tourism. And they specifically target sales taxes for things that tourists are more likely to pay for, but things that locals are less likely to pay for. So they have a system that disproportionately indirectly taxes people from non-Florida over Floridians. So they're able to do it. They have the greatest game. They've gamed the system crazy. Like they've just made it so that they can lower taxes as much as possible. And the other states are basically paying taxes for Florida in a way. So that's a whole.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. So,
wouldn't-
but yeah, so
I wouldn't Arnie too much for increasing taxes therefore, but I mean, if he's the only one who's willing to do it, he's going to cop the shit for it.
Yeah.
So,
and then yeah, so there's that. There's the. It doesn't seem like the publicly owned grocery stores have a great track record. They generally either go out of business, or they just turn into like sort of in unsanitary conditions. If at least from what I've seen from the past examples in which publicly owned grocery stores have been tried, they've largely, if not all, failed. So that doesn't seem like
this is why I'm kind of, in a way, a non-Mamdani supporter, is I actually agree. I'm not sure if, like, some of the things he's proposing, a lot of it does sound a bit idealistic. Like, the whole socialist thing, like I'm not like as progressive as that. So I'm probably a Mamdani supporter out of a lesser of two evils situation. But, like, and because he's a Democrat, like, I just don't want some fucking Republican in there. But yeah,
I don't think we're going to get a Republican.
That's why I wouldn't consider myself like your like loyal Mamdani like bow down.
To be clear, I think there's essentially a zero chance that there will be a Republican in the mayoral position. I think Sliwa has close to a 0%, if not a 0% chance of winning that.
Oh yeah, he's not winning. He was too much of a Trump guzzler.
Well, and Cuomo would have a much better shot if he would just drop out. But
yes.
Exactly. Like if he would just leave, Cuomo might actually have a shot.
But that is part of like why I think that there's a big difference when it comes to whether or not people are supporting Trump. Is I do think that is like a big downside for Cuomo. I think that if you didn't have Adams and Sliwa and all of these other people in the race during the primaries, and instead you do just have Cuomo and Mamdani, I think that Cuomo is way more competitive with Mamdani in the primaries. And so considering the fact that I think after Cuomo started taking like Trump donor money and started to seem to have closer connections to him over the last 6 months, I think that has hurt him, and that he's done much less well with the more moderate Democrats, and Mamdani's ended up doing better because of that.
I agree.
Yeah, and this is why, because I do have to leave soon, but this is closing on the part we started with. This is why I would like to see those exit polling data, because if this actually would.
Well, I will say. I don't have the exit polling data, but I would say that largely what what I heard anyway, just from like what I saw, what I've been hearing from Mamdani supporters, a large part of it is authenticity. And I would say that authenticity comes from not being sold out, not being sold to the Trump administration, not being under his thumb, willing to like go against the Trump administration. I think that is whether it's real or perceived, it is like
they also like that he goes against the Democrats.
A huge boost.
They also like that he goes against the Democrats as well, though, and that's something that I don't like.
Not an establishment.
Yeah, this is so interesting though, because he seems like such a chameleon. Like Mamdani seems like the least authentic person I've ever seen. It's like, but he's good at it. He's good at being fake. He's good at like blending into the different cultures. He's good at modifying his accents down to that. He's good at buttering his speeches a little bit differently depending on
can I just stop you there? Yeah. The least authentic person you've ever seen. Can I just say it's clearly Trump, right?
well, it depends what you mean by authentic. Like if you mean by authentic, like he just cares about himself and he's like going to be just a narcissist who only cares about himself, then he's authentic to that. I mean, he's at least just...
Is he? Because I'm pretty sure I heard
the term inauthentically or authentically inauthentic.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends.
Authentically inauthentic, maybe.
Yeah, so there's a sense in which he. So I agree with the sense in which he's authentic. There's a sense in which you could argue he's authentically inauthentic. But the point being is like of the mayoral candidates, at least for New York City, Mamdani just. It's interesting to hear the perspective that Mamdani's authentic. It seems I've never really gotten that impression. I've always looked at him as like, wow, you are really just a good chameleon. You're really good at blending in. You're really good.
Well, I actually disagree. And as I kind of disagree because I understand that, like, I understand how he's definitely a politician, right? He definitely says the right things, and he's moderated his positions. Like, he came out pretty hard. He said some pretty inflammatory things. I will agree with you, but he has moderated, and that is politics. You have to go with what the people want largely, and if you're pushing it too far, you got to like moderate, and you can call that inauthentic, or it could be like an authentic. Okay, like I have to moderate, like whatever. But
His positions in the debate were
think that
very, very
he's
moderate compared to what I think people expected from him.
So I think that in that sense, you might call him a chameleon, kind of. But I think that
it's more,
he's still,
yeah,
and
I think
everything
it's
that I've
more,
seen, he still stands on his business a lot harder than a lot of other politicians that I hear from.
No, I agree. He's principled. Like, just to be clear, like I agree. Like
Very
behind,
principled, yeah.
yeah. So this, just to be clear, yeah. So I agree that behind the different, and it's not even that he moderated his positions, is that like even if you look at whether he like goes to a synagogue or goes to a mosque or goes to like the different crowds, he'll like change the way he talks, and like he'll butter his speeches differently on the same issues depending on the crowd. So, and I get that that's politics, but to be clear, like when I say inauthentic, I mean that he's good at doing the political chameleon stuff. I'm not trying to say that he's not a principled person underneath the chameleon skin. So I do believe that he has an ideology, a very consistent ideology that he deeply cares about underneath that skin shifting, like that color changing skin that he has outside, where he's able to modify his accents, modify the way he talks, modify the types of food he eats, or whatever, or any of those things. But yes, underneath all of that, not going to go there. But underneath all that, I mean, he has a.
Please don't.
Yeah. But underneath all of that, I do think he's a very principled person. He has an ideology that he deeply cares about. He's consistent with it. I just wish he is completely open and had the same color of that ideology, whatever the true ideology he's consistent about, in all contexts, among the different crowds, and when he's talking to the American people broadly. And I wish he would just do it directly.
I wanted to bring up one other thing with you that I said in our Twitter conversation, is that like I do feel like I have worried about this and whether it happens or not in terms of like the big elections. But I think I think people are seeing it happen a bit. This is the nature of politics. But a part of me is resentful of you because you seems, I don't know if your critique is in some ways like you don't like seeing someone like Mamdani, who I believe is more progressive, or is further along the radical path. He's not a radical, but further along the radical path. And I said to you, like, this is kind of the consequence of you voting for someone radical. That I think people are hoping now. There are people out there like who voted for Trump who hope that the Democrats are going to come in. Maybe they were like disillusioned, but they still voted for Trump. They hope the Democrats are going to come in and bring us back to some normalcy and bring us back to some reasonability and moderate themselves. But I find that very like fucking. It's just like contradictory. When you vote for somebody radical, you don't want the other side to get more radical. I feel like it is a natural consequence of the more radical you're going to go, the pendulum swings. Like, this is just kind of the way things go. Hopefully the Democrats are wise enough to not do that, but I feel like the right has just done that. They're avoiding all accountability for doing that at the moment as we speak. Everyone who tries to force them to take accountability it's just brushed aside, laughed off, and memed at, while they just continue to get more and more radical and laugh about it. But then when Democrats have just one guy like Mamdani, who is novel in terms of like the way he speaks and the way he's campaigned and some of the things he said, all of a sudden it's this whole, why can't you guys do better? I don't understand that. I feel like you've played a part in the radicalization of America, and now you're complaining about it on the other side.
Oh, so this is why I was looking for the exit polling data. So if the exit polling data really does show that those are the motivating factors, that's a primary motivating factor for that vote, then that would be the sort of evidence that would lead me in the direction of what you're saying right now. That yes, that I did play a role in the radicalization of that sort where Mamdani is winning. But that is the sort of data I would like to see, not just like more like anecdotal sentiments of that sort to be convinced of that. But yes, to be clear, if that data does show itself, then I will agree with what you're saying. I'll say, okay, yes, I did contribute to the Democratic Party being radicalized by my vote. That is very interesting information to me. That would be information for me to reflect on.
But even on top of that, that's why at the beginning of this, I want to be clear. That's why at the beginning of this, when you first jumped on, I was saying that I think when you first made the statement, you were talking about individuals, Avi, and Mantis was saying like, oh, she started arguing with that. I do think that seems to be what she was saying, at least, is that like obviously this plays a big factor in why she would be supporting him because of somebody like Trump. And so even if the like exit polling didn't show that was the majority of people, when you're saying, well, I'm not going to listen to people who are willing to support him when I support Trump, but I'm saying that if she's saying, well, you voting for Trump is part of why I would vote for Mamdani, that like it wouldn't even have to be like exit polling data. That's her reason for supporting him, right?
Yeah, like I feel like a lot of the people who are coming at you, that is probably their man, and you can call it stupid, and I think it is stupid. I think it is stupid to just and I think that is what the right has done. They saw the woke stuff and they just went, oh, we'll just be Nazis. I'm not saying they're actual Nazis, but I've heard it a lot. Like, you made me do this. You made me become this way. You made me this racist. I'm allowed to like. Comedy is back. We're allowed to be fucking unhinged now because you were unhinged. Like, even though it wasn't actually, they were just saying TikTok basically. But I do feel like I'm noticing that is what I'm hearing a lot. I call it anecdotal, but I feel like a lot of the people, if you asked a lot of the people, is this why you're criticizing me? If the answer was yes, would you maybe start like
well, Mantis, if you felt like Cuomo was actually fighting against Trump more, if you felt like he was less empathetic to Trump, would you be more in favor with?
I can just straight up. Yeah, I can just straight up say that is why I was actually in favor of Cuomo. I'm pretty I would be an establishment Democrat. Like I'm pretty in the middle. I'm actually in New Zealand. I'm on the right side, but here I guess we're a little more on the left in general, our spectrum. But I would have gone for Cuomo. But yeah, given what I saw and heard in terms of what he was like, his unwillingness to kind of combat Trump, yeah, fuck it, I would go for Mamdani.
Sure. By the way, I'm not sure if
personally, 100%.
Also, I'm not sure I'm quick to sign onto that being the actual case that he's not that Cuomo is like unable to combat Trump. There's several indications of that, both in terms of how he handled with Trump, how he dealt with Trump during when he was mayor. In Trump's first term. And then the other issue is even if you, for whatever it's worth, even when Trump was interviewed about this, which is wild that presidents are being interviewed on local elections like this, but even when Trump was interviewed about this, he did not seem excited. Like, even if Cuomo were to win.
I don't think she's saying he's currently unwilling to do it. I think she's saying that because he seems to be amicable to the Trump administration by taking Trump donor money, and that he said at donor meetings, yes, that he's more willing to work with them. That normally, even especially after what happened with Adams, to where it seems like the Trump administration is almost like blackmailing him or holding leverage over him. That's what everybody's going to be afraid of with Cuomo. And so now, as soon as he starts working with the Trump administration and Trump donors, that's immediately everybody's like, oh shit, they're doing it again. And so now they're like, okay, we gotta move to the one guy we know is not going to do this.
I do feel like that is the sentiment that is growing like very, very strong on the left side, is whether they actually want like a socialist or like whatever in terms of policy. I do feel like right now there is a huge conversation about, we just want someone who isn't pussyfooting around when it comes to the corruption of Trump, and we want people to fight against it. We want the fight. We want the fight. We want the fight. And that's where I think that, like, maybe we have to wait for the polling, but I do feel like that is going to be a big deal in the next 4 years, because that's why I feel like you've seen it with Gavin Newsom. I didn't even fucking like Gavin Newsom, but I'm just glad he's out there, like, doing something, saying something, standing up. He's willing to do whatever the gerrymandering, like, call that crazy. Gerrymandering is not good, like, but in this moment, like, being in the moment, like, people want someone to stand up to the nonsense happening from Trump's side. And I do feel like that's why you end up with people like Mamdani.
Now, to be clear, there's a balance. Now, there's a balance to be struck there as well. I mean, if you're completely not willing to work with the federal government as someone in local government, that has a whole bunch of problems on its own. So there's a balance. You want someone who's gonna have some ability to work with the federal government, but also push back when appropriate. That's the best. And
I think that
mm-hmm.
No, go. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, and look, and Mamdani is also trying to posture himself as the person who's going to do that. He said that, to the degree that Trump wants to work with me to make things more affordable, I'm willing to work with him. But, in terms of his other goals, I'm going to fight him. And I think Cuomo has...
I personally think that anti-corruption is going to be a big message, and it should be. Personally, whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know. But I personally think that anti-corruption should be a big message for the next election. And I think it's because it wouldn't normally go down so well, or it wouldn't normally maybe appeal to as many people as it would this time around. And that is directly in response to Trump. And
it did well after Trump's first administration as well, especially in New York, when you consider like Letitia James and it did fairly well in Trump's first admin too.
Yes, I totally agree on those points. I'm all in favor of less corruption for politicians, as much as that is hard to get these days. I don't want someone who's going to be just opposed to Trump just to oppose to Trump, but yes, when appropriate, to oppose Trump, obviously. And for whatever it's worth, Trump again did not seem thrilled about even if when pondering Cuomo's like small chance of winning if Sliwa were to drop out, Trump did not seem thrilled about that. Which he said as much. He's like, I wouldn't be, he wouldn't be happy with Cuomo winning. Reason he would favor it is if it's a choice between a Democrat and what he described as a communist, even though he's a socialist. Yeah, then he would pick the Democrat. But it's not something that Trump would, be celebrating over.
I do want to ask before you have to go. I'm
with this here. I have an image that I'm sharing, to highlight for the audience to see if anyone can see the screen.
That's
okay. Mine's still loading.
It's a picture of Mamdani opening the gates with all the prisoners running out of Rikers. I did want to ask before you go. So when it comes to like,
unfortunately. Go for it.
I wanted to ask before you go, like when it comes to Israel stuff, like you were saying that this is kind of was a major issue for you in voting for Trump. But I think that you and I are probably pretty close in the little bit that I've heard of you from talking about Israel-Palestine. The major issue that I had with Trump and Israel-Palestine is that even though I am in favor of Israel having a state and being able to exist there and being safe, I also felt like Kamala was going to share those positions, just that she was not going to be as pro-Israel or as easy on Israel. And that seems to be that was a major sticking point for me with Trump's policies. And then even once he actually got into office and is talking about turning Gaza into the next Las Vegas or some shit that seemed just so over the top that even the latest peace plans seemed like a million steps towards that process.
Yeah. Now this is actually a case where the cope ends up working, because there's no way it's going to be Trump Gaza. It's like there's some things that are just so implausible that even you can actually rely on the code.
Wait, but did you actually read the peace plan? He was on he's on the committee, and it doesn't say the president of the United States. It says Donald Trump is on the committee, and these are and they specifically talk about the fact that they are going to be in charge of investments going forward in Gaza. They're going to be in charge of making sure that they bring money into Gaza and all of these things, that they are everything seems to be a plan moving in that direction.
So I agree that stated as it is may more plausibly happen. That is very different than what was proposed with Trump Gaza. But yes, it is closer to that.
Riviera.
Yeah, it's
the Riviera.
Yeah, exactly. So and by the way,
Sure, I don't think it's going to be that explicit. I just mean that they're going to turn it into like I said, like a Las Vegas or like a Riviera, like something that is going to be an investment place for them to make money, and that's
yeah. So
maybe a golden statue. I don't know.
So the thing I would propose, and I know this is, maybe this is a hot take, but especially now with all the destruction that has happened, this might be a situation where Gaza really is just going to be in need of foreign investment. Like, you're going to need foreign capital as part of the rebuilding process. That might not be as bad of a thing as people think it is.
Depending on how much control they have, because yes, it is beneficial for them to have leverage against Israel as well. Is that yes, they have to actually have capital, and in order for them to have capital. Yeah. Right. Well, and in order for them to have capital, they do have to get rid of Hamas in order for people to be willing to invest over there. But the idea,
the other advantage is now you have U.S. invested interest in Gaza, so it's not something the IDF can just bomb.
Yeah, sure, but it does kind of seem as though that would be like more Israel owned at that point. That it is going to be like. Not just them being able to continue what it is that they want in a more moderate direction, but instead it will almost be pretty much Israel owned at that point.
I don't know if I would describe it as pretty much Israel owned. It would be another country with foreign investments in it. As far as what that looks like, I'm not really 100% sure in terms of what government will come out of this, if not Hamas. Maybe PLO, maybe some kind of coalition, but. I don't think it would just be Israel owned. I wouldn't describe it as that.
When I say Israel owned, just to be clear, I'm also not the United States is Israel owned or anything like that. But I do think that yes, that sounds like Israel owned. Yeah.
I think. Well, it's not. Well, we could save that for a different discussion then. But so I don't see it like that. But the other thing I would add is that, look, in the case where there are concessions that are going to be made when a party loses a war, like that is a thing that happens as well. Like you lose a war, you're going to make concessions. I'm actually surprised at the concessions that they made, but I guess it looks like they were at more of a losing end than I thought they would be, particularly after the leaders in Hamas thought that they were protected in Qatar and realized that, actually, Israel's just going crazy and willing to attempt us no matter where we are. And then when the last stronghold of Gaza City was being surrounded by the IDF, the conjunction of those two things, it was an agreed upon peace deal. But there's a reason why the people who were opposed to ceasefire and the people who were screaming ceasefire now had very diametrically opposite views when that peace deal was announced. The ceasefire now crew got all somber and all depressed, and like at Al Jazeera, the reporters looked depressed. And then all the people who seemed pro-war and and anti-ceasefire, they're all celebrating. It's like, what? Wait, we all changed sides on this? And I had a tweet like, now that we all changed sides on this, like, let me just say, ceasefire now.
Yeah.
And the reason is for a number of people, this really was never about Palestinian lives. It was never about Gazan lives. It was about which side is going to win, which side is going to get favorable terms. And the terms are basically what looks like a surrender from the Hamas side. It just is. The leverage is very, very...
They don't have a choice. Yeah.
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 And so, but that is the thing, Tom. And like when you lose a war and you surrender, there are concessions.
I agree, but I did hope that the United States would be a little bit more explicit with actually having more fair terms. Especially, I think that a lot of this happened over Israel continuing to extend their borders and the occupations and the that there needed to be like land swaps or something involved that actually gave a real solution. And when like ceasefire now is like cool and all, but it's just another ceasefire in the 30 that we had over the last what is it 80 years. So
the biggest difference that separates this ceasefire is that there are no living hostages in Hamas's captivity anymore.
Well, yeah, sure, but I'm saying that, like, as far as moving forward, there's nothing that stops Palestine or Palestinians from fighting back again, because if they still have the same conditions after the war as they had before the war, then it just seems likely that, and this is what all of these wars over and over.
Yeah, the difference is it's a lot easier for the IDF to completely obliterate and finish the job because they don't have any live hostages to worry about now.
Well, sure, but that is part of what I'm talking about. It's the fact that, like, it is that I do.
That also is unfeasible. Like, that really is also unfeasible. It's not really an option on the table for Israel. The world, like, some of the world will probably be okay with it, but I think largely.
I don't mean like carpet bomb or nuke it. I just mean like go in and be more aggressive, take over whole territory, continue to conduct airstrikes.
I just want.
I mean, they were sort of doing it anyway. It's even with the live hostages, but now even without the live hostages, there really is less just very unilateral leverage. So again, look, it's a surrender. Yeah, could the terms have been more fair? Yes. Am I happy with the way the terms are overall? Yes. They definitely favor Israel. I'm happy about that. They definitely and in terms of the rebuilding process, like. Yeah, I mean, there will be concerns about colonialist involvement. I'm not going to deny that. There will be people making cases that this is colonialist expansion. This is the United States putting its hand in things again. On the other hand, yeah, Gaza probably will need foreign investment in the situation that it's currently in. Mm-hmm. So look, there's a balancing act. I don't really have the solution to exactly where that balancing act is, but that's a whole different problem to figure out, and it's one step at a time. The rest of the hostage bodies haven't even been delivered yet, and the government that's going to take over Gaza hasn't even been figured out yet. So these are all, of course, not still important concerns, but I don't think we're going to figure that out until we figure out the more temporally close, proximal parts of the peace plan.
Steps are taken.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you could come on and talk. I think you'll probably have to go, but I did want to just point out, like, this is nothing insightful or anything, but I am noticing. I guess your tweet triggered me a little bit. Your tweet triggered me a little bit because I am noticing this very, like, it's not reactionary, but that reaction of I feel like Trump is in place, and what is happening, the movement that's happened on the right over the last decade has happened as a response, in response to what has been kind of, I think, unfairly, some things went too far on the left, and I think that's true. But
it's also reactionary.
The characterization is largely like a strong. Well, it's also reactionary too, yeah, I guess. Sometimes he says I'm using the word wrong, so now I don't know what the fuck I'm saying half the time. But yeah, it's this reactionary politics where, okay, but we only did this because of the woke stuff, and then so that's why we've ended up here, and I only voted here because of all this woke stuff, and so now we're getting to a point, and I'm very nervous that it's just going to go the opposite way. Like, what your tweet kind of said was, well, you can't get mad at me because now you're going to vote for this Mamdani guy, and all these people are saying, well, you can't get mad at us because you voted for Trump, and it's just going to be this is just kind of how people work, and it's just going to go around until some people stand up and say, hang on, this is fucked, this is also fucked, and how about we just be reasonable people for a while. But
I'd love that. Just to clarify what I was saying, yeah, I'm not saying you can't be mad at me if you voted Mamdani. I'm not saying it doesn't take your justification to be upset with the things I've done away. What I was trying to say is that it's just you're not really the sort of person that I personally want to hear it from. You can be mad all you want, you can do it. It's just I just don't want to see another.
Which is what they're saying to you.
Yeah,
which is what they're saying to you.
Say to me
because you voted Trump. We don't really want to hear.
But I'm not going to people. Wait, but no, there's a difference there because I'm not going to the pages of people who I know are voting Mamdani and bitching at them for doing it. Okay.
Well, and you also didn't say that you voted for Trump because everybody else was too progressive, right? Like, you weren't like,
I didn't say that either.
We need to get rid of these wokies, and so yeah.
Yeah, that is another. Yeah, that's another disanalogy. I had my reasons of my own, not because of reactionary reasons. But the other thing is, I'm also not going to people's timelines and every other one of their tweets going, "Hey, heard you're voting for Mamdani. You're going to regret this. Are you betraying New York City? Aren't you going to?" I'm not doing that. I'm not engaging in that behavior. Whereas all these fucks are doing that with me. Like every time something happens, they come to me. Okay, they don't just, and they post all fucking day, every day. Okay, it's lucky if it's once a day about how I voted me.
Yeah,
I voted for. That's the difference.
I mean, it's hard because right now people are experiencing. People are always going off at me because like, what are you? You're from New Zealand. What the fuck do you care about American politics? Like, largely, I am invested in American politics. I care about it. It still affects my country. The tariffs and shit still affect my country. Shit that happens in America still affects me. We're just a tiny little country that kind of depends on the rest of the world largely for our economy. But like also, you know, I have family that live in America. I have a sister that lives in Idaho, and I know that her, you know, healthcare premiums have gone from apparently $30 to now $500. That's quite the leap because she's a green card holder. Like apparently she's just worthless, and so she has to pay like however many more percentage that is. So there are things that actually have effects, and I think it's hard for people when they're feeling the effects of the Trump administration right now to not look at a Trump voter and say, holy fuck, like, how can you, like, it's just the hypocrisy of any kind of criticism levied at anyone on the other side right now. It just feels hypocritical, whether or not your reasons for voting for Trump and you're capable of criticizing Trump and, you know, you don't like some of the things and you're probably a bit more reasonable than other Trump voters, whatever. But that's the sentiment, I think.
Come
and
on,
so,
you can do more than that. I'm not just a bit more reasonable. Most of my content is criticizing Trump, by the way.
Well, I'm saying that because there's been times where I've been far too charitable to people. I've left and I've gone and looked at their shit and I've realized I should have sworn at them and thrown a few slurs. Like, I'm not kidding. So I'm being as charitable as I can. I think you are more reasonable, but yeah, we'll see.
I see. All right, well, we'll see what happens. Yes, if those like I said, if those exit polls do end up presenting themselves, I would be interested in seeing them because that actually is something that would change my view on the empirics of the situation, and it would play into me potentially shifting my. It would directionally change my view on the Trump vote in terms of like leading.
Yeah.
Wherever the needle is, it would shift it. So that would be an important piece of data. All right, but it is late. I do have to. It was great talking with you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you hopping on, man.
Nice to talk to you as well. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, for sure. All right, good talk. Take care, guys.
Later.
See ya.
Yeah, I had just woken up and Mantis messaged me and she's like, hey.
Can you turn your camera on?
Yeah. She's like, hey, time to go. We gotta get online. You gotta start stream. And I look at Twitter and yeah, there's like I'm tagged in a tweet that says like, well, hop on Tom Foolery's stream, and there's like a whole thread there of them arguing with one another. And so yeah, I was like, oh shit, all right, we gotta go. Fucking immediately just hopped up out of bed and
it's content time, bitch.
Yeah.
Spontaneous content finder.
Yeah.
Like I do I don't normally respond to Avi. I actually like a lot of Avi's tweets. Like I think he comes from a fairly. Do you know why? Because I didn't know he was a Trump voter, to be honest. Because this sounds, and it's just pretty judgmental.
But he makes fun of progressives.
Like academic, yeah. But I also make fun of progressives.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and that's why. I thought he was like an establishment Democrat. I was like, yeah, fucking yes, we need more of you. But I just fucking he did.
Well, I thought he was Trump. Too.
But
I thought he was as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's at the moment it is frustrating because as soon as you hear that someone voted for Trump, there is like a massive hypocrisy thing. Just like it's just so discrediting. It is just so. Maybe in the first time around, it was like okay, whatever. But now, and given what he said he was going to do and what he is doing, it just to me it discredits so much. It just almost. I said in my message to him, like it. I think almost, if not entirely, discredits your vitriol towards a Mamdani voter. Like it almost discredits your consideration about Rikers. it just almost entirely discredits that. I mean, how can you give a fuck about Rikers when you're seeing like your constitution just be torn apart? I don't know,
you
but
have a
it's
criminal
the
in the
nature of
White
politics.
House.
Yeah.
You're, I guess, like when you're more worried
Yeah,
about
well,
like
I didn't bring it
violent
up, and I was
criminals.
going to.
That well, he's saying like violent criminals.
Well,
He's
I didn't
afraid of
bring it
like
up.
these people engaging in violence against people in the streets, which makes sense, and that's why I was thinking of Obama when it came to Guantanamo Bay. But yeah, he is right that there is a substantive difference in the fact that like Obama had to go in and actually do a lot to get Guantanamo Bay shut down, whereas Mamdani doesn't have to do anything and it just gets shut down. And so
Yeah,
the hope is that if he gets elected, he will do something. He will do something to extend it until there's somewhere to put these
private
people or
solution is
yeah,
what should be said. Yeah,
yeah. And
because like
that's
I
not
don't know
being
if I believe
proposed
that
right now.
he won't find a solution, and the solution would be to like put the criminals on the street. I find that hard to believe, but I could be wrong, but who knows. I didn't bring it up, but I wanted to, because I just don't want to go down I didn't, whatever. But the whole like I don't want criminals let out on my streets. Well, fuck again. You voted for a dude who was pretty clear about wanting to pardon the J6s, and that's all right. And a lot of those were violent criminals, in my opinion. It's not seditious conspiracy is bad enough. It doesn't have to be violence to be a pretty fucking bad crime. So
Yeah.
again, it's the hypocrisy of like I don't know how much anyone cares about your opinion on the streets of New York when you didn't care about all that. So
Well, and it's
yeah.
yeah, you want to make sure that like you're not making the claims about like what it is that other people are voting for, because that is the thing that he kept trying to say. And when he first came in here, he's like, "Oh, I'm just here because before you hopped in, he was immediately like, I'm just here because I know it's impossible for her to prove that this is what everybody's voting for. So it's like, that's it." And I'm thinking, oh, so he's just going to come in, say, "Where's the polling?" You're going to say, "I don't have it." And he's going to be like, "All right, cool, adios," and just leave. And so I'm glad it turned into more
Well,
of
I
like
don't
a
think it's
conversation.
impossible to. I don't think it might be impossible to prove right now, but I don't. If there is exit polling, or I'm sure that that data will come out. Like I believe that so far the things that are being said about Mamdani matter, and I don't think that they're untrue.
Well, sure,
And I
but
don't
that's
think,
why. But that's
I
why
think
I'm
that
saying that
that's all you have.
it
Go
was
on.
important not to make it about what the voters are doing or why they're going to do it, and because his initial tweet was about like it was an interpersonal thing. Like if you support Mamdani, then I'm XYZ, right? And so it's more so to say, this is why I support Mamdani. I support him because he's the one who's not going to like lay down for Trump, and Cuomo is. And so otherwise I might have been in favor of Cuomo, but that's not the case now. So now I don't like Cuomo. And
That
that like
was
as
what I
long as it's
mentioned. I did
yeah,
say that.
yes, you did. And so that's what I would say is that like the more like interpersonal part was the important aspect of it, is to say like this is why I would do it, is because I'm not going to vote for Cuomo when this is the case. And that's why he kept saying like, well, the exit polling, but the exit polling. So that's why I was like, it's not the exit polling, it's the interpersonal. She's voting. She would vote for Mamdani for this reason, or she likes Mamdani, or she supports Mamdani over Cuomo for this reason. Because
That's
yeah,
even and that's even like the as someone who like isn't that I don't like the progressive shit. I don't like the socialist like idealistic shit. I don't know if his policies would even like it's sadly like I would even say I would support Mamdani over Cuomo, and I didn't initially when this all started. I was like, oh yeah, Cuomo, cool, that's cool. At least he's kind of the moderate, like he's the one that we really want. But yeah, no, as it's gone on, I'm fuck it. Like, unfortunately, he hasn't done enough to like say that he would stand up against Trump. He just didn't do enough, and that is kind of like at the moment. I do think if I'm thinking that, and I don't know if I'm like the most reasonable person, but I don't like the progressive left wing blah 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 stuff. If I'm thinking that, then I can't imagine what like far lefties are thinking. That absolutely must play a role, whether or not we don't have the evidence for it, but that must play a role. The authenticity thing that everyone's harping on about must play a role. Like so, and yeah, like
well, so just to be clear, the reason that I said also reactionary is because reactionary means anti-progressive. And so when you first started saying like this it's not reactionary, but it is people reacting to the left because they hate the woke people on the left. It's like, okay, well that actually is
But I was talking about the
reactionary
right as
because
well,
they no.
in the left.
Okay, right, but I was saying you were saying the people
Sorry,
were
the left
voting
as
for
well.
Trump. You were saying people voted for Trump because they hated the woke people on the left and they had gone too far left. And it's like, okay, that is reactionary. They're saying that they hate the people are getting too
Yeah,
progressive,
but the other
and so
the
they're
vice versa
they're
wasn't.
going
But I
anti.
still
Yeah.
mean to use it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know how else you explain, because it's not a response. It's not just a response to it. It's like the people on the left who are going for people like Mamdani, who want people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or the people who want Rokana, the people who want like these probably a little bit more on the populist side. The populists essentially, I feel like, are doing it in reaction to. I mean, they might have already felt that, but I feel like it's a bigger movement there, and it's because they want the fight, and that is because it's in reaction to the corrupt right, and so it's.
Yeah, well, that
I
is
don't know
the
what
way
other
that
word
people
to
use
use.
reactionary as they say reactionary as a reaction to, but in politics reactionary means anti-progressive. And so like it just always means anti-progressive, like anti like, you know, farther left especially social policies. And so it's like, you know, anti-gay or anti
Yeah.
like you know, racial integration or things like that. And so like the Nazis were a reactionary group, or you know, Jim Crow is considered reactionary laws, things like that.
Yeah, I get it.
Even though at the
Well,
time Jim
I
Crow
see
was
Cat Bear
put
in
in
the chat,
place by
and
the progressives.
I would like to say that this last week, learning how to play COD has ruined my life, and I appreciate Catmare for introducing me to COD because it's been fucking it's been totally worth it, to be honest. Like, I feel I'm gonna get back on my routine, but this week I've like eaten way less, I've slept way less, I've exercised less, I'm vaping again now, just so everyone knows. I quit vaping like in January, so now now I'm addicted to vaping again. I'm a worse person, literally a worse person after 1 week of playing COD.
Just back to
And,
shooting up heroin and smoking crack
and
again.
Yeah, and the 13 kills I got the other day and 2 deaths was like fucking totally worth it. Totally worth it. I want that KD. I want like a better KD. That's what I want. So, fuck.
Didn't yesterday? I thought you got more yesterday. I thought you got, oh no, that's right. I thought you had 14. Somebody else had 14. Okay.
I got 12 at some stage in the last day or so, but
yeah,
still haven't broken the 13 record.
Yeah, I do think that one game yesterday, holy moly, that was insane. Holy fucking crap, that was fucking insane.
Fucking intense.
There was not a fucking bot for a mile, dude. Holy shit. Normally I'm annoyed by all the bots. Yesterday, I would have loved to have seen a bot in that fucking game. That would have been great. I thought I died like 20 fucking times. I would have, if you had asked me like before the stats popped up, how many times did you die? I would have been like, oh, 20 fucking times. I died 5, but I literally thought I died 20 times.
Yeah, it was fucking annoying. It's good for me though. Like when we play and Meerkat's the promoted was like the party leader, and we go into his servers. That's what I did yesterday before we played. I played like 2 or 3 rounds on his and his friends' servers or whatever, like their level, and it was fucking stupid. Like, I shouldn't be there, but it is fun. It is like, I probably would learn faster if I just played like that more, but
maybe.
Or I would get annoyed and throw the remote and break the PlayStation.
Yeah, it's weird, you guys. So I do think that like American servers are set up for tons of other people from other countries to be able to play on them, because lots of people use American servers anyways. So like whenever we play Americans, we hear everybody from everywhere. Like we hear like, you know, all sorts of accents from all over the world. We hear the British people, the Australian people, the Kiwi people, the Nigerian people. Like we hear everybody on all of our video game servers everywhere. But whenever I go onto like Kiwi servers or Australian servers, every time they're like, is that an American? I'm like, where are you guys playing? What the fuck? So yeah, I think.
Why would you play on a American? Why would you? I don't know.
So I'm no. My point is
like
that
common for Kiwis to play on American servers? Probably not.
yes. Yes, is what I'm saying. Yes, we hear Australians and like all sorts of people all the time. I think Kiwi and Australian servers the same. I think you guys have one server.
Why.
I think you guys have one server, but I'm saying that I think that you guys seem to have a much better connection to me than I have to you. Even though I have a great internet, I've got fucking fiber. I've got like 1,000 up and 1,000 down. Like I've got very good internet. Yet when I go on y'all servers, I am lagging like crazy. I can't do anything everywhere I shoot. I'm like skipping everywhere. But when you guys come on the mine, you guys seem to do fine, and you get more. You've set your record on kills on the US servers, not on the New Zealand, Australian servers. So yeah, so it's I do think that there is like something about US servers that gives you guys a better connection.
So I was wondering if maybe like Kiwis run out of, maybe this isn't true, this is total speculation, but what do Kiwis like run out of people to play with, like real people? So they go to American.
There's more people.
That's why they're over there more probably.
There's more people on US talks about how uncultured people from America are, and that
you just flagged out.
I think you did. So you numerous times just went completely blurry at the beginning of y'all's debate. What? On stream?
It says F. You just buffered.
Oh, weird. Yeah, during the debate, you were skipping in and out, especially at the beginning, and he didn't skip at all. And you would like your video would go very blurry numerous times. I think I might.
Oh yeah, my connection on Discord always is like this. It's kind of shit. I have fiber and everything, so I don't know why. Everything else works.
Yeah, but your fiber is still only like
fucks up as well.
Your fiber when we tested it was only like 300 down, I think. Whereas my fiber, it's normally about 2,000 down. So yeah, I've got. I might need to restart all of my stuff because. Yesterday it was really laggy as well, and I don't know what the issue is. I've never restarted my router before, and they even said that like you don't ever have to restart your router. Like even if your power goes down, the second it's back up, your internet's back up. But I might do that in a little bit here because yeah, I'm not sure what. But anyways, there was a guy talking about the fact that like he travels all over Europe, and everybody talks about Americans not being well traveled, and that they like they don't go to other places, they don't understand other cultures and stuff like that. And this Irish guy was like in the United States walking around in a neighborhood, and he's like, it's really weird. He's like, but I've always heard this my entire life. I've been to 3 different places in America over the last couple of weeks, and I'm realizing they don't need to go anywhere. He's like, everywhere I've been here, they have so many different cultures. This place is so massive. They have like, they take vacations within the country. He's like, that's insane. Like nobody from the UK takes vacation inside the country. But here they can take vacations in the country and go tons of other places because every state is bigger than the UK, or bigger than like Great Britain or something. So yeah, he was talking about this, and I think yeah, like that's part of it is that there's just way more people here. It's a much bigger place, and the United States invented the fucking internet. Like most everybody for a while was using only US internet servers. And that's all the internet was. It was a while afterwards that other countries started building their own servers for their own internet, to where there was a disconnect there for a while. But yeah, it was like this was where everybody was.
I think that's true. I think that's true, but there is a reason why we call like Americans are considered kind of insular. Like when you go traveling, there's some Americans are around, but I feel like because America's so big and stuff, Americans just stick in their country, and there's so much to see within America alone that
right.
and different.
That is why.
whatever, different cultures, I suppose. But I do still think that Americans are pretty insular. I think it's not the same going within America from state to state or seeing different states and parts of America as it is to, okay, now go to Vietnam. Like, tell me that's not fucking different. Like, now go to China, go to Morocco. Like, come on. Like, this is like so different, and there's no amount of travel within America that's going to show you the different cultures. I just think
Is
it's not
this a debate? Yeah, take out the EB. It's a date.
Wait, you can't take out the E.
Yeah, you take out the EB, and then it's just
Oh,
DAT.
two E's. There's two E's.
Oh, yeah, not the last
yeah,
E. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of true. Like, I hate to say it, but Americans are a little bit, but because in New Zealand we're so small and we only have so much history to learn, and even though it's kind of rich and interesting and stuff, I suppose it's like we're founded from, we've got to learn about Britain, and then we've got Australia's right there, that's got a whole different unique history, but we're like huge on socio geopolitics and stuff. And why everyone always says when I come on, like, where is Mantis from? Why does she even care about American politics? Why does it even matter? And it's like, because we've like raised to look outward. Like, our whole thing here is as soon as you get to 18, you either go on an overseas trip, like that's what you do. You go on an OE, overseas education, before you go to university, or you go to university and then you go on your OE. But like New Zealand culture is to fuck off and to go and see the rest of the world, and then you come back or whatever. Most of the time, like a lot of Kiwis don't even come back, but it's like super big. Yeah, Aaron said it. Mantis doesn't even go here.
Well, yeah. So the problem is that this is
politics than a lot of fucking Americans. So
this has always been the way it's been. Like in like Twitch politics and everything, we had people like Chud Logic and Vivian Wolf and like all of these British people who were always part of like the conversation of American politics. There's Bad Empanada. There's like there's tons and tons of the Cavernacle, like tons of fucking British people all over the internet who are some of the biggest voices in American politics right now. So it is not an odd thing. All of the people that I just mentioned, they're all leftists. So I don't like every single one of them. Chud,
Yeah.
Vivian Wolf, Cavernacle, Bad Empanada, all of them are fucking leftists. But yeah.
Don't you reckon that? Because I watched the debate between Lona Box and Drew Pavlo the other day, and it was all about the UK and UK immigration and UK reforms and stuff like that. And I noticed, like, not many Americans care about it, want to cover it, are interested. They just, whenever it comes to other countries,
but he's also Australian,
and they kind of have a big influence as well.
He also doesn't go there.
But I'm saying the Americans. No, I'm not. I know that, but I'm
saying that. I'm saying that.
Covering it.
I'm saying it. He also does not go there.
Okay. My point is that the Americans don't really want to cover it, though. They don't want to learn about other people's politics, and then the rest of us are curious about American politics because it's not only because American politics is influential for the rest of the world, but it's also because American politics is a fucking circus. It is unhinged, retarded, ridiculous. Most of your politics is just watching a reality TV show, unfortunately, that has real consequences, that is just so unhinged and stupid and fucking like theatrical that you can't look away. It is just, especially you notice like more people got involved in politics when Trump came in because Trump is unhinged and everyone likes outrage porn. So that's why, like, if you come to New Zealand, we've got sometimes the odd interesting debate. I remember here, it wasn't even that insane, but I remember when we had our legalized weed referendum and euthanasia referendum, it was like, oh my god, and there was like this generational fight between will the youth be able to get weed legalized, but we didn't because we still have like a fucking huge boomer culture in New Zealand, so those retards ruined it for us. It was like 49-51 49-51 or something, but yeah, basically American politics is just such outrage porn that it is hard to look away. It's hard not to be interested in it. And it does influence the rest of the world. Like, if New Zealand didn't do a thing or didn't pass a thing or something didn't go through, what the fuck does it matter to America? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reset all my stuff real quick. Because yeah, this is it is still getting blurry, and I assume this also probably has a lot to do with the problems that I had last night on the game, because I was glitching really bad on the game at parts that I couldn't tell if it was just a glitch or if it was the update or if it was my internet or what. And it wasn't my stream glitching, it was the game glitching. Like, it happened over and over where I was just skipping, I lagged out, just had black screen for a while, came back, like it just kept happening, and it was really annoying. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can fix that. But I do plan on playing later. If are you gonna come play tonight?
Yeah, I probably will. I want an early night tonight, though.
Okay. Well, last night you were like, yeah, we're going for an hour, and then
I'm gonna cook dinner.
15 minutes later, you're like, never mind.
Yeah, because today's Labor Day in New Zealand, so everyone gets a day off. I thought I had to work, but then I found out that I didn't have to work, so I was like, yeah, I can stay up late and be a complete. I didn't get out of bed today till 10:30 a.m. and I did go for an hour or two walk, but like 10:30 a.m. Literally haven't done that for probably like 5 years.
Nice.
So that's fucked.
I slept.
I just want to make sure I want to cook dinner tonight and actually sit down and eat dinner like a normal human, instead of not eating anything and vaping all night and then getting to a point where I'm like, and need to like order food. So
yeah, stop vaping. It was good. It was good. Everybody's so proud of you. You stopped vaping. You just quit. Don't go back. It's stupid. The stupid video game's not worth going back to it either.
It's so much more fun vaping while you're playing games. That nicotine hit, baby.
But you're not just doing it while you're playing games, so.
Look, I'll be honest, everyone, like most people in Tom's audience, they know that I'm an alcoholic, like in recovery. So I was struggling with sobriety because it's been a bit of a roller coaster week, and I was struggling with my sobriety a bit this week. I was like, I had a lot of energy and I didn't know where to put it. And I had a lot of nervous energy as well. And a little bit was from the game, but like, I didn't know where to put it. And sometimes I want to drink when I'm like that. And I was thinking about drink for the first time this whole entire year. And I was like, oh, fuck. So it's like, I don't have any vices. There's lots of shit that I could do in those situations. It's the one thing is, if it's vape, I'd rather choose the vape than a drink, so.
Oh, and I'm sure, I know we have a lot of addicts in my audience.
I've quit the vape so many times, it's not hard for me to quit the vape. I can actually just I could just get rid of the vape and I just go cold turkey and then I'm done. That's it.
Well, wasted it, yeah, if she drinks caffeine, it actually makes that nervous energy even worse, apparently, so. They're like, yeah, just get addicted to caffeine.
I can't even have like an instant coffee.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I can't even have an instant coffee. If I have an instant coffee, I will like have panic attacks and I'll get like, feel like I'm on cocaine. It's crazy. It's kind of fun if I ever want to feel like I'm on cocaine, I guess, but I don't, because then it makes me want to drink, so.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna reset everything. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'm gonna leave the stream up. It's just gonna take maybe 2 minutes to reset my computer and my internet, and then if we hit the goal in the next hour, we got $23 to go, then we'll do another 3 hours, and then I will play Call of Duty for the last 2 hours. So if we you're abandoning us. No, I'm not abandoning you.
That was fun. I'm glad.
Just stay here.
I'm glad that Avi came on. I'm glad that happened. That was fun.
Not so erudite. Thank you for the raid. Let's go. You guys got here at a weird time. I got to reset my computer real quick. So just stay here. Don't go anywhere. The stream is not going to go anywhere. It's just going to lag for a minute.
You're going to lose everyone.
Yeah.
You guys, if you haven't watched before you came in, Avi Bitterman came on and spoke to me about some of the shit that he was saying on Twitter. so you can watch. Whether it's interesting or not to you, I don't know, but you can go and watch that. But
Dr. Avi,
yeah, I'm glad he came on. I'll get into more fights with people on Twitter so they can come onto your stream and do debates.
Good idea. Yeah, I do. I want to try to
guys.
start doing like Twitter spaces sometime. I almost suggested doing it on a Twitter space
you should.
instead of on Discord. I probably should have, but yeah, the debate's over.
Spaces are really like technically shit. They kind of fail sometimes, but yeah, they are pretty good to get like randoms in and to get people to come up.
Okay. All right.
Okay, adios.
Later, Gator. All right. So yeah, as I was saying, my internet's fucking up a little bit right now, and so I need to reset everything. So give me just a second. Stay put. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Kyla, for the raid. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up and subscribe real quick. Just don't go anywhere. The stream's not going to go down. It's not. I'm just resetting my computer. It takes 2 minutes. So just chill with your ADHD. All right, and I will reset real quick. Not shutting down the stream. Again, the stream's not going anywhere. So just stay there. Don't move. I'll be right back. Okay. Just getting everything set. Oh no. Okay, yeah, forgot it. Yeah, still getting the chat set back up, still getting all this stuff set back up. So give me just a second. I know I have a way to just like pull up all of my old tabs that I just X'd out of, right? There's a way to do this. 10 tabs. Restore windows. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go. All right, I'm hoping the chat pulls back up. Ah, we still got 100 people here? Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, alrighty then. Yeah, if you guys missed the debate earlier, we just ended a debate. The idea, I guess, was, but well, I suppose we should probably go over the tweets, but fuck yeah, my chat's not working yet. Let's see. What the fuck? Okay. This is being weird. I totally forgot that when I restart my computer during a stream. Tom, what do you think about Sassafras 84? Well, so earlier when he was talking about the fact that you've probably seen a lot more racist memes about Mamdani than you've seen about him emptying the prisons or Rikers Island. Sassafras 84 is one of the people that has posted really racist stuff. And one of the things that she said was, after 9/11, Americans said that we would never forget. How did New York forget so quickly? They're electing a Muslim. That's what she said. They're electing a Muslim. And I replied to her and I said, what we promised to never forget was that radical extremism is what ruins our country. And you are what it is that we promised to never forget. You are a fucking radical extremist. And you are the, bigotry and hatefulness towards a group. This is what incentivizes people to go fly planes into buildings. And you are what it is that we are promising to never forget. So, but yeah, Sassafras 84, if you guys watched the debate that I had recently with a guy who was saying that the left is more violent than the right, one of the tweets that I went over and over and over and over was from Sassafras 84, where she says something like the left, we have to make sure that the left takes accountability. And somebody said, what does that accountability look like? And she said, public executions. So yeah, that's Sassafras 84. And the guy who I was debating, he was like, oh, she's just a random. Nobody knows who she is. I was like, bro, she has more followers than Destiny. You keep talking about how big Destiny is, how influential Destiny is. She has more followers on Twitter than Destiny does. So give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a fucking break. Like, there's always some way to like hide from accountability. When I say that, I don't mean public executions, but okay, so this chat is working. Why isn't my chat on screen working? Let me just refresh the cache. All right, let's see. Test. There we go. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, so yeah, so you can see the very top here's this is Avi. So Avi posted 16 hours ago. Good morning. If you're voting or even supporting Mamdani, I'm done hearing you bitch about my Trump vote. Fuck off and fuck you. And then, yeah, there's Brianna Wu. She says, I don't support him, so I will continue being annoyed. Guilt-free. Haha. He said, yes, you get a pass. You get a pass vent off on me. Or, okay, you get a pass. Vent off on me as much as you want. This person said, I don't support the guy, but it's pretty stupid to equate supporting the two. One is the king of the gullible, also known as the retards, a man capable of leading them anywhere he wants and arguably the most infamous con artist in history. Evil, stupid, vindictive, and dishonest. His only redeeming traits being proactive and commanding attention make him even more dangerous. The other, regardless of his beliefs, will just be the mayor of New York. Kind of true. Although I do think Mamdani kind of has the potential to eventually run for president. He does. Like the way that he's really popped off in such a big way really gives him the ability to take that energy into the very next fucking election. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he could truly just turn around, because this has become nationwide support. This has become a nationwide conversation, a worldwide conversation, to the point that, yes, he could, like, if he actually gets in and is able to maintain that energy, he could probably turn it around and just take it right into the fucking presidential election. He probably won't. That would be a little unprecedented. But I'm saying that is like a very possible thing. No Americans will support him, though. Wait, who? Mamdani? He's about to win in New York. What do you mean? Like, you kind of only need like again, like to win the presidential election, you kind of only need to win like 2 states, New York and California. Well, I guess in Texas, but yeah. He definitely is groomed for it. I mean, groomed as in prepared and equipped for public speaking. And as soon as the lunatic leftists inevitably disown him because he doesn't give them 100% of what they want, then he will definitely have a chance running for higher office. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. One of the things that Mantis brought up is the fact that he has moderated in the last debate. If you guys watched the debate with him versus Seawall and Cuomo, he definitely came off as very moderate compared to what I expected him to. He definitely, like, the way that he talked about things, the positions that he gave, the way that he answered questions, the retorts, it was all very, very moderate compared to what it is that I expected from him. And that is something that makes me a little worried. That was one of the things that Avi brought up as him being a chameleon. Mantis brought this up as being a good politician, but it is something that worries me a little bit, because when I watched that debate, I thought, I am totally expecting like progressives to just be furious with him after this debate. And I haven't seen polling after the debate, but I would imagine progressives were definitely upset with him. So we'll see how that goes. But all right, so yeah, so he posted this, then he quote tweeted himself. He said, "This isn't me being hyperbolic, by the way. If you're a if you're a disgusting shit stain voting for Mamdani, even after hearing him double down on profoundly evil and downright murderous positions like Riker's, you can take your righteous indignation about Trump votes and shove them. Also, fuck you." This is really surprising to me that he's able to, like, not only that he votes for Trump, but that he's willing to be like this defensive of it. Because I know a lot of people who voted for Trump that were very quickly expressing their vote regret. And who's the Richard, the guy with the weird last name? Hanania? Richard Hanania is somebody that has done that as well. It was surprising that Richard was willing to vote for Donald Trump, and then after he votes for Trump, he immediately came out with his vote regret within like 3 or 4 months of Trump getting into office. And so Hanania? Are you sure? I don't think it's Hanania. But anyways, and so yeah, like that's kind of what I would expect. And then yeah, he posted below that I'm still happy to debate Mamdani supporting shit stains, though, much as I'm still happy to debate neo-Nazis and terrorist apologists. So in this After this post, Mantis quote tweeted him and said, "But you voted for Trump." And he replied with one of his own tweets that said, "I didn't expect Mamdani supporters to be that bright. So just to spell it out, if you have an issue with this, you have two choices. And it's the same two choices for how I will engage a neo-Nazi or terrorist. One, debate me over voice. Two, get blocked. You will not be bitching at me over my comments on my page anymore. You are subhuman filth to me, and I will not be having that privilege without a block in return. I'm still happy to debate you over voice, just like other monsters, like Nazis and terrorist apologists. But no, you're not a friend, associate, or someone I even want as a follower." Damn, dude. This is fucking harsh, bro. Yeah, this is this is on another fucking level. Sheesh. It seems a little unhinged. I don't know where the fuck the thread goes from there, because Mantis didn't reply to either one of those things. So oh, she quote tweeted the reply. Okay. So she said, "The point I was making is that the action deserves critique regardless, and almost, if not entirely, discredits your tantrum throwing about other people's post-Trump electoral decision. Welcome to the consequences of your actions. Yours truly, a non-Mamdani supporter." So, yeah, the idea here is, and this is generally an argument that I don't like, you should have read the tweets first. He was in a hurry to get on. I wasn't able to read the tweets first. Like, he was trying to hurry, and then as soon as he jumped on, I said, I do want to go over the tweets, and he's like, "Well, I'll just explain." And so, yeah, I thought, okay, it'll be better for you guys to just explain your positions than to actually go over the entire tweet thread, because it's going to be hard for me to find each and every single fucking tweet, as I'm struggling to do right now. Yeah, generally, I don't like this as an argument to say that, like, Mamdani is winning because, you guys did X, Y, and Z. Because this is an argument that not Nazis, but that Trump voters use a lot, is that, like, we voted for Trump because you guys went too far left. Or, they said, we voted for Trump because you guys have become too progressives, or you guys are too woke. That's the kind of shit that they say all the time, and it's kind of annoying, because it should be about the policies. It should be about the fact that you actually like what it is that the person is saying. You like the policies that they have, but instead they're like, "We like that he calls leftist Democrats names. We like that he makes fun of them. We like that he doesn't back down. We like that he says funny jokes about them." Like, that's fucking stupid. But then, yeah, anytime somebody was like, "Dude, I can't believe you voted for Trump," they're like, "Well, this is your fault. You made me be a fucking Nazi. You made me be a fascist. This is your fault that I'm a fucking fascist. So take responsibility." What? You're a fascist because of us? That doesn't make sense. But yeah, in this case, I do think that the fact that in the New York race, this actually is particular, like, this argument actually does make sense here.
Aram Sound tipped $10. Avi left out the whole "I also told people to fuck off" part. Convenient lol.
I think he mentioned it. No, he did mention it. He said that he was tired of talking to those people, and that if they're not willing to, like, engage, then he doesn't want to hear their criticisms anymore. So But yeah, in this case, that argument actually does make sense. Like, this is a very particular scenario with Mamdani where this argument does make sense. It doesn't make sense with Trump. It does make sense here because with Trump, you had other options. You had other options in the 2016 election. You had other options in the 2020 election. You had other options in the 2024 election. All three times you chose Donald Trump. All three times you chose Donald Trump. So you can't turn around and blame everybody else for you choosing Donald Trump. All of the other people that were running were also against the woke people. They were also against the Democrats. They were also against. You could have voted for tons of Republican politicians. I'm having a lot of trouble fucking speaking today. I don't know if it's because I just woke up or what, but anyways, you had a lot of options there that you could have picked. You chose Trump. In the scenario with Mamdani, there's really only two options here. You could say three, but it was, Mayor Adams, who was the incumbent. He just got fucking blackmailed by Trump, and he was already under investigation and being charged for corruption. And then when Trump got in there, he said that he was giving him a pardon or just dropping all of the charges in lieu of Adams backing Trump on his like immigration policy, not giving money to immigrants, crap like that. Then the other option is Cuomo, who was a good establishment Democrat option until he lost in the primaries and then immediately turned around and started taking money from Trump donors. And once you start taking money from Trump donors, apparently he's engaging with Trump and having conversations with him. The idea sounds like, oh, what happened with Mayor Adams is about to happen with Cuomo as well. Trump is making sure that Cuomo gets money to help his campaign and help him possibly win the New York election. And now Trump is also going to be blackmailing Cuomo just as he was with Eric Adams. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. And anybody who's voting for Cuomo is going to want to vote for Cuomo to fight against the Trump administration, to fight against Trump. But now, if you're working with Trump to win the election, nobody believes that you're going to fight against Trump. So they're not voting for you anymore. That is the main thing. That is the most important thing. Whoever they get in there has to be somebody that's fighting against the corruption of the Trump administration. And it has to be somebody who's trying to replace a lot of the social programs that the Trump administration is getting rid of. This is something that, like, the Trump administration has gone and just gutted federal social programs, and Americans have to vote for people that show that, like, no, this is what we want. We don't want you just taking everything away from us. We put taxes into this fucking government. We pay for this shit. The little bit that we get back of our own money, you're going to take that away from us? That's fucking bullshit. No, we want that. Give that to us. You don't get to just like take all of our money and then be like, oh, but we're not giving any of it back to you though. That's not happening. You don't get any of that. Fuck that shit. So yes, that is like, these are messages that Americans need to be pushing, and by voting for Mamdani, that is what they're pushing. That is something that they have to push. And so because Trump won, this is kind of what has to happen now. Based on the options that we have, based on the route that Cuomo decided to take, this is where we're left. That's it. And so in this scenario, this argument does make sense that people are going to look at it and say, yeah, sorry, like, don't love Mamdani, but you guys voted for fucking Trump, so this is the only option we're left with now. So so Avi replied, he said, sorry, but I've heard the critique nonstop for the past half year or so. There's literally nothing you guys are adding that I haven't heard endless times. It's just a broken record at this point. It doesn't serve anyone but the righteous indignation of those wanting to emotionally vent. At first, I understood that and let it happen, but at this point, I'm over it. Sorry, but you can vent somewhere else. I also have no idea how people's post-Trump electoral decisions are the consequences of my actions, nor am I convinced Mamdani wouldn't have an even better chance in a Harris presidency. But if you have empirical evidence to back up that claim you just made, I'll be happy to hear it. That's about the only thing I'd be interested in at this point. Again, just counterfactual based data for your claim. Please spare me the moral diarrhea. So yeah, so this is why I was saying I don't think it's like a good argument to say that this is why people are voting for Mamdani. I think it's a better argument to just say this is why I would vote for Mamdani. This is why Mamdani would get my vote, is because of this scenario. Is because yes, it is kind of a counterfactual that you're not able to back up with data currently, and so there's no way to substantiate the claim. So Mantis replied, she said the consequences of voting in someone as radical as Trump may result in a push for a more radical left. The ones he's been falsely fear-mongering about for years. You play with radicalism, yet expect others not to. Perhaps the Democratic voters will maintain more composure than you. He said, like I said, if you have a case with more epistemic import than the speculation you are offering right now, it might actually have me reconsider my vote, as Zoran would possibly do more harm to me than even Trump, but I'll need more than that level of evidence. So did Avi say who he was voting for in this election? He said Sliwa, right? So Mantis said, please come on Tom Foolery's stream if you would like to discuss. He said link. So sorry, is this happening now? Otherwise, I will do something else with my time. Appreciate the offer to VC because it's more productive than text. Happy to VC. She said, I will tell him to go live. Otherwise, I can do a VC chat. He said, my Discord is linked in bio. You can just ping me. She said, perfect. And then, yeah, I immediately got on and sent him the link. So. So here we are. No, I said something else. Okay. So on the one where he said, sorry, I've heard this critique nonstop. And then he said that you need to have something more empirical. She said socialists/progressives have never done well electorally. Historically, Kamala got criticized for being too far left. Obama/Biden are used as an example of why Trump got in, even though they promoted nothing of the sort like Mamdani. Mamdani is novel, not to the Democrat norm. He said, this is speculation, not counterfactual based analysis or evidence. If that's all you have, then while the idea is interesting and might even have me reconsider my vote if it were true, as in my view, Mamdani would do more harm than Trump would ever do to me. But ultimately, there's not much you've produced with meaningful epistemic import. I already read this. I thought, maybe not. She said this is not speculation. Look at the Democratic primaries. Progressive candidate lose. He said that doesn't preclude it from being speculation as opposed to the counterfactual based analysis I was suggesting. Yeah. Like it doesn't have like a specific data for this, but I agree with everything she's saying. Like progressives just don't do well. This is something that a lot of people, they like to point to like Bernie Sanders in the primaries generally and say, look how much everybody loves progressives. Well, Bernie Sanders gets fucking creamed every time by a more establishment Democrat. So that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But Tom, the donors? Well, Bernie Sanders made more money than anybody else, so. Yeah, it didn't sound like he regretted his vote. I mean, it's been that way literally every time, Ender. Literally every single time. Like, the reason that they came up with the term Bernie Bros is because it was a term to say that people who were voting for Bernie Sanders were misogynists. That's where the term Bernie Bro came from, was that it was a bunch of like college bros who were kind of sexist and didn't actually care about like social progress. They didn't care about racism. They didn't care about sexism. They didn't care about transphobia or homophobia. Like, they didn't care about any of the social issues. They were just people who just like cared about the fiscal or economic policies, and that was it. So. Hey, that's me. Yeah, I mean, that's why I've said before, a lot of times in these debates, a lot of people talk about the fact that like Trump voters hate Bernie Sanders. I don't think that's true. I do not think that's true. In my experience, and this is just anecdotally, in my experience, Trump voters do like Bernie Sanders. In my experience, they do like Bernie Sanders, and they've defended Bernie Sanders a ton of times. I know tons of Trump voters who think that Bernie Sanders was cheated in the election and think that he should have won, and that if it was Trump versus Bernie in 2016, they would have voted for Bernie. I know tons of fucking MAGA voters who say this, so I think there is I think Bernie Sanders doesn't have enough support on the left to get into the Democratic general election, but I do think if he did, it is possible he could have beat Trump. It's something, we'll never know, but it's definitely possible. I don't like Bernie Sanders, but. Or I don't have anything against him, but I don't like the Bernie Sanders base, especially. Arian just left this in the Discord. He said, Tom, I've been to Atlanta. Braves were mid. Not gonna lie. That's a really cute car seat your mom has in the back for you, dude. I like that. It looks really durable. She looks like she spent a lot on that. Easy to wipe down for poopy oopsies. If wrestling is fake, explain this. Okay.
Cassidy getting ahead of steam. Oh, no, he's got him up. Oh, no, not this. Anything but this.
He's got him up. He's not asleep.
It's the rockabye baby.
Somebody's getting tired. How silly that is. That's gonna lie on my everybody. He's awake. He's awake. No, he's just repositioned. I'm a side sleeper too, y'all.
Toss and turn.
The sleeper hold.
He's using the little spoon technique. The little spoon technique. No. He's got it. I think Orange Cassidy's still asleep. He almost lost the rest of his sleep.
This is like sleeper.
Yeah. How can you say this is fake?
One chance. Tiptoe into the outside. Oh, he's got a pillow and a blanket.
Got a pillow and a blanket. Oh, it just gave Mike.
That's got it.
Oh no! Again? Ahead of steam.
Yeah, that's obviously not fake. All right, yesterday I told you guys about a DoorDash. Oh no, wait, actually, okay, I've got one more argument against all of the fucking foreigners. Okay, I got one more argument. I've seen this everywhere. Okay, I've been seeing this everywhere. So all the fucking foreigners, I got one more for you. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I just start with it. Please.
I think we have the same argument. The water freezes at 12. Okay, how the hell am I going to keep track of that?
My problem is, if I were to tell you,
the water freezes at 32. Actually, not at 12. I don't know why the fuck they said 12. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, not 12. So just to be clear.
Water freezes at 12? Okay, how the hell am I going to keep track of that?
My problem is, if I were to tell you that it was 40 degrees outside, what would you think?
Quite hot. Like in Fahrenheit? You mean in Fahrenheit?
Then what the fuck do you do with the other 60 degrees that don't do with water? Why did you base your entire weather system around what weather does?
I love that. What do you do with the other 60 degrees, bro? He's making it sound like it's percentage. He's making it sound like it's all percentages, and like 100 is like the most that our degrees will ever get to, and then like 0 is the coldest it'll ever get. And so that's pretty much it right there. Is it'll get to 0. That's as cold as it ever gets in America, and 100 is about as hot as it'll ever get, which isn't really true. I mean, I've been to Texas and it was like 120 when I was there, but you couldn't tell. You had no fucking idea. I live in Georgia. It's very humid here, okay? I live in Atlanta. It is insanely humid here. This is fucking swamplands, okay? It is so humid here that when it's like 85, 86 degrees, it is burning hot. And there's numerous times that I've been outside and like just throughout the last summer that I just went to the store and came back, and by the time I got back, my like everything was whomping, and I couldn't I could barely like stand, and I was like, fuck, like everything was just I was so out of it, and I had to like go take a nap for a while and like get hydrated again and everything. It is rough. I've worked in the sun. I used to do landscaping, and it was insane. Like you would get this like blurry fucking like feeling, everything becomes hazy. You get the whomping feeling in your head. You're all sunburnt and just drenched in sweat. And that is one of the hardest parts, is because it's so humid. Yes, you're immediately sweating. As soon as you walk outside, you're just immediately fucking sweating. But then when I went to Texas, it was so flat. Right here, everything is hills and up and down and everywhere, that it's really like impossible to ride a bike anywhere. And at the time, I wanted to ride my bike, but I couldn't. I went on vacation to Texas. Everything was flat as fuck, just perfectly flat for as far as you could see. And so I was telling the people that I was staying with, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go ride the bike. And they were like, are you sure? It's like 112 outside right now. And I was like, yeah, it's not that hot. They're like, no, it is. Like, put on a lot of sunscreen and don't stay in the sun for more than an hour. I was like, oh, okay. I went out there. I came back like 3 hours later. I don't think I put sunscreen on. I came back fucking toasted. Like, I was fine by the time I got back. I felt fine, felt great. Everything was good. And then like 2 or 3 hours later, I looked like a fucking cooked ham. I looked horrible. But here, you go outside, you're getting sunburnt very quickly. You're going to be sweating immediately, so you can tell how hot it is. In Georgia, in Texas, because it's so dry, you can't tell how hot it is.
To fucking water. At what point is it ever going to be over? Why did you base your entire weather system around what weather does to fucking water? At what point is it ever going to be over 49 fucking degrees here? Talk to me about it. Explain that.
Okay, so if Fahrenheit
That's crazy.
If Fahrenheit had 0 as water freezing, and then 100 was still really like hot.
We're talking about water. Why? Fuck what water freezes at. Like you're looking at a lake waiting on it to freeze, motherfucker? Is that what you were doing? Because I told you, hey man, if you go outside right now, 0 to 100.
You're thinking of Arizona. I am not thinking of Arizona. I'm thinking of Texas. I promise you. No, Texas mostly humidity, high temps, not dry. No, Texas has dry heat. You know, Texas is a really big state. You guys know this, right? Texas is fucking massive, right? You guys know they have dry heat in Texas. Average humidity levels in Rockwall, Texas. Average humidity in Rockwall, Texas typically ranges from 60 to 80% in the summer and 40 to 60% in cooler months. All right. And then Atlanta, Georgia. Average annual humidity is around 68%, with the summer months being most humid and oppressive. During the muggy season, which lasts from late May through September, the humidity can make conditions feel uncomfortable. In contrast, the fall and winter are generally less humid. Summer, year, often. It doesn't have the fucking numbers like it did for the last one, but yeah, I don't see any fucking numbers like it did for the last one, highs and lows, so I don't know. No, Texas is not uniformly dry heat. It depends on the region, with the eastern half being hot and humid and the western half being dry. What? That's fucking crazy that there's parts of Texas with dry heat. Who could have known it was such a big fucking state that they could have parts that are fucking dry when it's in a fucking desert? Tom is arguing something never fought on. The Abaddon did fight on this. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying it's mostly humid compared to dry, especially during the summer, since we're right next to the Gulf and closer to the equator. I didn't fight anything. This is why every time you ask for mod, I don't give it to you, because it's times like these that I think I need to just tell the mods to fucking ban you and just get it over with. And this is what he does, is every time he realizes he's wrong, he plays around like he's just trolling. He's just like MAGA.
If Fahrenheit had 0 as water freezing, and then 100 was still really like hot.
We're talking about water. Why? Fuck what water freezes at. Like you're looking at a lake waiting on it to freeze, motherfucker? Is that what you were doing? I told you, hey man, if you go outside right now, 0 to 100, 100 being hot, 0 being cold, and it was 70 degrees outside, you would go
pretty warm. Okay, so you're using it more as a like
you know, you might be on something.
So you use it like 0 to 100, like 0 to 10, like 0's fucking cold and 100's like that's fucking hot. It's like 37.
It makes me wonder what y'all need with those other 62 degrees that you base your weather system on, kind of.
I fucking love that. The other 60 degrees. Like, what the fuck, dude? The other 60 degrees. Like, you just... Like, there's only 100 degrees in Fahrenheit. That's what he keeps making it sound like. There's only 100 degrees in Fahrenheit.
Y'all need with those other 62 degrees that you base your weather system on, kind of.
You make a really good point.
That's actually not the worst argument I've ever heard in my life.
No one's ever explained it like that.
I was right about
I'm going to spread Fahrenheit down here in Australia. If 0 degrees is where water froze, I'm talking about, you know, like you're in fucking Chicago or you're in New York, and it's like, is the ground going to be slippery with frozen ice, or is it going to be dry? You know what I mean? Like, I need to know if it's frozen or not frozen.
Big concern of yours here?
Not.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys have frozen lakes a lot in Australia. Is that that's something that's happening a lot over there? It's just lakes just freezing a lot over there. Here, yeah, lakes freeze. Here, lakes freeze. Like in Georgia. So I was talking about this the other day. During the day, like 2 days ago, during the day, it was about 90 degrees outside. At night, it got down to about 55. Okay? That in Celsius, I think, is about, what is it, like 45 to 25? Okay, Google. What's 90 degrees in Fahrenheit in Celsius?
32.22 degrees Celsius.
Okay, so 32.
They say 90 degrees
Okay,
Fahrenheit
Google.
is 30.
What is 55 degrees in Fahrenheit in Celsius?
12.778 degrees
So
Celsius.
32 to 12.
On the website,
Okay, Google.
12.
Stop. So yeah, so morning 32, at night 12, and it is ranging from that area right now during season changes. And so it is a drastic shift from morning to night while seasons are changing. And I for anybody who's ever like had drug addiction or anything like this, I was going to say this earlier when I was talking to Mantis, and I said, I know that we probably have a lot of addicts in the audience, is that for a lot of people, season changes is hard. Like, this is a very common thing for people who had drug addictions. There's a lot of things that they relate, like triggers for them, are things that are that have to do with the weather. Because a lot of times they were outside all the time, you know, to get drugs or to smoke cigarettes or to like sitting in a car waiting for somebody to come give them, like everything is related to the weather. And so when things are hot, like but it's really when the weather changes to that, right? Once the weather changes and it's hot, you get used to it. You forget about the fucking drugs and you're fine. But then once the next season change comes and now you're like, it's starting to get cold again, you immediately start thinking of when you were looking for drugs when it was cold. And now you keep having these fucking triggers every single year. As soon as it goes to spring to fall, these two seasons are fucking rough for drug addicts because the change is what starts that trigger. And then, like, after it gets consistent, now you're okay. But it's always the changes that starts to fuck with you. So It's like I think of like every time it starts to get cold, I think of being in like my big fucking snow jackets and my beanies, standing outside smoking cigarettes, and or sitting in a car with like 5 other dudes waiting for the drugs to come out, or and then and then as soon as it gets hot, I think of sitting in a car with windows down, smoking cigarettes, waiting for a guy to come out with, you know, music blasting and shit. Like these are like the triggers every fucking time. So as soon as the weather starts to change, I get these like flashbacks.
You know what I mean? Like, I need to know if it's frozen or not frozen.
Big concern of yours here?
Not.
It's never frozen. You got me, bro. You got me.
I got nothing.
There you go. But yeah, here in Georgia, it will get up to 100, over 100 every single summer. And then every single winter, it'll get below freezing. And so this is the fluctuation that we have here, is it will get above 100 every single summer, and it will get below freezing every single winter. And most winters, we will have snow and flash freezing. Flash freezing sucks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever had to deal with flash freezing, but I remember when I was younger, there was times when flash freezing would happen. And it's a new thing that I didn't remember growing up with when I was really young. When I was in school, we never had flash freezing, ever. But I remember the first year we had flash freezing, it was like 2014, maybe 2012 to 2012 to 2014, somewhere in there. No, yeah, it was like 2012. It was like the first time I ever remember this happening. And it was like tons of kids were in school. They were afraid that there was going to be a flash freeze. And then all of a sudden, like the schools didn't close down because it just never happened. And then all of a sudden it did. It froze over. The buses couldn't even make it to the schools to pick up the kids. And tons of kids had to spend the night in school because their parents couldn't even drive up there to get them. It was horrible. So every year now that there's a flash freeze warning, the kid, like school shut down immediately, and they just immediately get everybody the fuck out of there, because yeah, it's something that actually happens now. But I thought flash freeze meant like a lake instantly freezing over. So it's mostly about the fact that like there's some humidity, meaning that the roads can be wet, and that then it'll drop below freezing and the roads are immediately going to freeze over and nobody can drive on them. And so then you have tons of abandoned cars all over the interstate. Like, it's happened numerous times. I've had to, like, while driving home, all of a sudden you can't drive. And you're just like sliding everywhere, and everybody just has to pull off on the interstate, and everybody just gets out to their cars and starts walking. And it looks like a fucking zombie apocalypse. We got 1 minute left on the clock. We still got $13 to go on the goal. So if anybody wants to donate to keep the stream going, we my bot isn't on. Oh wait, it is on. Okay, yeah, here we go. So if you want to donate, the link is pinned at the top of chat. It's uses Stream Elements. You can use your PayPal, or you can use your debit or credit card. Takes about any payment, but it's better to use that than Super Chats, because YouTube takes 1/3 out of Super Chats. With that link, I get 100% of it. So it is much better. But yeah, you can see, let's see. Yep, here you go.
Okay, so clogged Atlanta roadways finally cleared this morning. It literally was like a military intervention.
So yeah, so this is from 11 years ago. This is the first one. Because, yeah, it's 2014. Yep, 2014. So, yeah, we just were not prepared for this.
Dave Malkoff has more on his ride along with the Georgia National Guard.
In the aftermath of the day Atlanta froze solid, These abandoned cars, the ones drivers left on the side of the highway rather than stay another hour in traffic. Well, the Georgia
Mantis, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go. I don't think it made a sound, did it? I didn't hear anything. Let me replay it, see if it works.
Mantis tipped $5.
Thank you, Mantis, for the $5 dono. Okay, so that gets us to 17. So we still have $8 to go to hit the goal, and the timer already ran out.
National Guard is here to move them. But these Humvees have civilian passengers.
Very cold, very icy, lots of snow.
Mona Williams was stuck, stranded, and starting to wonder if it wasn't a better idea to change from heels to sneakers and walk 6 miles.
Wasted Design tipped $8. Farts.
Thank you, Wasted. All right, so that gets us to 25. Let's go, boy. Appreciate it. All right, I'll reset the clock in just a
Miles
second.
to a friend's house.
So it's been sort of inconvenient.
I think that's the understatement of the year. Right?
Yeah.
Mona story is playing out all over the Atlanta metro area.
Probably gonna go down the road a little ways.
I remember, so at the time this happened, I was living with my girlfriend, and she had just gotten her wisdom teeth out.
Aram Sound tipped $10. Call me Sinclair Network. Funding local networks and shit.
Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. Let's go. Let's get some more W's in chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. But yeah, at the time, I was living with my girlfriend, and she had just gotten her wisdom teeth out. And her dad was going out of town, and her mom was going out of town. So none of them were going to be around, and it was about to flash freeze. And I remember I called my mom, and I was like, hey, she like needs help being taken care of. I'm going to have work and I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I don't think I have like enough peroxide and medicine and shit like that.
Abaddon 6666 tipped $10. Tom, when you gonna make me mod? I have nothing but respect for your bitch ass.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Abaddon, for the $10 dono. Appreciate it, homie. But yeah, so I was telling my mom, I was like, I don't have like enough like a peroxide and like medicine. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to take care of her. I don't know, like I need some help here. Can you come like stay with us? And she's like, I'm driving to go pick up your brothers from school before it freezes over. I'm just gonna come pick you guys up. I'm coming to pick you guys up right now. And I was like, no, I'll just drive over to you. She's like, no, don't drive. We don't need like more cars while everything's frozen over. So I'm just coming to pick you guys up, tell her to get ready and carry her out to the car if you have to. And so that's what I did. I like my mom pulled up, I carried her out to the fucking car. She was still totally out of it after just having her wisdom teeth pulled out. And then while we were driving home, it froze over. And we were only like a quarter mile from my house, and we couldn't make it. We could not make it, and we were just stuck there. And we had to walk the rest of the way. We had to get out and walk. And one of the people that was with us peed themselves because we were stuck for so long. And yeah, eventually we all had to just get out and walk, and I had to carry my fucking girlfriend a quarter of a mile back to the fucking house. And it was not good, dude. Not good. But we were stuck for like a week. It was like a fucking week that we were stuck. Cars were stuck all over the interstate for about a week. It was just like it looked like a zombie apocalypse just everywhere. Not just the interstate, every single road everywhere was just frozen over all over the place. This is shit that I've never saw in my fucking life. And then all of a sudden, now it happens. So.
Why? I went back. I watched his first debate. That's like my favorite one.
I don't know why the fuck this loser added the fucking green screen to this. This is so annoying. I don't know why the fuck they did this, but
Now we're trying to have a debate.
yeah, Shane Gillis is fucking hilarious. He's got I can't find them, but he's got a couple of stories about the fact that like he talks about his family and the fact that he just doesn't even like going home for holidays anymore because his parents are all like these like crazy Trump voters now, and that they're obsessed with Trump and they can't like it's like they just broke their brains and they can't have any conversations about anything anymore because it just ruined everything for them. And so now he doesn't even like going home for holidays anymore. Okay, so we've been talking about the DoorDash situation, and I said that I was going to show some of this stuff to you guys. Now this is again fucking wild. All right, I explained it as best as I could the other day, but we're gonna go over some of what happened. So that you guys can see what I'm talking about here, okay? So, I think this is it.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after.
Okay, this is not the one that I want. Trying to find the original here. Shit. Fuck. I don't know where the original is. I don't know. This entire story is insane. Like the whole fucking story is insane. And the fact that like people are even like staunchly taking sides over this is also fucking crazy. But we'll okay, so I guess this
Hey guys,
is
it's been a minute.
kind of it.
A whole 24 hours, I know. But I have an update as of
Okay, so this girl here, she posted a video. A guy ordered a DoorDash. She showed up to his house, and you can see she recorded inside of his house, and he's laying on his couch. This is his head up here. He's asleep on a pillow, and he has no pants on. His underwear is around his ankles, and he has no pants on with his genitals hanging out. He's got his legs spread, and he's just laying there. Okay. She showed up to put to put his order there, and she says that his door was sitting wide open and he's just laying there with his genitals out. So she pulled out her phone to record this and then posted it on TikTok saying, "This guy just sexually assaulted me. He planned this whole thing to have me come up here and see his genitals so that he could get off on it." the next day, she posts another video saying that she just found out that she got fired.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault.
2 days.
Hey guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why.
So that woman was not fired from DoorDash.
So it looks like she might even be banned now because I don't see her account anywhere. I don't see the original videos anywhere. So maybe she got banned. But when she posted this video, DoorDash came out with their video saying, no, that is not what happened. What she posted on TikTok saying that this guy like sexually assaulted her, that is not what happened. Actually, what happened is she showed up. The door was cracked open, and the note said leave on the porch. And instead of just leaving it on the porch, she pushed the door open, saw him laying there naked, then decided to record it and post it on TikTok. She didn't send the video to us to say, hey, I want to report a problem with a customer. She posted it on TikTok for the world to see. And she did blur out like his genitals apparently, but and so now there's this fight over like whether or not the door was open. So yeah, there's a lot of people who are pretty staunch saying, you know, we need to take the side of victims. A lot of people who are pretty staunch saying this is bullshit. Like, she's not the victim here. He is. There's a lot of people who are just upset about the term sexual assault, saying this isn't sexual assault. Maybe sexual harassment if he flashed you, and that's what you're claiming is that like he was purposely trying to flash you, but that's not sexual assault. That's just it's just sexual harassment. So yeah, there's a lot of fighting over this. So
I picked up an order. I picked up an order and
yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the fucking originals are on this. Oh wait,
This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door, with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me.
Is being naked in your own house sexual assault? Again, it's not sexual assault. It would be like a sexual harassment to flash somebody. And it is true that there's probably people who would get off on, like, back in the 90s, there was like a very common thing of people just flashing girls like at the mall and shit, right? They would walk up with their trench coats and like open their trench coats and then run off, and like they got off on the fact that they were flashing people. And one thing that I keep seeing from people is like the fact that she thinks that he was trying to flash a girl when he doesn't know who's going to get his order. He places an order. How the fuck does he know that a girl's going to get it? He doesn't know that a girl's going to get it. But once the order is taken, like once somebody signs onto the order, he does know if it's a girl or a guy, right? Once somebody says, yes, I'm taking this order, they haven't even picked it up yet. He already knows who's picking it up. So at that point, yes, if he gets a girl, he can be like, all right, I'm doing this fucking thing. And it could be that somebody is trying to flash somebody. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of evidence to that, so I don't know one way or the other. This is the big problem, though, is that, again, we don't know what the fuck happened. So everybody just fucking chill. This is the point, is we don't know what happened, all right? All of these fucking people are speculating for one side or the other. We should not be speculating on any of this shit. We don't know if the door was open. We have no idea. We don't know. We don't know if the door was open. The customer says the door was not open. She says the door was open. If the door was open, yes, that is still indecent exposure. It's not like just because you're inside your house or on your own property that you're allowed to do this shit, okay? Imagine a woman with a bunch of kids playing in the street. She just goes and fucking presses her tits up against her window and is like touching her vag and everything right up in the window. Like, is anybody... That doesn't make sense. Fuck that shit. Some guy sees a bunch of girls playing hopscotch in the fucking cul-de-sac and he's over here wanking it right on the fucking window. No, that's not okay just because you're inside your fucking house, okay? It's not how that works. So it's not normal to be like, oh, he's inside his house, so who cares? No. So anyways, if his door was open, then yes, this could be indecent exposure. This could be a type of sexual harassment. If his door was not open, then no, she is totally fucked. She is totally fucked. Because, yeah, if his door was just like cracked open and she pushed it the rest of the way, yeah, like there's no way that you can defend this. And in the video, when she originally posted, okay, so here's like the doorway and here's the inside of the door. And you can see her with her phone just kind of like this. And so you could tell that like she's like trying not to be seen by him, that she's recording, and is trying to get the recording without him knowing that she's recording. And so yeah.
I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal
Okay, apparently she did. Apparently she did report the customer. Okay.
Within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So what? So what? You're gonna take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No, I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is
the age-old question: if you live next to a school and you have sex during the day, is it your responsibility to block the view to the school, or is the school's responsibility in the end? Yes, it is your responsibility. Yes. Everybody knows this. That's not an age-old question. Who the fuck asks that question? Who the fuck asks that question? Seriously. Who the fuck is asking this question? Like, do you think that just because you live next to a school, you could make an entire glass house and then just go in there and start walking around naked in your glass house? Who the fuck is asking this stupid question? What philosophers think this is like a very like prominent question to ask? I thought it was thought-provoking. I'm sure you would. But no, it is not thought-provoking. Like, you can't just build a glass house and then just walk around naked all day and be like, I'm inside my house. Like, that's not how that works. It's just not That is not okay. This is because it's the same as like recording yourself naked inside your house and then posting it, sending it to somebody online, right? Well, I did it inside my house. Well, no, this is still like some sexual harassment. If you're just sending people nude pictures of yourself without any requests for this or anything, unsolicited nudes, that it doesn't matter that you were in your house when you recorded it. You sent it somewhere else to where now people see it outside of your house, and that is it's just not a good argument. Like, it doesn't matter. It's about what people are capable of seeing. That is what it's about. And so yes, if you are naked inside of your house, it is your responsibility. Obviously, blatantly, by every fucking law, that is your responsibility to make sure that other people do not see you naked. That's that. Like,
the only justice I'm getting is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral.
I don't think he means a glass house, but like, do you have to black out shades? Okay, no, duh, he doesn't mean a glass house, but that's the point. That's the part that breaks the hypothetical, is if you build a glass house, just because you're in your house doesn't mean anything. So in his hypothetical, he's saying, well, there's just windows. And so the windows are glass. So now, just because you can see through the glass, now that makes it your responsibility? Okay, well, let's make the whole fucking house glass. Do you think it's your responsibility? Yes, obviously. So why does it change now because part of the house is glass and now it's just a window? How does that change anything?
Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos getting taken down and why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking body? This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silent.
Okay, fine. We'll talk about the DoorDash thing.
A woman who worked for DoorDash dropped off a delivery at a man's
Oh, wait,
house.
he's still fucking moving. I thought this was like a green screen thing, dude. I thought this was a guy. She's so much smaller than him that I thought he recorded a video and then she recorded another video in front of him with him herself green screened in front of him. And that he was going to say something. She's going to pause his video, talk for a second. Then he's going to talk. She's going to react to it. I didn't know that they were literally standing next to each other. Holy shit. He was still moving while she was talking. And I was like, wait a second.
Okay, fine. We'll talk about the DoorDash thing.
Look at that, dude. What the fuck? I thought she was just green screened in this.
A woman who worked for DoorDash dropped off a delivery at a man's house, only to discover that he was asleep naked on the couch, exposing himself to the doorway. She videoed the whole thing, reported to DoorDash that she had been sexually assaulted, and posted it all online.
The internet blew up with everyone disagreeing on who the real victim here was. Was it the woman who was lured into an indecent exposure trap while just trying to do her job?
Or was it the man who might have accidentally fallen asleep and woke up to a very private video of himself all over the internet?
What does the law say?
Well, first of all, a lot of people are pointing out that the man was inside his own home, and can't you do whatever you want inside your house? Actually, no. In New York, where this happened, illegal indecent exposure doesn't actually have to be done in public. You can also do it inside your home as long as it's readily viewable from the outside.
The key issue is that you intended to be seen exposing yourself in a lewd manner. Lewd means you're not just nude, but you're exposing yourself for some kind of sexual gratification.
So the main issue for the man here is how open his door was when the woman walked up. If it was wide open, it could suggest that the man wanted the woman to see him. But if it was just barely open and she pushed it, then that would be another story. Everyone seems to have different opinions on whether the door was wide open or she pushed it open, and we can't find a clear answer.
As for the woman, the man could potentially bring a civil lawsuit against her for something like invasion of privacy or defamation. The invasion of privacy claim, again, hinges on whether the door was open or not when she arrived. If the door was open, then she didn't invade anything private.
And as for defamation, she's saying that he sexually assaulted her. And that term might get her in trouble here because under New York law and most laws, indecent exposure isn't the same thing as sexual assault. Actual physical contact is typically required for sexual assault. Meaning door open or not, she could be on the hook for defamation. Although it's really just a semantic issue, so it'd be up to a jury.
Overall, the most...
Well, yes, I believe in New York, they actually add that, like, falsely accusing somebody of sexual assault or rape or something like that is a type of defamation, and that it to make it more easily suable. So like a lot of people talk about the fact that like, oh, well, if somebody accuses you of rape or sexual assault, they should get in trouble for the accusation. Well, in a lot of places, in a lot of ways, you can. Like, you can definitely get in trouble for false accusations like this.
Obvious bad outcome for the woman is what happened to her. By sharing this video, she violated DoorDash's terms and conditions, which specifically state that Dashers won't share any personal information of customers, which in this case can include videoing the customer and showing the outside of his home. And DoorDash deactivated her account because of it. Okay, fine, we'll talk about the DoorDash thing.
A woman
Okay.
Hey guys, what's up? This recent TikTok controversy that has popped up in the past week or so has me pretty freaked out because this is one of the biggest examples I've seen on the internet of people promoting just straight up misinformation. And the fact that so many people are willing to just believe whatever they read on TikTok just because someone said it somewhere in a TikTok comment section is very concerning. Hundreds of thousands of people have been lying about this girl based on nothing. And the fact that so many people are willing to believe lies about her just because they were posted in a TikTok comment section has me very scared for the future of the internet, where AI videos become more and more common. Because if this many people are willing to believe lies with no evidence, imagine how bad it's going to get when you can AI generate any evidence that you want to. If someone wants to tell a lie about you on the internet, they can just AI generate some evidence that makes that lie actually look like the truth. Guys, I think we just might be fucking cooked. In case you haven't heard, this young woman who goes by the username IRL Monster High Doll recently went super viral on TikTok because she claimed that she was banned from being a DoorDash driver, essentially fired from her job after she reported her own sexual assault.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault.
So according to this girl, she felt like she was sexually assaulted because when she walked up to the door to deliver food to this customer, his door was wide open and he was right there lying on the couch with absolutely nothing below the waist. Just fucking Winnie the Poohing it in the middle of his living room.
2 days ago on October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver, and I got it on video. The customer who committed a crime against me requested that their order be left at their front door, and when I arrived to their house, their front door was wide open. It was 59 degrees Fahrenheit. All of their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles.
When she first came out with her story, the public seemed to overwhelmingly take her side because they thought it was ridiculous that DoorDash would essentially fire someone just because they reported their own sexual assault. However, after about a day or two, public opinion started to drastically shift against this woman.
That DoorDash girl is the exact reason why this believe all victim shit is so hard to get behind.
First of all, people started to question how this man had sexually assaulted her if he was sleeping on his couch and hadn't come in direct contact with her. Generally, in order for something to be considered assault, it requires two people coming in contact with each other, or in some jurisdictions, the imminent threat of physical contact, and he clearly didn't come in contact with her, so people were mad at her for calling this sexual assault. I definitely agree that I don't think this situation would be classified as sexual assault, but I also understand that a lot of people don't really know the definitions of terms like sexual assault, and she probably was under the impression that sexual assault and sexual harassment are the same thing. And I do think that if this man did intentionally expose himself to her, this would qualify as sexual harassment. But I also think that if you're gonna accuse someone of something on the internet, you have a responsibility to make sure that you're using the correct terms to describe that thing. But of course, because people on the internet have no concept of nuance and situations either need to be completely black or white, instead of just politely correcting her and being like, hey, this would probably technically be classified as sexual harassment, not sexual assault, instead, the majority of people on TikTok have now decided decided that she was actually the perpetrator in this situation, and the man laying on his couch naked below the belt was actually her victim. The first reason they claim that he is actually her victim is because she decided to publicly dox him. In the first video that she posted, his door number is visible by the side of his door, and in the next video that she posted, she shares his first name and last initial.
Holy shit. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday when we were going over this, but I talked about the fact that when Lav used to come on, she was talking about the fact that she's posted on Twitter numerous times that if a guy ever sends her an unsolicited nude or an unsolicited dick pic, that she will take that picture and post it on Twitter. That, like, this is sexual harassment, that this is flashing, that this is wrong, and that you can't just send women pictures of your dick. And so if you do, she will post it on fucking Twitter. And I've talked about the fact that, like, this doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem proportional. It seems a little off, but it's hard for me to, like, argue this very well because I think it's wrong. Like, I do. I feel that it's wrong. I don't know if I can argue it that I don't know if I can argue that very well, but I do feel like that is a really disgusting response. I've never sent unsolicited dick pics, so it's not I'm not getting defensive here for some other reason before you guys start trying to armchair psychoanalyze me. But I do think that is I think that is like another level. I would consider this somewhere along the lines of like revenge porn. But a lot of people are like, well, he is sexually harassing her. Does she not get to do something back to sexually harass him? It's like, I don't know. If a girl rapes me, do I get to rape her back? I don't think that sounds right. I feel like there's some differences here, but I don't I don't know. I don't think that this makes sense.
His name is Austin and their last initial is N. I reported this to DoorDash and the police, and DoorDash luckily banned the customer, but the police are doing nothing.
By sharing this dude's name and house number on TikTok, I definitely think it is possible that people could try to find this guy and maybe even try to show up at his house. I do think if you feel like someone sexually harassed you, there's nothing wrong with sharing his name to the internet, but I do think that sharing his house number was probably going too far. And also in the original video, she didn't like blur the video at all. The video is in low resolution, but when you zoom in, it's kind of debatable whether or not what you're looking at is his knee or his penis. Obviously, it's against the TikTok terms of service to post nudity on their platform, and you shouldn't be sharing nudity.
It's a little weird thinking about how long he probably zoomed in on that photo and stared at it for a while, trying to figure out if that was his penis or not.
On TikTok because there are a bunch of kids on there. So while I understand her instinct to want to share this video to the internet to warn other women that this man might be doing the same thing to other delivery drivers, I definitely think she should have at least blurred his house number and his penis. To me, it seems like this woman was understandably upset because she felt like she was sexually harassed, and in this state of being upset, she wasn't careful to use the correct terms to describe the situation, and she wasn't careful to make sure to blur his house number and blur any nudity. And I think this is all worth criticizing, but I also believe in extending people some level of grace when they're in a stressful situation. I don't think it's always fair to expect people to be like perfect rational actors in a situation where they felt like they were just sexually harassed. After this, DoorDash responded, and according to them, the reason that they banned her from being a DoorDash driver was not because she reported sexual assault. The reason they decided to ban her from being a DoorDash driver is because sharing the personal information of a DoorDash customer goes against DoorDash's policy. We take reports of this nature with the utmost seriousness. We want to be absolutely clear. This Dasher was not deactivated for reporting a sexual assault. If a Dasher ever experienced experiences something that makes them feel unsafe or uncomfortable, we urge them to please contact our support team immediately so we can help, as their safety and well-being matter deeply to us. At this time, publicly sharing videos taken inside a customer's home, especially when personal information is involved, raises privacy concerns and is a clear violation of our policies. In order to protect everyone's safety and privacy, we have deactivated both the Dashers and the customers' accounts and are working directly with law enforcement for additional guidance. So I have mixed feelings about this statement from DoorDash. On the one hand, I obviously understand that DoorDash wants to protect the privacy of their customers. I'm sure that no one who orders DoorDash would feel comfortable with the possibility that maybe the person delivering their food could end up sharing their name and house number to the internet. And it is true that she violated DoorDash's policies. On their website, it says, misuse of personal information. Personal information is any information that can be used to identify a person. We define misuse of personal information as the use of personal information for any reason other than required to complete or receive a delivery, or any unauthorized disclosure of personal information. Under no circumstances should another user's personal information be shared publicly. Examples include posting a Dasher, customer, or merchant's name or address related to an order online. So I think it obviously makes sense why these policies are in place for the sake of customers' privacy, and I understand why DoorDash banned her for violating this policy, but I feel like it would make sense to have some sort of exception to this policy if you genuinely believe that someone committed a crime against you.
I don't agree with this at all. I don't agree with this at all. Like, it's, again, we're not talking about somebody just committing a crime when they, like inside their house or something like that. We're talking about committing a crime naked, that and we don't even know if they actually committed a crime. Again, we don't know if the door was actually open or not. We don't know. We don't know any of this. And so the fact that, yes, she just went and posted this guy's fucking nuts on the internet when we don't know what it is that happened here. Yeah, no, I think that it makes sense that they would just automatically deactivate her. Maybe they'll reactivate her if the police come up with a different conclusion in the investigation. But like, posting this on the internet is, did I say the inner fuck? Did I say that? Why are you guys saying this? I did? Okay. Weird. But anyways, yeah, that I don't think that this makes a whole lot of sense. I don't think Ryan is contesting that. He's contesting the flexibility of the policy. Right, but he's contesting the flexibility of the policy in this circumstance. And if in this circumstance we don't know that she actually had a crime committed against her, there might be flexibility of it, but we're using this circumstance to say that it didn't, that like they're not being flexible here, right? We're using this circumstance to say they're just not being flexible on this at all. But we don't know that they're not being flexible because it could be that she's just wrong on whether or not the fucking door was open. So
think that it probably wasn't smart for her to post this video to TikTok, and she probably should have just shared the video with DoorDash and with the police, but according to her, the police weren't doing anything.
DoorDash luckily banned the customer, but the police are doing nothing.
And like, yes, DoorDash did delete this guy's account, but that's not really being like held accountable for his actions, because he could just go and download Uber Eats and then do this same thing to the delivery drivers on Uber Eats. So I can understand from this woman's perspective why, if she wants to help keep other women safe from this dude exposing himself to them, why she would want to post this video to TikTok instead of just sending it to DoorDash and the police. But, you know, the flip side to this is maybe this guy did just genuinely accidentally fall asleep and he wasn't intending to flash her, and now he has hundreds of thousands of people on TikTok coming to attack him over a genuine mistake. But my biggest question is, if that were the case, then why the hell is his door just wide open? I feel like if you leave
What if it turned out that his door was broken, that he did close it, that it the latch, excuse me, the latch is just broken, that he laid down, jacked off for a minute, waiting for his food, fell asleep right after, and then the fucking wind blew it open, and she just shows up, and he's laying there with his fucking pants around his ankles. And he thinks his door's closed the whole time and has no idea that he's asleep with his pants around his ankles and the door open. Like, there's so many other, like, what ifs here that make me feel really uncomfortable about the entire situation.
Leave your door wide open and then fall asleep on the couch with your dick out after ordering DoorDash, you still hold some amount of responsibility even if you weren't intentionally flashing this woman. I've seen some people defend him by saying, oh, well, maybe he was drunk, but being drunk obviously isn't a justification for bad behavior.
Well, I think he probably was drunk, yes. I think he probably was drunk, almost definitely.
That's why we make it illegal to drink and drive. And I've seen some other people say, like, maybe he accidentally left a crack in the door and then the wind swung the door open.
Tom always sounds like someone's mom making excuses for their shifty kid. It's just annoying to me that, like, people don't ever take other possibilities into consideration, and so they just go with the most obvious thing to themselves and then run with that as though they know for a fact that that's exactly what happened. And it's annoying because, yeah, like, again, I am somebody who has been in those situations numerous times where it looks like something else happened, and there's no way for me to prove otherwise because I don't record every single, like, second of my entire fucking life, to where then when everybody runs with this narrative that X, Y, and Z happened, there's no way for me to prove otherwise outside of, like, getting other people to say, no, this isn't what happened. They're wrong. But even still, they're not going to believe those people. They think that those people are just going to take my side anyways. And so then it becomes a whole thing. And so, yes, it is. It is annoying to me that people, before they are so staunch that this is what happened, they don't take into consideration other possibilities. Like, it's okay to say, it seems as though this is what happened. This is the most likely possibility. And so this is what I'm going to talk about. Like, that's fine. But that's not what people do. They say, we know this is what happened. How dare you defend X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. It's like, pants around his ankles sounds like he was assaulted. He was asleep on a couch. What do you mean? He was asleep on a couch. It sounds like he was drunk. It sounds like he was drunk. He ordered some fucking food because he was drunk. And then, luckily he didn't go out drunk driving or anything. And then he decided to fucking whack off for a little bit and fell asleep. Like, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a drunk dude just falling asleep and waiting for his food. But yeah. Crime. Again, we don't know if the door was actually open or not. We don't know. We don't know any of this. And so the fact that, yes, she just went and posted this guy's fucking nuts on the internet when... Okay, I corrected myself immediately. Okay. I thought nobody said I corrected myself. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, I thought I corrected myself right after. Did I just say inner fuck? Because I was stuttering inner, and as I said, I'm having trouble getting my words out for some reason today. And so after I said inner, I was like, fuck, interweb, internet. Yeah. Bro said that? Okay.
The rest of the way, and yeah, I guess that's possible, but I just feel like if this guy has his door wide open and he has his dick out in clear view of the doorway, to me, this feels intentional. I don't want to claim anything with absolute certainty, but it seems awfully convenient that he just happened to leave his door wide open and have his dick out after ordering DoorDash. And I think if someone is an exhibitionist who wants to get away with flashing women, they understand that they can give themselves some plausible deniability if they pretend to be asleep when they flash them. Approximately 30% of all apprehended male sex offenders are exhibitionists, so exhibitionism is an incredibly common paraphilia, and it is very common for men to expose themselves to women in order to satisfy this paraphilia. Again, I'm not claiming anything with 100% certainty, but come on, if you leave your door wide open with your dick out, I think you hold some level of responsibility for your actions, even if it was just negligent and wasn't intentional. Another line of attack I've seen people take against this woman is that he can do whatever he wants to do in the privacy of his own home, and she has no right to record him in the privacy of his own home. Well, let's find out what the law says about this. First, let's go through the laws around illegally recording someone in their own home, which is known as unlawful surveillance. Apparently, this girl is in New York, and in New York, the law states, a person is guilty of unlawful surveillance in the second degree when, for his own or her own or another person's amusement, entertainment, or profit, or for the purpose of degrading or abusing a person, he or she intentionally uses an imaging device to surreptitiously view, broadcast, or record a person dressing or undressing, or the sexual or other intimate parts of a person at a place and time when such person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. So according to this, it's illegal to record someone's dick and balls for the purpose of amusement, entertainment, profit, or for the purpose of abusing or degrading them. I don't think that recording someone because you're under the impression that they're exposing themselves to you would fall under any of these categories.
I do think that that is the case when you post it on TikTok. I do think that's the case when you post it on TikTok. That is the case. Yeah. Once you post it on TikTok, that is kind of different now. Like, yeah, like she says that she called the police and that they're doing nothing, but she also said that it was like one day. Like, what do you mean that they're doing nothing? Like, does that mean that you're saying that they said it's not against the law? What does it mean they're doing nothing? I need to know what the fuck that means. And I haven't heard that. I haven't heard what that means. What does it mean they are doing nothing? Because if you're telling me that it means that they you called them and filed a report and they said we'll get back with you, and then within 24 hours they haven't said anything and now you feel like they're doing nothing, okay, well then you're jumping the gun. If that means that you told them that this happened and they said, well, that's not illegal, and that means that they're doing nothing, okay, well then it's not fucking illegal. So like, again, doesn't make sense for you to turn around and post it on the internet. It just, yeah, like I would need to know what that means. They're doing nothing. I would need to know. I'm assuming there's possibilities that it's something a little bit more devious that says that they're doing nothing. But yeah, I would need to know what the fuck that is.
And I don't think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy if you leave your door wide open with your dick and balls out and then order a delivery driver. So from my perspective, did she unlawfully surveil him? No. I'm sure some people on TikTok would say that she was trying to degrade and abuse him, but I don't think it's degrading or abusing someone if you record them because you're under the impression that they're trying to flash you. I think claiming that she abused him because she recorded him is just some weird ass Darvo shit. If she didn't genuinely believe that he was trying to flash her,
again, she can tell this fucking story without posting the video. She can tell the story without posting the video. That's not hard. That's not insane. You can post the fucking, you can tell the story and not post the fucking video. And I think this would drastically change things, right? And she even talked about in the video that we saw where they say, this is the original video, she said, I posted this 3 times already and they took it down each time. I think they're taking it down because I have the video of him naked. So I'm going to just tell you what happened instead. Okay, well, yeah, if you got taken down 3 fucking times for posting a video of a guy naked, then yeah, you probably should stop posting the fucking video of the guy naked. That's probably the idea, okay? That's probably a good fucking idea, is to just maybe not post him naked. But that is like, again, that is just obvious, I feel like.
and so she just recorded him to make fun of him or to abuse him, that would obviously be bad. But from everything I've seen, it does seem like she genuinely believed that he was trying to flash her, so I think this line of argumentation is just really dumb. Her recording him was not her engaging in voyeurism, it was in response to her feeling like he was engaging in exhibitionism. Alright, now let's see if it really is okay to have your dick and balls out as long as you're in the privacy of your own home. I think whether or not this is legal falls under public lewdness, and
the fact that he didn't even address her posting it on the internet is the problem here. That he did not even address that part. He only addressed her recording it. I can understand her recording it for evidence of what it is that happened there. That makes total sense to me. You recorded it, but then you redistributed it. That is not the same thing. That is not the same thing. You didn't just record it, you redistributed it. And you redistributed it before you even knew that the cops weren't doing anything, apparently. So this is insane. This doesn't make sense. This is not a good argument. I don't know how the fuck you don't even address this, Ryan. Why didn't you even address the fact that she posted it on the internet, bro?
And New York's laws around public lewdness states, a person is guilty of public lewdness when he or she intentionally exposes the private or intimate parts of his or her body in a lewd manner in a public place or in private premises under circumstances in which he or she may readily be observed from either a public place or from other private premises and with intent that he or she be so observed. So from reading...
That's a really good point. Like, what if he was under 18? Yes. What if he was like a 16 or 17-year-old fucking kid and she recorded this and posted it on the internet? What if he was mentally disabled? And what if he was mentally disabled and his caretaker was there and she was in the middle of wiping his ass and she had to walk away for a minute to go get more fucking baby wipes and shit and, you know, and then came back and is now there's just so many other fucking possibilities to this, to where, yes, it just seems so ridiculous to immediately turn around and post this on the internet so recklessly. I don't know how somebody could defend this in this sort of way without even addressing it. Dude. It's so ridiculous to me.
Reading this, I think it's pretty clear that it's not okay to flash your dick and balls just because you're in your own home. You can't just stand naked in front of your window while people walk by on the sidewalk or drive past in their cars, and you can't have your dick and balls out with your door wide open if you order a delivery. Now, the law does state that it's only illegal if it's done intentionally, but this is exactly why a lot of exhibitionists will do things like pretend that they're asleep so they give themselves this level of plausible deniability of whether or not what they're doing is intentional. But anyway, it still is illegal and it still is public lewdness if you intentionally expose yourself to someone, even if you're in your own home. Obviously, I am not a lawyer, but from my incredibly prestigious YouTuber legal analysis, I do not think that she committed unlawful surveillance, and I do think that he committed public lewdness if what he did was intentional. Now, you'd think that this is where this controversy ends. This girl accused him of sexual assault, even though technically what he did was probably actually sexual harassment, and he committed public lewdness unless what he did wasn't intentional. But to me, it does come across as intentional when your door is wide open. But of course this can't just be where this controversy ends. Instead, people on TikTok decided to just start making shit up about her.
Getting told to leave food at somebody's door, then seeing their door cracked open, pushing it open, and then seeing them laying on the couch doing shit in the privacy of their own home does not make you a victim of SA. Stop milking such a horrible, heinous fucking thing for views. It's very obvious what you're doing. And it's sickening. It really is fucking sickening to watch that shit. Yeah, the guy on the couch with his pants around his ankles with the door cracked open, a little fucking lunatic, but you pied the door. You pied the guy's front door and saw him when all you had to do was leave the food there.
So this fucking asshole decided to invent a new wrinkle to the story. According to him, when she walked up to the door, it was only cracked open just a little bit, and she decided to push the door open the rest of the way, and that's when she saw him naked.
But you pied the door. You pied the guy's front door.
This is straight up 100% a lie. There is no evidence that the door was only partially cracked open and she decided to open it the rest of the way. People just started claiming saying in TikTok comment sections that there's this mysterious video out there that she decided to delete where she admitted that the door was partially cracked open, but no one's been able to find it. I tried to search for this deleted video for a couple of hours and it just does not exist. This right here is the very first original video that she posted to TikTok. And if you zoom in, you can see that it very clearly states his front door wide open in 59 degrees Fahrenheit. From the very first video, she has always claimed that his door was wide open. I guess you can just choose to accuse her of lying about this based on nothing, but there is no evidence out there that shows that the door was cracked open and then she decided to open it the rest of the way. Except for this fake screenshot, which was obviously cropped to make it look like the door was cracked open when it was actually wide open. If you're gonna be a dickhead and lecture a woman about how wrong she is about sexual harassment, at least do the bare minimum of making sure that you get the details right. Maybe, I don't know, include a short clip of her admitting that the door was cracked open and then she pushed it open the rest of the way. But of course, expecting someone on TikTok to do basic editing and have basic journalistic integrity is expecting way too much.
You unknowingly recorded a man while he was unconscious in his own home. Indecent exposure at best. Stop milking that shit for views. You're awful.
Yeah, stop milking that shit. There's no way that she could have possibly posted this to TikTok because she wanted to help keep other women safe. No, the only reason she could have posted this to TikTok is because she's a dirty, attention-seeking whore who's trying.
Again, that wouldn't keep other women. Fuck, dude. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't get this. Like, I do think the other guy is overreacting to an extent, but the assumption that this is exhibitionism again is problematic here. Like, this is definitely problematic, and so there are problems on both sides of this where, again, people are jumping to fucking conclusions and like assuming a lot when the information that we have does not give us nearly enough to come to these conclusions. And again, she did say that she was sexually assaulted, not sexually harassed. I think based on the fact that she explains the context, makes it to where that's not so bad. I do think that the assault claim isn't so bad because she does explain what happened to where okay, she's describing sexual harassment and just calling it sexual assault. That's not so bad because it could be to where she says I was sexually assaulted, doesn't give the explanation, and then you think some guy actually came and like slapped her in the face with his dick or some shit.
Trying to milk TikTok clout. And before someone decides to leave some stupid comment accusing me of only taking her side because she's a woman, the last TikTok controversy I talked about was Kendra, that crazy psychiatrist lady, and I absolutely did not take her side or believe all of her allegations just because she's a woman. I don't give a fuck about gender when it comes to analyzing these types of situations. If a woman decided to spread her clam on the couch for a delivery driver, I would be saying the same shit. But I also think that when people do analysis, their analysis is incomplete if they don't take societal bias into account while doing their analysis. And in society, we know that men tend to get away with doing creepy shit like exposing themselves, and women tend to have their experiences ignored and downplayed, and people make up lies about them and accuse them of only doing shit for attention.
Stop milking that shit for views. You're awful.
And I think refusing to acknowledge these truths just leads to bad analysis. So I don't talk about societal bias because I'm trying to come across as the most performative woke feminist. I talk about societal bias just because I care about wanting to be accurate. And I honestly do feel like one of the main reasons that people have turned against this woman as much as they have is because they just find her annoying.
They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job, and that was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
Anytime someone comes onto the internet and screams into the camera like this always leads to people taking them less seriously.
This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember? I'm the victim.
Because, you know, we should expect everyone to be cool and calm and collected at all times, even in a situation where they just lost their job after feeling like someone sexually harassed them. And this angry face right here obviously makes for some good clickbait, and people know that they can get more attention if they use clickbait that makes her look crazy, which ironically creates a situation where people are trying to maximize attention by making her look as angry and crazy as possible, while simultaneously accusing her of only doing shit for attention. And again, just to be clear, I do think that she made multiple mistakes. I don't think she should have called this sexual assault. I don't think she should have posted nudity or his house number to TikTok. I think she should have made sure to go through all of the proper legal channels before talking about this on the internet. But I also understand that humans are emotional creatures who make mistakes when they're emotional, and I don't expect someone to make all of the most perfect rational choices in order for me to take their story seriously and believe that they could be a victim.
So I order DoorDash, go to sleep, half naked in my home. My instructions were to leave the food at my door. The Dasher delivers my food, sees my door's cracked, my screen is closed, then proceeds to walk into my home, where again I'm asleep, half naked, and they record me.
Wow, guys, now we've added even more details to the fictional version of what happened. Now, not only was the door cracked, but she also decided to open his closed screen door and take a step inside, which is trespassing. Except, none of this happened. In the original video, from the beginning, both the screen door and the outer door are wide open, and she never takes a step inside. And from the angle that she walks up onto the porch to deliver the food, he is clearly visible. It's not like she decided to stick her head in the door and crane her neck to the side and then she saw him naked. That just didn't happen. You are lying. Well, either you are lying or you just read some shit in a TikTok comment somewhere and then decided to regurgitate it without doing any research. Like I said at the beginning of the video, just imagine what's going to happen when AI videos start to get better and better. Once AI video gets good enough, someone could just generate a version of this video which starts with the door cracked open and then she opens the screen door and takes a step inside. And all it would take is one random person out of the hundreds of thousands of people watching these videos to create a fake video, and then everyone would believe it. People already believe what this dude is saying without any evidence, so just imagine how bad things are going to be once you can create fake evidence.
I am the victim! I am the victim!
I cannot express to you enough how much I believe that AI video is about to destroy the entire internet. Unless like every single AI developer on the planet decides to do something like insert some sort of uncrackable NFT into every single AI generated video that makes it extremely clear which videos are AI generated and which ones aren't. But with the way things are headed right now, the internet is just completely and totally fucked. I try to be level-headed and I try not to be a doomer when it comes to worrying about things like advancements in technology like AI, but I genuinely believe that AI video is the most existential threat the internet has ever faced. If every single government around the entire world doesn't get their shit together and come together to put some very serious regulations in place, I think the entire internet is fucked. But you know, maybe it's good that the entire internet is fucked. Maybe once people can't believe anything anymore, this will cause people to put their phones down and go outside and touch grass. I don't know. I can't wait to potentially lose my job as a YouTuber because we as a society have decided that we just want to collectively siphon all of our wealth right into the hands of Sam Altman. Thanks, Sam. Anyway, just to quickly recap, I think we can all agree that this girl did make some mistakes. She definitely should have handled the situation differently in multiple ways, but I don't think that discredits the fact that she could still be a valid victim of sexual harassment. And I don't think just because you're mad at a woman on the internet because she used the term sexual assault instead of sexual harassment, that justifies making up a bunch of lies about her. And I hope people are aware enough to see what is happening here. This is just the latest example on the internet where a woman makes a mistake, and then in response to that mistake, millions of people decide to treat her like she's the fucking Antichrist. And I kinda doubt it, but I hope that in the future people won't just believe something because they read it in a TikTok comment or they saw some fake cropped screenshot, because if people don't start holding themselves to a higher standard and having a higher standard when it comes to truth, then the entire internet is fucked. Thanks for sticking around to the end of the video. If you enjoyed this video,
At one point he mentions the fact that like he doesn't like the people or willing to just take the facts for what they are and not jump to conclusions. And then it does seem as though at some points he is willing to jump to some conclusions that like this is exhibitionism, and that this is that like it makes sense that she would post this if this guy is intending to sexually assault her or sexually harass her, or like there's just there are still conclusions being jumped to here that I don't like. So yeah, little weird.
So I've been struggling with quitting adult content for the past 7 years. I've been analyzing a lot. I know what side effects you get after jerk off. We all know that we're gonna feel like shit. We all know that we're gonna have shame, guilt. But that knowledge doesn't change shit, right? We all know we're gonna feel like shit, but we still do it, right? The urge is way too strong. So
I feel great after I jack off. Maybe a little tired. Like if he says feel like shit, like a little exhausted sometimes, a little tired, especially sometimes if it's been a long day, it can take like, you know, a good 30, 45 minutes sometimes. That's a little exhausting, but you're abnormal, Tom? I'm abnormal? One's in chat if you guys watch porn and feel horrible afterwards. One's in chat if you guys watch porn and you feel gross afterwards. Not like you just feel tired and want to go to sleep. Like you feel gross. Sometimes depends on the video. True. I hate those ones where like right when I get there and I'm starting to come, they all of a sudden want to give me this like back shot of the guy's fucking gooch, like right when I'm coming, and all of a sudden, yes, then I'm like, then I feel fucking gross. Now I want to redo, but it's going to take like another, I want to go to sleep, but then I'm like, shit, I can't go to sleep after that. I need a fucking redo. So now I have to stay awake for like another 2 fucking hours to wait to get the fucking redo so I don't fucking come on the gooch of another fucking dude. And so I gotta, yeah, it does depend. I feel empty. Okay. Well, we have one person who says they do, and then one person who says depends. So, yeah. Outside of those 2 people, yeah, I think we're talking about porn. This guy just said that like he wants he's like, we all hate watching porn. We all really want to stop, and we all feel disgusting afterwards. I was like, what? Where is this coming from? What the fuck are you talking about? Catmere with the clutch take. What did Catmere say? Who watches porn with men in it? You're gay as fuck. That's why we have lesbians. Let that one guy cook. You should all feel bad about wasting time when you could be in church. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is like it's very easy to just fall asleep afterwards, right? And it's different now because like when I was younger, if I jacked off, I would be like, it would get me wired, right? It would get my heart rate going, and now but now as I get older, like and it didn't really it didn't really get my heart rate going when I was younger, but it did wake me up a bit. The older I get, the more I like after I finish, I'm like oh, damn. Like, I feel like, yeah, I'm like out of breath now and get the adrenaline going. Yeah, like it was not like that when I was younger, but it does, like, the more and more older that I get, the more it is just like kind of like, oh, man. Jesus, Tom, stop. Stop. jacking off or stop talking about it.
Shit. We all know that we're gonna have shame, guilt, but that knowledge doesn't change shit, right? We all know we're gonna feel like shit, but we still do it, right? The urge is way too strong. So I decided to research a bit more. And I asked this friend of mine what he thinks about adult content. And he said this one thing that made my urges completely disappear. I was so disgusted in what I heard, I didn't think about adult content ever again. It was so bad, it was disgusting. The thing he said is that adult content will turn you gay. Think about this. It'll turn you.
Please tell me this is a fucking parody, dude. Please tell me this is a fucking parody with like how like intense this is and everything. And now he's saying it'll turn you gay, and it is gonna be, yeah, it's Katmere, that because there's another guy in there. That this is gonna turn you gay. Like I don't know. I grew up in football and basketball and in locker rooms with other men, and it, like, this is not seeing other men naked does not bother me all that much. I'm not afraid of turning gay. So I think this is this is more of a Christian conservative thing where if they are gay, they have to like push it down and ignore it and pretend that it's not happening. And so that's a fear for them. I know I'm not gay, so I don't really have to worry about it all that much.
When you were a kid, you were attracted to women. You were attracted to normal people, right? You were not watching bullshit that is considered real. It's not real, right? None of what you see on the internet is real. It's all fake. It's all a fugazi. You've been conditioned, right? Over the years, you've been conditioned.
Did he say a Farazi?
Bullshit that is considered real. It's not real, right? None of what you see on the internet is real. It's all fake. It's all a fugazi. It's not real, right? None of what you see on the internet is real. It's all fake. It's all a fugazi. You've been conditioned.
Okay, he did say a Fugazi, but his captions are not actually saying what it is he's saying. So when he says it's all a Fugazi, it says it's all awful.
Right. Over the years, you've been conditioned, oh, you should be watching this, right? And now you're not even attracted to actual human beings. How pathetic is that? Think about this, right? Every single day, you wake
to actual human beings. Is he watching that like fucking anime porn? Is that the problem? He's talking about hentai. That's the issue. Yes, you do feel gross after watching hentai. Most of that shit, the chicks have fucking big old massive like sweaty dicks and shit, and they're like creaming the entire time. Their balls are sweating, but they have really nice tits, and so it's kind of attractive while also not attractive. And it's but they're like growling, and they have like fucking spit dribbling out of their fucking mouths. Yeah, and the tentacles and everything. Yeah, okay. I understand his issue now. He's watching fucking those like alien hentai videos, and that is that totally makes sense the way that he's describing this now. This is all that's futa, not hentai. Oh, okay, yes. We all care so much, Core, about the distinctions here. That's really thank you so much. That's really what we needed. Oh, that's futa. That's not hentai. You're talking about futa. You're talking about the wrong one. You don't even know the arc of the fucking futa, Tom.
Wake up, start jerking off to some random guy banging some woman that you don't know, right? You've never known these people. And you're some random guy as well, right? They don't know who you are. You're just a cock behind the screen. And eventually, you'll turn gay. And people still ignore this. They think, oh, it's okay, right? It's just like, what, 1 hour a day or like once a week? Fuck that shit, right? Screw that. You were never supposed to do this, right? If you want to jerk off, do that. But without adult content, right? Adult content is the main thing that makes jerk off. Try jerking off without adult content. you will see that you don't even like it. You don't have the urge. But when you think about adult content, oh, immediately you're hard.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Truly, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, we had Mantis on here just a little bit ago, and during the debate, I had to get up and go do my own thing for a little bit and come back and try to finish moderating the debate. Like, that's not adult content. That's not the same thing. But I can't, like, it doesn't matter if I have, like, fucking porn, you know, like, right in front of me or not. I have to, it's going to happen one way or the other.
It's your mind that is reprogrammed. It's reconditioned. Now, the only way to fix this is to realize how bad it is, right? Many people just ignore this, but understand that this will turn you into a nightmare. It will turn you into a freak. You'll become ugly. You will not be attracted to actual human beings. You'll keep dreaming in a fantasy world. You will never have a proper life. You will never be able to build a family. You will have a messed up relationship with your family. Everything will...
Me and my girlfriend will watch porn together. Me and my whole family will watch porn together.
It'll be horrible. And if you still have some motivation to jerk off anyway, sure, do that. But just so you know, eventually it will get so messed up that there will be no going back, right? Imagine you being in this car, right? And you're going so fast, right? You're jerking off every single day. You're going so fast. You're fully addicted, right?
Everybody's based. Nice. Based. Okay, whoa. Not nice. Not based.
You're locked into this bullshit. You'll go so fast to a point where you lose your mind. You will not know where the brakes are on the car. And eventually, a wall will appear. And you ended your own life. That's how it is, right? And people think it's okay, right? Adult content is never okay. Now it's just the early stages, right? Once you go past 25, 30 years, right? Whatever. That's where the real nightmare comes, right? When we were kids, it's all okay, right? Because nobody cares about it, right? Everyone does it. Some bullshit happened, but I just wish...
Yeah, but he keeps saying, like, if you're watching porn, it's not real. It's not real people. You're jacking off to people that aren't even real. I don't know where he's getting that from. But what if you're just a streamer? Because for streamers, girls are just sending you their fucking pictures and videos and shit all the fucking time. So, what are those fake too? Is that all AI? What about before AI was real? Is that still fake? Like, what are we talking about here? Where are the lines drawn? I have too many questions.
Because nobody cares about it, right? Everyone does it. Some bullshit happened, but I just wish I never saw that when I was 13. But that's how it is, right? Life is messed up. But we only realize that it's messed up when we are 20. When we're 18, when we are actually smart enough to recognize the problem. When you're a kid, you don't recognize the problem. That's why kids are not supposed to do any of this shit. Because they don't realize how bad it is until it's too late. I hope this helped you. And take care.
Well, so earlier we were talking about the fact that when Lab said that if somebody sent her a dick pic, that she was going to post it on Twitter, right? Well, this is also something that happened when Destiny was going through his drama about sharing porn or sharing videos without the other person's permission. There were stories that came from, I think it was Cosmo who did a story on Hassan. And the reporter talked about the fact that while they were talking to Hassan, he pulled out his phone and opened up his DMs and was like, sorry, there's going to be a lot of naked chicks, and starts like opening up DMs of all of these naked chicks in his DMs. And so I said, I was like, don't you guys think that this is fucked up? Like, if he's taking naked pics that were sent to him in DMs and he's showing this to other people? And there were people who were like, no, that's not the same thing as what Destiny did at all. Like, these are people who are sending him unsolicited nudes. This is similar to what Lav said with unsolicited dick pics. He can show them to anybody. He can post them on the fucking internet if he wants. It's not his fault that they sent that shit to him. He doesn't have any responsibility to keep their privacy if it was unsolicited. And so, yeah, this is where it kind of falls into the same bracket here, where there's just yeah, there's just a weird. I don't know, weird boundaries around this to where I don't know where they actually stand, where I stand on them either, I guess. Okay. So I talked about the fact that I sent PF Jung a request for a debate last week. He got back to me and said that he can do it, but he's got to wait 2 weeks before he can do it. And so we're probably going to talk about this stuff soon.
Dave,
but apparently
saw my conversation with
Pisco, Dave Green, and PF Jung all had a conversation recently. And it says, debate, did the liberal project die with Charlie Kirk? So I've been very clear about this. I think liberals and Democrats specifically, I think Democrats have won. Like, they've gotten nothing but fucking W's since Charlie Kirk's death. Like, I think most people saw the Charlie Kirk death and the way that the right was able to propagandize that death. And we thought, oh, we're fucked. Like, a lot of people are buying this propaganda.
What about Drew Pavlou? Debate him.
He's fucking retarded. Like, that guy is so fucking brain dead. At least, like, because Drew Pavlou even has trouble just having a conversation. He can't even have a conversation. He can't understand, like, simplistics of conversing, right? Whereas PF Jung can. PF Jung is good at conversing. He maybe has a little bit more trouble understanding the concepts, but I think it seems as though when the concepts are explained to him in a way that makes sense, that he's capable of understanding them a little bit better. And lots of times he'll even agree with things that are true, but still have a disagreement on the overall ideal for different valued reasons. Whereas Drew Pavlou he's not even able to concede things that are true. So yeah, it's just not even worth it.
With Pisco. I suspect
But anyway, so yeah, so PF Jung and my internet is still fucked. Like, when I go to automatic, it's in 360. And I don't know why, but it keeps autoing in 360. And I've never had this issue before. And this is with, like, every video, every day now. They're autoing in 360. Did I change something? Because I feel like there's more lag on Call of Duty. I feel like there's, my videos, qualities are down. I feel like I don't know. On my phone, I'm able to go to advanced and say, like, if I do auto, do I want it to have, like, the highest quality possible? Do I want the lowest quality possible? Do I want the best, like, for data saving? Do I want, like, I'm able to choose all of these other options on my phone, but I don't see that here. Maybe I need to go into my settings on YouTube. So yeah, I'll let this play and check my settings for a second.
You disagree with Pisco on some things. Do you
Thank
want
you,
to
MW.
Kind of high-level view of things, and then we can just pull things apart from there.
So this involves the Kirk assassination. And the operative question in the Kirk assassination.
Oh yeah, but anyways, okay. So after the Kirk assassination, I felt like Republicans were doing really well with the propaganda, talking about this is proof that the left is violent. Look at all of them; they're celebrating this, and it was just a couple of, like, random people on TikTok, and they started making lists of people saying that all these people were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and they said they had over, like, 200,000 people on there or something like that. Maybe it was 2,200. I don't remember, but they said that they had this list of all of these people who celebrated his death. And then you go look at the list, and I went through, like, maybe 100, 200 people. I didn't find a single person who celebrated his death on that list. Not one. I know some people did, but I couldn't find a single person who on the list who actually did it. And the majority of the people who they say celebrated his death, I got accused of celebrating his death, and I know I never fucking did that shit. So there's people who said that Destiny celebrated his death, and I didn't see him do that shit. So it does, like, the celebrating his death thing was just not really a thing as much as people tried to make it. And the majority of people who they say celebrated his death are just people who said, yeah, I just don't really give a fuck that he died. I don't like him. I think he's a piece of shit. So who gives a fuck that he died? That was by far the majority of people. That's all they said. They're just like, yeah, I don't like him. So I don't give a fuck. Get over it. Like, I'm not going to fucking mourn his death. Whatever. They're like, oh my goodness, you're celebrating his death. Wait, that's not celebrating. What the? Not giving a fuck is literally the opposite of celebrating. Celebrating means you really care. You're really happy about this. You have a lot invested in his death. Whereas, like, not giving a fuck literally means you'll never celebrate his death. You won't mourn his death. You don't give a fuck. And so, yeah, it's just, we're $2 off from hitting the goal with 48 of 50 with an hour and a half left. No hurry to get the $2 in there, guys.
Is what types of conversation?
Sorry. All of the W's are like things like, I thought that they were really winning with this sort of rhetoric. I felt like they were winning. I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like every single thing that has happened since then has really made them all look bad. One, the fact that they all immediately turned around and started calling for civil war. That looked fucking horrible. The fact that Donald Trump did not come out and condemn violence and didn't do anything to, like, try to bring people together, but instead started talking about how bad the left is and the fact that they need to, that they're the real problem. The fact that then he went on Fox News and started justifying when the right engages in violence and says, oh, they just want good things. That's why they do this. The real problem is the left, because when they do this, they are evil. They want bad things. Then the fact that he went to Charlie Kirk's funeral MAGA rally and said, you know, I hate my opponents. I really do. I'm not going to forgive them. I hate them. Like, this, again, made him look even worse. And then the fact that a civil war never even happened, so they were all just fucking LARPing and just, like, talking shit and didn't do anything about it afterwards, except for just posting memes online of them, like, in army gear and shit. Like, it was just the lamest fucking crap ever that made them look fucking insane. Then the fact that we have the No Kings protest, where these are the biggest protests of all time, and that more people show up for anything. I told you the fact that there was a next town over, everybody made a big deal about the fact that there were almost 2,000 people showed up for Charlie Kirk's vigil in that city. And the No Kings protest had over 3,000 people there. So they made this big deal about the fact that, like, yeah, we're really taking over. We had almost 2,000 people in Woodstock. We're really killing it over here. We got everybody's on our side. We got almost 2,000 people here. And then over 3,000 people show up for the fucking No Kings protest. Yeah, sorry. Y'all are not doing it the way that you think you're doing it. You're not doing it as big as you think. Then the big beautiful bill, by far the majority of Americans felt like this was going to be harmful. Even the majority of Republicans felt like this was going to be harmful to them in the middle class. The government shutdown, by far the majority of Americans blame the government shutdown on Republicans. The ceasefire is maybe the only thing that has been beneficial at all. The fact that Donald Trump got the ceasefire and he only went up in approval 1 point says that almost everything has been fucking negative for him. That means that, like, almost everything has been really fucking negative for him. If you're going to get a ceasefire and your approval only goes up 1 point, that's fucking rough, dude. Then the fact that the ceasefire already seems to be falling apart says that, like, even the one thing that he got that was actually a W throughout all of this looks like it's starting to turn into not such a W. Then there were numerous other things that I'm blanking on right now. that. Oh yeah. The fact that the Trump administration came out and said that they wanted to arrest people for hate speech, and we're talking about arresting people. The fact that they have arrested numerous people since then for freedom of speech. The fact that the majority of people have become, by far the majority of Americans are not happy with the ICE raids and the way that deportations are happening, and the way that they're engaging in immigration roundups. That is this is really fucking hurting the Trump administration. And so, yes, it has just been nothing but W's they're just handed to us. We didn't even have to do anything. The Trump administration is just fucking handing us W's left and right, to where, yeah, I would say that ever since the Charlie Kirk assassination, and the fact that, there were 3 or 4 right-wingers immediately after that went out and shot up places and people, that this really hurt their fucking propaganda that they were pushing at the time. So, yeah, I think this has been really, really rough. Been a rough go ever since Charlie Kirk's death, and I think everything's just kind of turned into nothing but W's for Democrats, and the midterms are looking good. Midterms are looking really good for us.
Are really valid conversations to be having in this present day. And the response we've been getting from the left has been not very good. And what the idea...
Yeah, it can't mirror. There's no evidence that any of the protests were paid for, that any of the protesters were paid. I've watched 3 different videos saying that they went to paid protests. They showed 0 evidence at any of them that they were paid protests. 0. They showed 0 evidence that they were paid protests. Some of them had things paid for, so some of them rented out venues and put up tents and got food and drinks and shit for people. Some of them got permits to go protest some places. By far, the majority of the protests were not permitted. They were just people standing on sidewalks and protesting in different cities at different times and had no permits. So, but the fact that there was money put into these things for people to rent out venues and to actually take over certain parks and put on an actual event that has nothing to do with whether or not they're paid protests, but people keep just mentioning that a Soros Foundation donated a bunch of money to this, and they think that means they were paid protests. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. Can we go look at how much money was paid for Donald Trump's rally on January 6th and all the people that showed up to that, and then say that the January 6th paid protests were paid protests? All of them were paid. That's stupid. It doesn't make sense. They put tons of money into the speech that Donald Trump gave at the protest, where they had big old stages and speakers everywhere and sections for the media and glass all over the place, bulletproof glass and all of the shit. And so don't do whataboutism. That's not whataboutism. Again, Catbeer, you don't know what whataboutism is. Whataboutism is where I don't answer your question. I don't rebut what you said and instead pull up a counterfactual. Whereas I'm saying, I already answered it, said there's no evidence that these are paid, that this does not mean that this is paid for. And then after directly rebutting what you said with 3 different arguments, then moved on to say, also, if you're going to be consistent on this, you would have to say X, Y, and Z. I did both. That's not whataboutism. You still don't know what whataboutism is. And if you like, I can pull up our argument about this, where you do admit that if I answer the question and then pull up a counterfactual, that is not a whataboutism. You've already admitted this, but you'll still pretend that it's a whataboutism, because every time you admit you're wrong, you still go back on it every fucking time. So
idea seems to be that Charlie Kirk represents a brand of ideas that is beyond the pale. And this was the message that was put forward by people like Ta-Nehisi Coates.
I stand on business. You stand on a mountain of lies. Catmere. You stand on a mountain of lies. Okay.
I mean, there were another variety of online influencers that literally tried to excuse the assassination. I'm going to just discount that because I don't think anyone would defend it in a debate. But there seemed to be a large number of serious public intellectuals on the left who wanted to claim that Charlie Kirk's ideas were beyond the pale of debate in a liberal society. And this is really the problem here, because Charlie Kirk's ideas are broadly characteristic of a large percentage of the population of this country.
That doesn't make them, that doesn't make it to where they fit in with a liberal society. I'm sorry, but like Nazi Germany was a liberal society before the fucking Nazis took over. That doesn't mean that Nazis were a good characteristic of a liberal society just because it was something that was popularized within a liberal society. That does not mean that it actually fits with liberal ideals. This is such a fucking bad argument, dude. I hate it when people do this, where they're like, oh, you don't think this fits? Well, it's what the country voted for, so therefore it does. Like, that's not how that works, bro. That is just not how that works. We have had many liberal societies who voted against liberalism, and we called that fascism. That is what that's called.
And, there's this word that gets bandied about, not in the Ta-Nehisi Coates article, but it was implied, but this is the subject of your conversation, which was fascism. The labeling of fascist is a tool
there it is.
Of equivocation in this case. It's a real ideology. You can look up the ideas of Giovanni Gentile if you want to. We can talk about ultranationalism and totalitarian ultranationalism, a certain variety of nationalist governments that occurred in the early 20th century, and sometimes in Latin America in the late 20th century. But in our current discourse, no one is a proponent of Giovanni Gentile. What happens is that there's two things that fascism means, broadly speaking. The first one is fascist. I mean, as you, Paul, or I can call you Paul, right?
You call me Paul.
Yes.
Yeah,
my bad. The first thing that fascism means is a bad person who is so bad or so evil that they are probably worthy of some amount of state censor and maybe vigilante violence. This is the definition of fascism you get from Hollywood movies. If a character is labeled a fascist in a Hollywood movie, that means bad person who is a proper object of state violence or vigilance.
I would stop him right here and ask him for an example of what movie he's talking about. I would love to know what movies are just labeling people fascist, and then the ideas that like everybody turns around and is immediately engaging in justifiable violence against them outside of like a Nazi movie or some shit, which the people of the state weren't engaging in violence against them. Their other countries were, after they encroached on those countries' sovereignty, not before, just because they were fascist. So I would love to know who the fuck he's talking about, because this is not a thing that I think I've ever seen.
Anti-violence, that was the whole point of Inglourious Bastards.
Wow. I cannot believe he actually did it. Okay. So yeah, so he's using the fucking Nazis as an example. Holy shit. That's the whole point of Inglourious Bastards, guys. The whole point of Inglourious Bastards is that the random people of, random citizens are now allowed to just rise up and engage in violence against the state just because they were called fascist. That was the issue. I don't even know if the term fascist was used in Inglourious Bastards. Am I crazy? Was the term fascism even used in Inglourious Bastards? They called them Nazis a lot. They kept saying they were Nazis. I take that deal. You take that deal? Yeah, I take that deal. Damn good deal. Maybe by Brad Pitt. Was the term fascist used in the movie Inglourious Bastards? So I would say it may not have been used by, I wouldn't think it was used by Brad Pitt or any of those people. I would think maybe it was used by the girl who burnt down the movie theater. Maybe the girl who burnt down the movie theater. But I don't think Brad Pitt or his crew were ever using the term. Based on a review of the script, commentary of the term fascism was not used by any character in the Quentin Tarantino movie Inglourious Bastards. However, the film is thematically concerned with fascism and Nazi aesthetics. Yeah, of course. But yeah, this is not... they got them Nazis. I'm going to carve it in your head so everyone knows for the rest of your life you're a Nazi. You didn't say you're a fascist. So yeah. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but he's not starting off on a very good footing here.
And so on and so forth. You can't think of a good fascist character in a Hollywood movie. I could only think of one, which is kind of a silly example. The audience might want to guess at what that one is.
Is it Emperor Palpatine?
No,
Oscar Schindler.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe, but there's a better one.
Oh, I can't think of a fascist example in a movie. They both immediately name two, and he's like, "Oh no, neither one of those." That's good. All right.
The other definition, so equivocation is always taking a word that has two definitions and switching them back and forth. The other definition of fascism that's operative is somebody who believes ideas that were broadly shared by most people before 1900. And this is sort of what you get to when you get to like the...
For the 1900s. Liberalism became prominent in the 18th and 19th century with its philosophical roots in the Enlightenment. Key events that solidified its influence include the English Glorious Revolution in 1688 and the American Revolution, which established liberal ideas like parliamentary sovereignty and individual liberties in modern republics. By the late 19th century, liberal thought had developed into distinct political parties, and by the early 20th century, a new form of social liberalism emerged that advocated for greater government intervention to address social and economic issues. So yeah, I would agree with what he's saying for the most part, that like even as liberal societies started to gain prominence, that things like slavery still existed, right? And the fact that slavery still existed didn't mean that it wasn't a liberal society, but liberalism is a fairly new concept that we are building towards. Yeah, the majority of human history has been ruled by monarchs, and the fact that we are implementing things like liberalism with democracy means that we are over time learning how to actually live out those ideals, how it is that we actually realize those ideals. And it takes time. Things like gay marriage just became legalized in our country, just, within the last, made it to where they couldn't be illegal, was it just happened within the last 20 years here. This is not all that surprising that the majority of time we have had ideals that we do consider to be more fascistic. But the reason that fascism was created was to stop liberalism from continuing in the direction that it is continuing today. That was the point of fascism. It is to stop this. It is a reactionary ideal, a reactionary movement that says that liberalism is not good enough and that it gives too much freedom to people and too many options. People do not need options and they do not need freedom. They need to be told what to do. They need to be told what to want, and they need somebody who is going to let them know what is best for them. And so because a leader is willing to take on all of the wants and needs and responsibilities of those people, he is willing to let them know what is best for them. And they believe he knows what's best for them, and they will follow him and give him that responsibility. They will give him that authority over their lives and over their agency so that he can let them know. And it is this like oneness with the people and the leadership that makes it to where they are in tandem together. It is an anti-liberal movement. It is meant to be reactionary. So when people come forward and they and they're fascist, people think, well, that means they want to kill the Jews. That means that they want, it doesn't matter about the actual ideas. It matters about the way that it is done and what it is that they're the reaction to liberalism, the reaction to the Constitution, the reaction to freedoms and to liberties. This is the thing that they are fighting against. And that is what makes it fascistic in a way. But then you add on the authoritarianism, the things like that, that is making it a very specific type of movement that is just fascism.
Umberto Eco's definition of fascism.
I don't like Umberto Eco's fascism. Not a huge fan of it. Not against it, but it to me is kind of repetitive and is not obviously in my debates over fascism, not the definition that I've ever used.
Umberto Eco is this brilliant Italian novelist who wrote this absolutely horrible article where he laid out this cluster of concepts that defined fascism. But the cluster concepts are so vague that they'd apply to almost all ideas before 1900.
That, again, does not matter. Liberalism is something that moves in a direction. It is something that evolves over time. It is something that continues to progress. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter that the majority of people agreed with those ideas. I'm so annoyed with the stupid fucking arguments coming from this guy.
Few exceptions. And so by using this definition, you can say this. You can effectively say what progressives mean, but don't want to actually say. What progressives mean, but don't want to actually say, is everybody who has ideas that resemble ideas that come before 1900 is an evil person that is worthy of some amount of state censorship and vigilante violence. And that is the equivocation operation. And this is
so stupid.
To the extent that this is applied to Charlie Kirk, it would effectively end all meaningful political discourse in the West. That isn't just like some kind of weird toy theory debate.
Well, I heard a lot of different things there that I want to respond to. The first is the question that you posed, which are this question of what is a valid conversation to have? That this is a conversation about conversations. I understand when you're saying what a valid conversation is. These are just conversations that you think are useful to have, right? That's what you mean by valid. You don't mean anything other than that, right? When you say a valid conversation, you mean one that you would like to have or one that you think society should have, right?
One that's allowed to occur within the parameters of liberal discourse. so that you don't use extra. The dialectic occurs, and I'm not expecting you to phone my boss and get me fired, or try to exert pressure on me. Like the idea, I mean, you could obviously say that the idea of sort of liberal open discourse is itself kind of a modern thing. But the idea is when we debate or talk about politics and
again, phoning someone's boss to decide that they should get fired for things has not been a liberal thing. That has been a very conservative type of thing throughout most of history. So if that's the argumentation that he keeps wanting to use to say what something is, then yes, we can just say that that's not a liberal thing. It is not a liberal thing to phone somebody's boss to try to get them fired over their ideas. That is a conservative thing, and so you need to take that back and realize that throughout the majority of history, that has been a conservative thing, good sir. All right, this fucking ad is right in the middle of my screen. I'm going to have to refresh this.
Intellectually, it's supposed to be an open conversation where we can explore ideas as they exist.
Right, and in that context, I just don't understand, and maybe you're not applying it to the conversation that Paul and I had, but that like Charlie Kirk's ideas are beyond the realm of civil discourse, at least for me, as far as I'm,
Well, what did he mean when he called him a fascist?
Yeah, so when I called him a fascist, I was clear about what I meant. I gave you what I meant by the term fascist, and you might...
He said that Trump is a fascist, and he supports Trump. That is the main thing that makes him a fascist, is that he is willing to support Trump. What ideas he professes is one thing, but what it is he's willing to support is another. So if I keep telling you guys that I'm really a liberal, I promise you, I'm actually a liberal, I promise you, but then I keep going and voting for communists and socialists, it doesn't matter that I fucking tell you that I'm a liberal. If I keep voting for communists and socialists who want to implement communism and socialism, then I'm probably a fucking communist and a socialist. I'm probably some type of Marxist, and you can probably start to read into what it is that I'm saying if that's the case, right? If they're actually trying to implement this communism and socialism into my country, you can go ahead and believe that that is likely something that I am in favor of. That is the case with Donald Trump and fascism.
That's the Umberto Eco definition.
Yeah, you might say that definition...
Well, I would vote for Mamdani, but again, he's not trying to impose socialism or communism. That was never like something that he was planning on, or that he's preached that he was going to do, and he's explicitly said that he's not trying to build a socialist state. So that's not, I was very specific in saying that they're actually going to implement those ideals. Like that is the most important part of that, right?
Is wrong if you take some kind of like realist sense of what words mean or ought to mean. But I'm just telling you there's no equivocation, right?
So by what,
so
you say fascism.
So I just want to finish. In my conversation, there was no equivocation, right? Because Paul asked me, what did you mean? I told him what I meant, and so there's no equivocation there, fair?
No, that's not true. Equivocation does not require the conversation you're in to have two definitions going on at once.
Do you think I was equivocating?
The equivocation equivocation to occur, it means you have to use a label for somebody that is radically different. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Most people don't hear when you say Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk was a conservative.
So I'll ask you,
that's not what
how was I equivocating? How was I equivocating?
No, I'm saying when equivocation is used, it means that the audience that you're speaking to is operating with a different definition than you're using. So it creates a functional equivocation. Okay, whatever. We're getting way too meta.
So no, it's not meta. I mean, if you're going to accuse me of being, or you're going to suggest that people are equivocating.
Yes, if you're going to use the term equivocation when nobody else, when the audience is not going to understand the word to mean what it is that you're using it to mean, then technically, according to your definition, you are currently equivocating with the definition of equivocate. So it's kind of important.
I think Paul, frankly, was equivocating in that conversation because I was trying to to pin him down on what the meaning of the term fascism is. And so I certainly am not equivocating when I bring up the term fascism. You might say that my definition of fascism is stupid or it doesn't follow whatever, but that's not an equivocation. That's just you saying you have the wrong definition.
Can I test your definition of fascism?
What do you mean by testing it? What do you mean
I
by
want to
text?
see how it applies to people in history. So you said you have an objective definition of fascism. More
I don't know
or
what you mean
less
by
than
objective. What do you mean by objective?
So like, okay, so something that I would agree on is if people talk about like, was like early slavery, were these fascist ideas? No, not for the time. They were not. But but today, yes, if somebody tried to impose slavery today, that we would consider those fascistic, but that's like by itself would not be fascism. But then if you take into consideration things like Jim Crow era, okay, we would say that that is somewhat fascistic. But then you add in also during that time you had you know, McCarthyism. Okay, yes, that was also fascistic. Then also around the same time you started to have Hoover and the FBI obviously overriding people's rights and going after leaders of minority groups and you know, blocking travel from different types of ethnicities. You have the Japanese internment camps. You have like all of these different things. Then, like, yes, each one of those things are considered fascistic to today. But again, it is based on liberalism, fascism, and where liberalism is kind of dictating what fascism is at the time as well. So his idea that like, oh, well, we can just look throughout time, and the majority of time, everybody's fascist. It's not how that works.
You're not going to change the definition of fascism depending on what year the person was born.
If what you mean by objective is that the definition changes, no, the definition does not change.
Okay, so the definition is constant. So I could go to historical characters and ask you if they're fascist, right? So can I try some?
Yeah. You could try. I mean,
okay.
there are some concepts that are...
Let's try it. Okay.
Well, wait, just to be clear, you could maybe go back down to like caveman times where there are some concepts that are so anachronistic.
Famous leaders from history. Were they fascist? Okay. I'll do a mixture of white and not white leaders. You know, okay. Let's do Julius Caesar or Augustus Caesar.
I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Julius.
How about Harun al-Rashid, the most famous caliph?
Listen, can we just stick on Julius Caesar for a second?
Oh, okay. I thought you said you weren't sure.
Well, as I sit here, I don't have an instant response to Julius Caesar. Okay. Do you think I should have an instant response to Julius Caesar?
He's the most famous political leader of all time. So
no, but like in the moment, I'm thinking out loud, like my thought process of Julius Caesar. Now, was Julius Caesar an ultra nationalist as far as Rome is concerned? Maybe I don't know enough about Roman history there. I'm certainly authoritarian, right?
Yes, he was certainly
overturned.
He abolished
Rome,
the republic.
Abolished the republic. Was he like sort of into conspiratorial myth making and mythologies? Not sure.
Yes.
Again, you might have a better understanding of Roman history, but what's your point here? What's the point here?
My point is,
suppose that he is a fascist.
if you let me go through, so okay, fine. Then Harun al-Rashid, the greatest caliph from Muslim history, widely celebrated.
I don't know who that is. I'm asking you, what is the point of this exercise?
The point of this exercise is I bet that your definition of fascism would apply to almost all famous great leaders of all time before 1900.
I'm not sure. If it did, would it show equivocation?
It would show that you're using a definition of fascism that is so broad that it includes all ideas before 1900. That itself does not include equivocation. But it makes me question, you know, if you're saying, if your definition of fascism amounts to, looks like all ideas that were popular before 1900, then we can ask why we want to label all ideas before 1900 with this title that corresponds to this very specific ideology that comes from Giovanni Gentile.
You have this kind of like normative view of language. You think language has an objective?
No, I've made no normative statements.
Yeah, well, no, but you're saying like, why would we want a definition that covers X, Y, Z? I'm trying to when I say this is the meaning of the term as I use it, I'm just trying to capture how the term is used. That's how I understand the meaning of a
How
word.
the
is
term is
it's
used.
used,
Well,
right?
you know how the
do you,
term is
wait, do you,
used
do you
by
agree
most
with that?
people.
So what do you take the meaning of a word to even be?
The meaning, well, the meaning, words can have multiple meanings, as fascism
Yeah,
does.
I'm asking, what do you understand like the word's meaning to be?
A word's meaning is basically, it's such an abstract question. It's a definition of a term as used in a particular community. Now, how
it's usage, right?
I'm going to need to make a follow-up here, Paul, here. Equivocation is when you have two definitions that are popular between different communities, and you use one definition, and then you present what you're saying in a way that makes it sound like you're using the second definition.
I'm not equivocating though, right? So I said that it's a cluster concept. I mean, I don't know enough about some of these historical figures that you're going to put up, but I imagine there are examples of of rulers in the past who I wouldn't call fascist. And if you give me some time to think about pre-1900, I'm sure I could come up with
it'd be pretty
I don't know,
difficult.
like Voltaire.
Was not a political leader.
John Adams was a political leader, correct?
John Adams was
John Adams
leader, yes.
Was John Adams a political leader? Okay. Was he pre-1900?
Okay, but so you're saying
agree. So here's John Adams. That's one example, correct?
I don't agree. I don't agree that there's any opinion that Charlie Kirk had that John Adams did not have that you object to.
Wait a second. About we're not comparing Charlie Kirk right now to John Adams.
No, but if Charlie
right?
Kirk is a fascist by his opinions, and John Adams is not a fascist, then it's within.
Again, it's not by the opinions. See, this is really triggering because the last time that I listened to Pisco talk about fascism as well, it just didn't seem as though like he actually had the arguments for fascism as much as he as much as he needed to engage in the conversation. And so the last time that we listened to him argue with P.F. Jung about fascism, that it wasn't, it just wasn't like satisfactory to the point that it felt like he was actually capable of arguing fascism. And so right here, this is kind of the frustration is that it is about the philosophy and the type of it's about the type of movement that they're engaging in. And so that is like if there's to just say that like the majority of people before this time had these types of ideas, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't change fascist or not fascist.
$5. Can I briefly call in?
Yeah, sure. Let me get somewhere safe. Okay. I'm hopping in the VC. All right, I'm heading back. All right, going back again. Hello.
Wait, I forgot to mute.
Oh, crap. I don't think you... Can you hear me?
Okay. This is something that I looked into earlier in before Trump became won the election, but I said it in chat. There is a difference between like Caesar might have some of the same like authoritarian styles and stuff, but there's a difference between fascism and they call him like a Caesarist. There's like a term for it. They have a distinct difference. Where like fascism is largely like a societal, like a big movement, a mass, like coherent mass movement, and all the authoritarian all that stuff. But it's like Caesarists are like it's centered around like one man, one figure who kind of just does whatever the fuck he wants and gets people to do what he wants. But he doesn't need the movement in society. He doesn't need the people to agree with him. He doesn't need popular support. He doesn't look for popular support. Caesar just did whatever the fuck he wanted, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So there's that's why you wouldn't call him a fascist. Like, so I think the guy Dave is trying to make the point that so you probably would I think he thinks people would say, yeah, he probably would be a fascist. I probably would call him a fascist. He ticks a lot of those boxes, but he doesn't tick them all, and that's why there's a term for it. They call him a Caesarist.
Right. So it's the idea of authoritarianism by itself means that it is somebody who is like breaking laws or doing things like by themselves in order to override your individual rights. And
Yeah.
that is like a authoritarian thing to do. If you're talking about a period where they never had those rights, you can't call that authoritarian. And if authoritarianism is like one of the biggest aspects to what a fascist is, then you can't call any of these things fascist if they're not even capable of being authoritarian. So it's just like the way that he argues this just all breaks down right off the rip. And this is why I'm saying that like Pisco doesn't have the information in order to argue this, because even just in order to like, that is like the simplest thing to just ruin that entire fucking argument. And you can, I could make 20 or 30 of those to just like, this is a simple aspect, like an important aspect of what a fascist is. That none of these people could ever be this for this reason. Like, and it's, yeah, he's not going to make any of those arguments. So.
Yeah, like I think the specifics really matter when we're talking about this, but I think the problem that people like P.F. Young and this Dave guy and the people on the right who support Charlie Kirk and don't like when people use the term racist, homophobic, like transphobic, that everyone's getting caught because there are people in society who use the term incorrectly. It doesn't always mean that the term is wrong. Like just because there are people who don't really know what fascism is but are happy to call someone like Charlie Kirk a fascist doesn't mean they're like that it's like maybe the fact that they don't know is bad, but they happen to be correct, unfortunately. Like they happen to be correct. So I think they all get stuck in the, well, you don't even know what it is, so therefore you must be misusing this term or incorrectly labeling people with this term because just some people have. Like if people are calling Trump a Nazi, like an actual Nazi, then yeah, I mean, that's just incorrect. He's not like an actual Nazi as far as we can tell. So they're wrong. But, you know, like fascist is a lot more accurate. I mean, I think people before he got elected were kind of, I read some articles about whether or not they would consider Trump Caesarist or fascist. And I think they were wrong. I think they were trying to say he's more of a Caesarist, but I don't think that's correct, especially when you have the whole entire MAGA movement and like the movement itself kind of throws that out the window.
Right. Well, and that's another,
you know.
Yes. So that's another part that is like important is, and this is why like the semantics of this are really important. And that's the part that I'm saying is that that Pisco's like failing on is the semantics of the definition, to where like you can just argue the definition in and of itself and it disproves everything that this guy's saying. But the other part is populism, right? They would have to be like a populist sort of leader. And the idea of a populist is that they're engaging in a democracy, finding a way, a rhetorical strategy in order to gain a following. And that isn't something that like a monarch ever had to do. No fucking monarch ever had to gain a following, right? So you can't just say, well, it's because of the types of ideas. No, it's not the types of ideas that makes one a fascist. It's also about the time that they're in and the society that they're in and the way that they gain a following and the way that they use words and the way that they like categorize their following and the way that they fight against the rights of the time. And like, it's all of these other things that are important, and you can't have a populist in a monarchy. It's impossible.
Yeah, I also think I do want to draw a distinction though, again, like all the little like nitty gritty bits kind of matter, where I don't think that fascism necessarily has to be populist. I don't think that's like a key component of a fascist. Like a fascist, it's more like they just use populist rhetoric, I feel
that's
like.
What a populist is.
You know, because
that's what a populist is. A populist is based on one is a populist based on the type of rhetoric that they use. That is a populist. You are not a populist based on policy. You're a populist based on rhetoric.
Yes, but I don't think that you can say that all fascism is populist, or like it's a necessary checkbox underneath fascism. Like lots of populist leaders don't necessarily lead to fascism. Do you know what I mean? Like you can be a
No,
populist without
wait,
being a
hold
fascist.
on. I'm sorry, you're doing the Adam friended thing where I say there's these 5 characteristics of fascism, and I say, okay, so first one is nationalism, and he says, you think all nationalists are fascists? No, but
No,
if
I'm not
it's just
saying that at all.
no,
Why?
you are. No, you are. I just said that one aspect of it is that they have to be a populist, and that all of these monarchs that he's naming could
I
never.
disagree with that.
Okay, and I'm explaining why you're wrong. So I'm saying that all of these fascists that they have to be a populist, and that all of these monarchs that he's naming, it's impossible that they could be populists. And then you just said, well, but not all populism leads to fascism. That's literally what Adam Friend had said when I say, well, they all have to be ultra nationalist. And he says, well, not all ultra nationalists are fascist. Well, that's not what I said. I'm saying ultra nationalism is one aspect, but including authoritarian, including populism, including like, autocracies. And like it is a bunch of different things that all come together to make one concept that is called fascism. So if somebody's a populist, that doesn't mean that they're a fascist.
Fascism to mean bad. Just in the reverse.
What?
He
Yeah,
is
so
saying we
if
can't
they're a
use
populist, it doesn't
fascism
mean
because
they're
I think
fascist,
Turk is
yes.
good.
But not all
Fascists could mean
fascist
something low.
populists either.
Okay, so that's not what you said before. You said not all populists are fascists. But yes, all fascists are populists.
Like not. I don't agree with that. I don't think they are.
Okay, so let me describe populism, and then you tell me like who you think is a fascist that is not a populist. So, populist is somebody who is leading a movement through a rhetorical strategy of saying it's us versus the establishment or us versus the powerful. I am going to be, lead you guys and represent you guys against those so that I can do our will for them, for you guys against them. And that, that is pretty much that is pretty much it. Okay, so is there anybody that was ever a fascist that did not do this?
Apparently, yes. I just looked it up. Some dude from Austria, Engelbert Dollfuss from Austria, established a clerical fascist dictatorship known as Standesstaat, which did not include anything about mobilization of the people. It had nothing to do with relying on like mass populist rhetoric or direct appeals to the people. There's a guy, Francisco Franco of Spain, who like they didn't really believe was populist. He didn't really engage in like direct populist appeals. So that's the reason why I think when I looked into this, because I've heard you say this like a number of times, and I was like, well, I would have thought that they would. It's more effective, and of course, I reckon majority probably do. But I think there's a reason why in academia and with the term fascism, they don't actually consider populist like someone a fascist is always populist. So it's not a key characteristic. It's probably a lot of them, but
I literally don't think it's possible.
It didn't employ it.
I literally even though I understand, I would have to look up those people. But the problem is I can't imagine somebody who's in a society that is not already fascist, right? So let's assume because it would have to already be fascistic in order for this person to not be a populist. But we would assume all of these people who have fascist ideas are saying, hey, the government does not have these fascist ideas right now. And you guys want these ideas. So I'm here to fight against the establishment that's currently there, not implementing these fascist ideas. And that is like the only way is that the government would just already have to be fascistic in order for that not to be the case. But I can't imagine another way where that's another way that could be.
Why don't you look those people up? Because I looked into it for that reason, because I was like, is that really? Because the problem is I've looked up, with all of this conversation, I've looked up fascism and fascist examples and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't a lot of the time focus on like the populist rhetoric or the fact that they like are often populist. Like it doesn't always say that. So I've heard people like Kid Not Kin or whatever has like taken offense to when you've said that it does. And I was like, well, I wonder if they're right. So I went and looked it up, and yeah, it doesn't. All fascists aren't necessarily populists, which to me is kind of stupid. It seems like a really good way. It's obviously more effective, which is probably why most of them employ that strategy. But some people just get in there and start fucking authoritarian takeover, regardless of what the mass people want. You know,
I only remember
they're not out there trying to convince.
When I talked to Kid Not Kin about it every time, and I watched him talk about it, every time I saw him just complain that I said that they always become like a conspiracy theorist, and he disagreed that they always became conspiracy theorists, but I never heard him say that like fascists weren't populists, because I could have sworn when we talked about it, he agreed that they were always populists. Okay, so what was the name of one of them?
I think it's Engelbert, Dollfu, and then the funny B. It's like a German B, but I think it's S basically.
Dollfuss.
If you type that in, it will come up. Yeah.
Former Chancellor of Austria. From 1892 to 1934, Austrian politician and dictator who served as Chancellor of Austria. Okay. So let's read a little bit of his ascent to power. Okay, March 1933, constitutional impasse arose over the irregularities in the voting procedure in the Austria Parliament. The Social Democratic president of the National Council, the lower house of Parliament, Karl Renner, resigned to be able to cast a vote as parliament member. As a consequence, the two vice presidents belonging to their parties resigned as well, as in order to be able to vote. Without a president, the parliament could not conclude the session. Dollfuss took the three resignations as a pretext to declare that the National Council had become unworkable and advised President Wilhelm Miklas to issue a decree adjourning it indefinitely. March 7th, Dollfuss announced his government had assumed emergency powers based on the Wartime Economy Authority Law, which had been passed in 1917. From that point onward, he governed by emergency decree, effectively seizing dictatorial powers. When he was... Okay, so I guess this makes sense, because he had the...
He didn't actually run a primary. They don't care about democracy. He just went in there and took it. Yeah.
Well, but I would need to know how the fuck he got there in the first place. Because it says that his ascent to power was he was part of their parliament, but how the fuck did he get to parliament in order to do this? Yeah, Dollfuss' support in parliament was marginal. His coalition had only one vote majority. Okay, so May 10th, Dollfuss, age 39, was with only 1 year's experience with the federal government, was offered the office of the chancellor by President Wilhelm Miklas, also a member of the Christian Social Party. Dollfuss wouldn't immediately respond, instead spending the night in his favorite church, praying, returning in the morning for a bath and a Spartan meal before finally replying to the president that he would accept the offer. Dollfuss was sworn in on May 20th, 1932, as head of the coalition government between the Christian Social Party, the Landbund, a right-wing agrarian party, and the Heimatblock, parliamentary wing of the Weimar Heimwehr, a parliamentary ultranationalist group. The coalition assumed the pressing task of tackling the problems of the Great Depression. Much of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's industry had been situated in the areas that became part Czechoslovakian and Yugoslavian after World War I as a result of the treaty. So, like, everything that they're mentioning here makes me assume that he probably was. But the fact that he was assigned this position instead of actually having to run for anything makes it harder to find out, because if one of their main positions was that they are supposed to be fixing they're an ultra-nationalist group that's trying to fix the problems of like a depression that they're currently having within their economy, that this is like idea that they are they are there to fix the economy for the people, and that this is and then they're
That's
also
not apparently what he needed to get. It's not apparently the whole thing is the rhetoric, and it doesn't sound like he even needed to employ it. It sounded like there was a crisis, and he just got it, and he got in there basically by a bunch of people resigning, and like he didn't get popular support. He didn't even campaign for popular support. It was just a nomination from someone else there. Like he was a fucking nobody.
yeah.
You didn't get any electoral support or anything. If you have to become in a relative, like you were talking about Germany, and like in a relatively liberal society, if you have to get your way into power, then it makes sense that you are more populist, because you need to use that rhetoric to get people to support you to at least get to the point where you can then become the authoritarian. But if you are just basically by chance, by crisis, by nomination, just fucking plopped in there, like you're not technically considered a populist. I suppose examples like this are why people think that you don't necessarily have to, if fascist, you don't necessarily have to be populist. I'm just trying to be. I'm trying to be as like
no,
pedantic as possible.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying that, like, from what I'm seeing, it still seems as though that is likely the case, but I just don't have enough information to. It still seems it is likely that he was populist. I just don't see anything that that is going to give me the information on this.
I suppose no one has, because most of the information on this guy said that he wasn't a populist, and he didn't rely on populism in his fascist like rule.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look into this more, because I don't know much about him, and
I would say though that you could still make your argument and say that, like, by far probably majority of fascists are populists.
Well, especially to be like in the United States as well. But then there's also the possibility that, like, somebody like I wouldn't say that Mike Johnson is a fascist, but let's say he all of a sudden, Trump and JD Vance get assassinated. Now Mike Johnson is the president. He has to rise from the Speaker of the House to be the president, and then he becomes like a hardcore dictator and is doing like most of the other things that we would consider to be fascistic. I don't know. It's hard for me to think that I would call him fascist if he doesn't have like the populist ultra nationalism sorts of rhetoric, and he's just autocratic instead. Like I don't know that I would call him fascist at all.
Yeah. So Trib said that his AI overview said he was. Mine says that he wasn't, that instead of using populist rhetoric to galvanize mass support, he established the Fatherland Front to absorb conservative and nationalist elements, banned political opposition, and imposed rule by decree after dissolving parliament during a constitutional crisis. That his speeches emphasized tradition, hierarchy, and opposition to Marxism and liberalism, echoing medieval corporate organization rather than establishing a popular mandate or grassroots movement, which is kind of important for the populist part.
Yeah, so this says he had top-down support. Is this what you just read? While he commanded a degree of public admiration due to his background and personal simplicity, his public support was not built through a bottom-up grassroots movement. Instead, it was based on an alliance of conservative and Catholic forces, and heavily reliant on foreign support from Benito Mussolini's fascist Italy. Oh, okay. So maybe they're calling him fascist because of his support for and from a fascist dictator, which was the argument for why Charlie Kirk was a fascist, was not because he necessarily argues all of the fascist ideas, but instead he supports Donald Trump, who is a fascist. And so that is the argument for why Charlie Kirk was a fascist. So that is, okay. So that does make it a little bit fucking harder, because even the same with like I said, like if JD Vance all of a sudden became president, I don't know that he was never really populist either, but because he was Donald Trump's vice president, if he continued running the country the way that Trump was, we would still probably call him fascist. So yeah, I don't know. Actually, it makes it a little bit harder to.
Yeah, I think this is like where it gets if you have to get all academic on it, it does get nitty gritty, and there's a reason why there's different terms for different things. And I think when these people who get annoyed with the layman using the term fascist because they don't know what it means, I think it's important for them to have, know the nitty gritty. That's all I'm pointing out is, okay, if you want to get into the nitty gritty, you can, but then Pisco needs to read up more, and also this Dave guy, also, he's the first thing he jumped to was Caesar, and I think in the hopes of someone saying that, oh yeah, that sounds fascist to me too, and he's trying to make the point that, see, there's so much overlap, it's so broad that so many people could be called fascists. Well, actually, there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of academia separating people and categorizing them differently, and there's different terms for these philosophies for a reason. Just because you don't know that doesn't mean
right. Well, and
the term's too broad.
Well, but even the majority of academia would consider populism as a key aspect of fascism. That's why it's in my definition, is because every single definition that I read had populism as part of the definition. But they're conceptual. Well, so that they're conceptual, and that's the problem, is that concepts don't necessarily have to have each and every single property in order to be that thing. They can have a mixture of things that are replacing things, but there have to be some aspects that are essential. And normally I would consider populism to be one part that is essential. I would think authoritarianism, ultranationalism, and populism to be the three essential aspects, but
yeah,
I'm not sure.
Well, I think I'm just challenging you just in case, because to at least know if someone, because I hadn't heard that. Whenever I was doing research, I was finding it a bit conflicting with this. Whenever you were going over your definition of fascism and you put in the populist, I would look up stuff and I wasn't seeing that all the time. I'm like, he keeps adding this populist thing in, and I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if that, whatever. But it's just worth knowing, I suppose, whether or not. I think it's fair probably for you to say that it's kind of a. I don't know if it's a key component necessarily, so you could be challenged on that. But I think it's probably in majority of fascist rules. It probably is.
So the most popular piece of academia that people use to talk about what is fascism is fascism, right? And this is and that is the fuck, I'm blanking on his name. I keep wanting to say Mussolini, but it wasn't fucking Mussolini. Shit. Why doesn't it have his name here? Umberto Eco. Okay, yeah. So it's from Umberto Eco. And yes, number 13 on the list is selective populism. The people conceived monolithically have a common will distinct from a superior to the viewpoint of any individual, as no mass of people can ever be truly unanimous. The leader holds himself out of the interpreter to the popular will, though truly he alone dictates it. This is exactly what I was saying earlier, guys, is where the way that the people and the dictator are one is that people have too many options, freedom is too much for, people can't have agency. That's not really what makes them happy. That's not really what's best for them. They need a dictator at the top to tell them what they want and what is best for them. And this makes it to where they are one body that is moving together. And so this is exactly what it is that they're talking about, is that it's distinct from and superior to any viewpoint of any individual, as no mass of people can ever truly be unanimous. The leader holds himself out of the interpreter of the popular will, though truly he alone dictates it. Fascists use this concept to delegitimize democratic institutions they accuse of no longer representing the voice of the people. So it's when they call this selective populism, what he's saying is that they're just saying they truly represent the people, even if the people don't support him. He doesn't have popular support.
Yeah, it's just
the
rhetoric.
idea is that he knows what's best for them.
Yeah. Which is probably maybe why that guy Engelbert isn't that easy to categorize as such. Because, like, taking notes said something in chat. Fascism is in-grouping, out-grouping to position against broader pluralistic society. The populism is the demagogue that says the quiet part out loud and starts the consolidation. I mean, if that Engelbert guy didn't even need to do that in order to just get the fuck in there and start ruling.
Well, sure, but again, once he's there, that doesn't mean that he doesn't use that sort of rhetoric about like his Catholicism and about like representing the people and saying that, like, especially if he's ever having the fight with Parliament or anybody else, that like the idea is that like, no, this is what we're doing because this is what the people want. I know what the people want, and you don't know. Like,
yeah, no,
that is.
He might have, but it doesn't sound like he did.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know, but
okay.
Because like the difference is that like by this idea, I would almost start to have to call like the leaders of North Korea fascist as well, or like, you know, things like that, because they are going to be like somewhat nationalistic. They're going to they're definitely authoritarian and like autocratic in nature. They're definitely like, there's a lot of things there that, but yes,
yeah.
but there is no fascism or no populism to them whatsoever. Like, nothing about this is populist because they don't ever say that they're actually representing the people. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want. Like, they're just doing whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. Yeah, North Korea is an like a complicated one because it like kind of blends a whole bunch of isms, I suppose. Like it obviously has fascist elements, but also like communism, and there's like a ton of shit going on there. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't realize Umberto Eco's definition also had machismo in it. I have machismo in mine too. I didn't realize that this was in his. But yeah, that is like that I went through tons and tons of fucking definitions to kind of like mold what it is that was like by far the most popular aspects that were in everybody's. And as like I found more definitions that weren't including some things, I just got rid of that and like stayed with the ones that like every single definition included, but I hadn't seen a single one that didn't include populism.
Okay. Well, food for thought.
Thank you.
Okay. Adios.
Right. Later, Gator. Yeah, it's not something that I've ever actually even considered as because that the part that I find a bit more interesting about this is the idea that we do call Charlie Kirk a fascist, even though he may not like exhibit fascist ideals across the board. He supports Donald Trump, who is a fascist. And so that is like enough for us to be like, yes, he is a staunch follower of Donald Trump. Therefore, he is a fascist. And that does change things. Most of MAGA, yes. Well, I wouldn't say that like everybody who's just a supporter of Donald Trump is a fascist. Because I think a lot of people are duped by Trump and they're just not really concerned with their consistency. I think that most of these people, if we talk to them, they want to actually hold freedom of speech as a real ideal. Most of these people truly want to care about freedom of speech. But I think their problem is a lot of them do trust Trump more than they trust themselves. And so if you talk to them and you say, hey, look, here's all the time that they said that they wanted to arrest people for hate speech. Here's all the times that they did arrest people for freedom of speech. Here's all the times that Trump tried implementing laws that were anti-freedom of speech. they would probably oh, I think all that's cap. I don't. And I was talking about this the other day, that when I was a conservative, one of the problems that I had that like really changed over time is that when I would argue with people and I would lose debates, for me, it wasn't a matter of like, just because I lost the debate doesn't mean that I was wrong. Like I was very sure about this, that if I would have like debates with people on Facebook all the time, and lots of times they would prove me wrong, but I never conceded shit. And even sometimes if I would concede every single aspect of their argument to them, the overall concept or the overall idea, I never conceded that fucking shit. Never. And lots of times they would think that I conceded the whole thing because I conceded every fucking premise along the way, to where they're like, okay, well, now he's obviously conceded the argument, so I'm just going to move on. But then a couple days later, they would see me saying the same thing, and they'd be like, what the fuck? You just conceded this the other day. I'm like, I never said that. I conceded the other things. They're like, yes, but that equals this. I'm like, no, sorry. The reason that I could concede every single premise, but not the overall argument, is because I know that the people that I trust were people like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, like all of these other people, right? I trust them. They're the ones who believe this. I'm just not great at arguing it. And so I'm just not equipped. I don't have enough information. I can't argue this myself, but I know that they know. And so even though I may not be able to say it myself, I do believe that they could if they were here, and that they are correct. And so I still hold this position, even if I can't myself explain it. I don't believe that anymore. I don't believe anymore that I can trust somebody else to know something for me. I do not believe that anymore. I don't believe that I can just like trust somebody else to be capable of explaining something, and that I just put my faith in them as the authority to know it, and I don't have to be able to get into the nitty-gritty details. No, now if I believe something, it's because I fucking believe it. Like I know it. I can argue it. I can explain it. Like that is why and when I believe things. And so when I'm saying that a lot of these people, if I bring them examples of Donald Trump saying things or doing things that go against the First Amendment, they're not going to they're never going to concede that that is against the First Amendment. Why? Well, because they just don't believe that Trump would ever do something against the First Amendment. Trump says that he believes in the First Amendment. Trump says he cares about the First Amendment. They just don't believe that he would ever do something against the First Amendment. So that is it. Like when you say, oh, I think that's bullshit. No, I think that is exactly what it is that's happening. I think a lot of them really do not consider like what it is that they actually believe. So we got too many experts devoting too much time across the world for me to just question everything with my limited time on Earth. But I get what you mean. Oh, sure, there's authorities on things. I'm not talking about like that. Like I can't explain global warming very well, but I believe that there's global warming because there is a consensus on that sort of thing. I'm not talking about something like that. Like whether or not there's a consensus on whether or not Trump violated the First Amendment that doesn't matter as much, right? Like nobody gives a fuck if there's a consensus on whether or not he violated the First Amendment. It matters on whether or not he fucking violated the First Amendment. Like I want the details to know whether or not he violated the First Amendment. So that's a different sort of thing that you're talking about there. I'm more so talking about like, when it comes to like what it is that I would vote for, what it is that I believe, politically, what it is my ideals are, those sorts of things.
Within my rights to ask you, what opinion does Charlie Kirk has that makes him a fascist and John Adams not a fascist?
We can do that examination, but just
I'm asking you that right now, Pesca. I'm asking you that right now.
Yeah,
if Charlie Kirk is a fascist and John Adams is not a fascist,
so John Adams was committed to the
opinion
peace.
does Charlie Kirk
I'll give you an
have?
example.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
so
is it?
John Adams was committed to the democratic transition of power. He gave power over to Thomas Jefferson when Thomas Jefferson won the election. Wait, so just to be clear, are you saying that John Adams did not give over power to the Republicans under Thomas Jefferson? Is that your position?
Oh, he did, and he also instituted a coup too.
He instituted a coup. This is the first I'm hearing of the John Adams coup.
Oh,
You're talking
yeah,
about
of course.
the Midnight Judges
Okay, so
Act?
what was? No.
Is this guy? He's a libertarian, isn't he? He is just exuding libertarian vibes. Does anybody know who this guy is? I don't know who this Dave Green guy is, but he just fucking smells like a libertarian. He hasn't said anything that's libertarian, but
No.
What are you talking about?
Well, he was part of this process. I wouldn't say that he was the primary force of it. But
you just said a coup. What did you mean by coup?
Oh yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah.
What was the first government of America after the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation was.
How did the Articles of Confederation get abolished?
There was a constitutional convention. In
Yeah, but
Philadelphia.
a bunch of people stood up along with George Washington and the military and said that this government is over and we're going to rewrite a new constitution.
Every single state
was
ratified
there a vote
the
to abolish the Articles of Confederation?
Yes, the ratification votes was a vote for that. Yeah.
Well,
wait, I just want to be clear. Do you agree, yes or no, that every single state that was a member of the Articles of Confederation peacefully ratified the Constitution? Yes or no? Will you answer the question?
Well, yeah, it is. But
yes, they did. Correct. Is the answer, Dave? Is the answer yes?
Yes or no?
Yes, but that does not mean that the abolishment of the Continental Congress was a democratic process. That's not the.
It was the most democratic process until that time in history that had existed.
If you compared Charlie Kirk's views on democracy to John Adams' views on democracy, and you understood John Adams' opinions on democracy, you're aware that John Adams was against.
Just to be clear, I don't think that engaging in a coup is like anti-liberal. Like, okay, so imagine this, right? Imagine that Donald Trump did engage in a coup, and then somebody took power from him later so that we could have elections again, right? So imagine Donald Trump, he actually succeeded in his coup, and then later somebody else took power from him through like an actual military takeover, and then held the position until we could actually get the person who actually won the election in, or until we could hold another election to get another leader in. That would still be a fucking coup. That would still be a coup. Even though we think it's justified that they engaged in a coup, it doesn't mean it's not a coup. So we can say that, yes, us... I don't know if we would consider it a coup with us taking power from the British. I'm saying imagine he succeeded in it. Not that he did one. He obviously did attempt a coup, but he didn't actually do a coup, right? He attempted a coup. He didn't do a coup. But yeah, so the idea that, like, yes, like I don't know if we would call us taking power from the British is a coup. Because it's like if Mexico came in and took Texas, we wouldn't call that a fucking coup. So I don't know, but we could call it an insurrection, I guess. We could call it an insurrection or a revolution or a revolt. But yeah, like these are all. I'm assuming. I'm not sure if they're talking. I think they're talking about the phase between the Revolutionary War and when in the government that was set up in the meantime before that, because they didn't have the Constitution at that point. And so when he's saying that they all ratified the Constitution, that didn't happen until well after the Revolutionary War, right? So, okay, Google. When did the American Revolutionary War end?
The American Revolutionary War's end date, September 3rd, 1783.
Okay, Google. When was the Constitution ratified?
1788. On the website census.gov, they say, between December 7th, 1787 and June 21st, 1788, the required 9 of 13 states ratified the Constitution, making it the official framework for the government of the United States of America. All 13 states eventually ratified the U.S. Constitution by May 29th, 1790.
1790. Okay, so yeah, so all states did not ratify the Constitution for a while. And so yeah, I think there was at least 5 years between the war ending and the Constitution being ratified. And so I think he's talking about the in between period that was happening there. I'm assuming he called it something else. What was it?
The Continental Congress was Democratic.
Okay, Google. What was the Continental Congress?
According to Wikipedia, the Continental Congress is a series of legislative bodies with some executive functions who acted as the provisional government for the 13 colonies of Great Britain and North America and the newly declared United States before, during, and after the American Revolutionary War. The Continental Congress refers to both the First and Second Congress of 1774 to 1781 at the time, also described the Congress of the Confederation of 1781 to 1789.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that it was a type of government that was set up because the king was not governing the United States. So if you guys if you don't know, at the time before the Revolutionary War, the king was not governing the Americas. He was not actually in charge of it. Even though the British had control over all of these different territories, it's kind of like it still is with Canada, with Australia, with New Zealand. They're all still technically part of the kingdom, but they are not, they're part of the Commonwealth, but they govern themselves. That's kind of what the Americas were for a long time, is that they governed themselves, but they paid taxes still to the king. But anyways, the Intercontinental Congress is what it was that was governing the United States until the ratification of the Constitution, and that's what governed the Americas before the Constitution or before the Revolutionary War and after for the 5 years until it was ratified. Yeah.
Process. That's not the.
It was the most.
That's not the same thing.
It was the most democratic process until that time in history that had existed.
If you compared Charlie Kirk's views on democracy to John Adams' views on democracy, and you understood John Adams' opinions on democracy, you're aware that John Adams was against democracy, right? That he wrote against it. He thought that democracy was a bad system of government.
When I say democracy, I'm not talking about the Athens, style of pure democracy. I think we're going to have this.
Wait, John Adams thought democracy was a bad style of government? John Adams? What the fuck? There's no way that's true. When he says democracy, he has to be talking about the Charlie Kirk argument. I've said this 1,000 times. You guys know how every time somebody says, our country is not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. And every time I'm like, that's the fucking Charlie Kirk argument. Charlie Kirk made that up. It's bullshit. It's a dumb argument, but Charlie Kirk made that up because he says that democracy is majority rule. And so he thinks that democracy just means that whoever wins the popular vote is the president. And that because we don't have the popular vote winning the presidency, and instead we do an electoral college, that therefore it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. But a constitutional republic is just a type of democracy. Democracy just means that people vote. That's it. It just means that people vote. And as long as people vote, it is a type of democracy. And direct democracy is what it is that he's talking about, where it is just based on the popular vote. Like that is a more direct type of democracy. Actually, I think direct democracy means that we vote on every single law and everything else as well. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah. So I think that's probably what he means when he says John Adams didn't like democracy, is he probably was talking about direct democracy. Okay, Google. Did John Adams dislike democracy?
On the website old.libertyfund.org, they say, my opinion is, and always has been, that absolute power constitutes a like despot, monarch, aristocrat, and democrat, and Jacobin, and chancellor. I cannot say that democracy has been more pernicious, on the whole, than any of the others.
Okay, Google. Was John Adams part of creating the Electoral College?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. Was John Adams part of the creation of the Electoral College?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Trouble, Dave, where words only mean like their most narrow thing. And,
Are you aware that America?
Dave, I just want to be clear. Like when I say democracy, I don't just mean pure democracy. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There's no.
So yeah. So when he says pure democracy, okay. So there we go.
I'm just answering your question. Do you understand that when I say democracy,
Yes,
I'm not just talking about
you
pure
asked me
Athens?
kind of these obvious questions. Obvious.
Okay.
But these.
Why would you raise that objection then? Like yes, John Adams was.
What in the abstract?
Okay, so that is what he's saying. Okay, so they're just saying that John Adams was against that like pure type of democracy, that they are in favor of an electoral college, and so therefore, like he's saying that even I would agree with John Adams on democracy, because John Adams was against that like pure type of democracy where just popular vote wins.
You're saying that Charlie Kirk supported democracy.
Charlie Kirk.
Adams is a ridiculous.
Wait, no, hang on. What did I say? I said John Adams was committed to the democratic transfer of power to the.
I gave you one
example
government. Where there was a non-democratic transfer of power.
I said that. No, I showed why that was not. Wait,
no,
I showed that was
the Constitution. That would
was
not
not
have
democratic.
been accepted. If you accepted, if Trump abolished the Constitution, and then without a vote, and then just held, months later, held a ratification for a new constitution, you would not consider that democratic.
If every single member of the union, wait, hang on. You would agree, wouldn't you? I mean, the Constitution provides for constitutional conventions.
No, it's not. It's not the point. You're proposing a different point. The proposal is we basically completely disbanded the government, and now we're proposing a new one. So your case is that not agreeing with an election.
We did not. So the state governments continued in their existence. The state governments don't owe their existence to the U.S. Constitution. What was abolished was the federal government then existing under the Articles of Confederation. The states continued. Their governments predate the American Constitution. What was abolished through unanimous ratification was the state.
Yes, and to be clear, the Constitution didn't really apply to the states at the time. So back then, like when we have the Constitution that makes it illegal to encroach on someone's freedom of speech, that didn't apply to the states. The states were allowed to do that if they wanted to. The fact that everybody had to abide by the Constitution didn't come till much later. If they wanted to, they could outlaw having a fucking gun if they wanted to. It wouldn't. It was federal law that couldn't make the states implement those laws. But the states all had their own fucking laws. Whatever the fuck they wanted to do, they could do it. And they were their own governments. So it wasn't, till much later that the Constitution actually applied to the states in the way that it does now.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish my thought. Come on.
Go ahead, Pisco.
What was abolished was the then existing federal form of government, and there was a unanimous among the states ratification of that process. Maybe you're willing to say right now, America, when I say democracy, I don't include America. Is that what you're trying to say?
I have no idea what that question.
If you're using the term democracy to exclude the United States of America, you're just using the term in a different way than I'm using the term. So let's just clarify our terminology here. Do you include America, the United States of America under the Constitution, to be a democracy when you use the term democracy?
Which America? The America of 1700? Or do you consider the America of 1700 to be a democracy?
Yeah.
Or sorry, not
Wait,
1792 or whatever. 87, pardon.
So 1789.
Saying 1790 because that's when the last of the 13 colonies ratified the Constitution, I believe. So I think it was in the 80s that the first group did, right? Isn't that what they said?
9 was the first year the Constitution was in force.
Okay,
so,
but whatever. Is
yes,
that it's
okay.
17?
I asked you the question, Dave. I asked you the question. I'll answer it. But I asked you.
Is America a democracy? If I were to use the word, this is the problem. We're getting so wrapped up in these definitions. America is.
We're getting so wrapped up in these definitions in a conversation where we're here to talk about what fascism is. How the fuck, like, you're here to talk about what fascism is and the fact that you think everybody has always been a fascist, yet you don't think that you're going to go over the fucking semantic differences in all of these words? Like, what kind of conversation did you prepare for? Holy shit. Did you just come in thinking I can just show that these people had similar beliefs to Charlie Kirk in this act? Like, you know, they all thought that that we should drink water. Did you know that all of these guys back then thought that we should drink water, and they were also authoritarian, and Charlie Kirk also thought that we should drink water, but wasn't authoritarian? Do you think that don't you think Charlie Kirk now is a fascist? Or sorry, don't you think all of these guys are fascists now too? They're all fascists too, right? You have to say they're all fascists. They all wanted to drink water. Well, drinking water wasn't part of my definition of fascism. Oh, you want to get into definitions? Oh, well, we're just playing semantics now.
A republic that relies on democracy to more or less degrees. If I were to put, this is actually to poll. Let's.
He says democracy in more or less degrees. Again, hopefully, I would have clarified and said by that we just mean that people vote, right? That people vote. Somebody votes at some point, right?
Route around these endless debates about definitions.
Wait. Can you answer this question?
Hold on. I'm trying to clarify this so we don't start just talking over every definition of every word. We can say this republic is more democratic and this republic is less democratic. And I think that it's unequivocal that America of 2025 is more democratic than the government of America in 1787. Now, if I were to put John Adams and Charlie Kirk in a room, and I went down the line of what should be put to a popular vote and how democratic America should be, Charlie Kirk would come out on the more democratic side of that abstract conversation.
In order for me to assess that statement, I need to know what you mean by the term democracy, correct?
Okay, so you...
yes, thank you.
In order to assess that statement, don't I need to know what you mean by the term democracy?
Okay, I thought we had a common
Can you answer that question? I have to know what you mean, right? So
sure,
when I was pushing you,
is that a question or a statement?
I'm asking you whether or not we need to understand each other. So when you say I think that Adams would be like more less democratic than Charlie Kirk, in order for me to evaluate that, I need to have some notion.
Yes, thank you. He said well, just more or less democratic. So okay, what do you mean by democratic? Because again, earlier I said we need to know. Do you just mean people are voting? Is that what you mean by more or less democratic? Just as long as people are voting, it is democratic? Or, and so now if there's less people voting or there's less direct, your votes are less direct, then this would be less democratic. And yes, all of these things need to be settled in order to even have that conversation. This guy is so frustrating to listen to, where he keeps just kind of wanting to use words in a way that nobody knows what the fuck he means, but then just move on anyways and just have the conversation assuming what each other mean. It's so weird.
What you mean by democracy. And that's why I was asking you the question.
Okay.
Do you consider the United States system to be democratic?
Paul, I already pointed out the ambiguity here when we're comparing people between two different systems of government, between two periods, that America, without a date attached to it, I cannot say that. Oh, let's give a definition of democracy in the abstract. Democracy as a quality means that your government relies more on appeals to plebiscite and demagogic sounds pejorative. It relies more on plebiscite, aka voting, to establish power, and less on the administration of leaders independent of votes. Would that be a sufficient definition for you for democracy?
I think it largely tracks. I mean, I agree. Why don't we just clarify the term, and I'll just say.
So the reason that that is a little like hard to deal with, that you have to clarify this, is because in the United States, we are not really voting, right? You guys have heard people come onto my channel before and say that the United States is not a democracy at all because we don't vote. And I'm like, well, no, we do vote. And they're like, no, we don't. Like, yes, no, we do. They're like, no, we don't vote for president at all. Like, no, we do vote for president. I voted. I don't know what you did. They're like, no, you didn't vote. I didn't vote, and none of us voted. So okay, then how the fuck did we get a president? The electors voted. Okay, so you're saying because you and I didn't directly vote for them, we voted for what we wanted the electors to vote for. That's what makes it less democratic. They're like, yes, we are not voting for the president. Electors vote for the president. Okay, this is fucking stupid, but all right, fine. So when he says representatives instead of the people voting, now he can use this argument. I don't know if this is where he's going, so I'm not saying this is what he's doing, but this is why I would clarify this as well. So if you think Pisco's just being pedantic, he's not. This is an important clarification that I would want as well, because yes, if he's going to turn around and say, well, so therefore, because there's electors, like that is that would really fucking make the conversation more difficult.
That's okay. So in that case, my statement still stands.
Yeah. So, but like the thing is, when I use the term democracy in this context, I'm referring to our constitutional republic system here, and we can just substitute that in and just say that like John Adams was committed to the constitutional republican system of government in a way that Charlie Kirk was not, and that I think is
okay. Hold on.
All the entailments there.
Hold on. Okay, so Pisco, you said John Adams was committed to the constitutional republic in a way that Charlie Kirk was not.
Correct.
What specifically? Okay. What specifically would you say was Charlie Kirk not being?
Well, obviously, again, he voted for Donald Trump. He defended Trump wholeheartedly. He never criticized Trump for attempting a coup. He never criticized Trump for January 6th. He defended the January 6th shit. He was somebody who like constantly pushed the idea that we weren't a democracy at all, and that we are actually a constitutional republic, and that anybody who tells you we're in a democracy is lying, because he wants to this is the red herring that he always does, is where he pushes an idea without actually explaining the idea. This is what he did all the time. So if I tell you guys, I fucking hate N-words, and I keep saying the N-word with the hard R, I hate N-words, and then I keep saying this, and then afterwards I'm like, and I mean people from Nigeria, dude. Or not even that. Isn't there like a term like like I think it means somebody who lies a lot. I think what is the word? A niggerian? Is that what it is? Something like that. Like something like that. But eventually, I'm like, well, no, that's what I mean by this. But I don't say that's what I mean by this. I just go on to say, like, yeah, like I hate people who lie. I hate this. I hate that. And then afterwards, like when somebody says, like, dude, he hates black people. He says, like, he hates black people all the time. And they're like, no, he never said he hated black people. He was saying he hates people who lie. See, look at his explanation. That's it. Obviously what he's saying. You just have to look at the context, and that's obviously what he's saying. Well, okay, fine. It's what it sounds like when you add the context in. But it's a little weird that I use that sort of verbiage in order to make the argument, when instead I could just say I hate people who lie. So now later you start to think, well, who are the types of people who are going to follow me? It's probably gonna be people who actually hate fucking black people. They're not following me because they hate liars. They're not people who are following me because they're disgusted with dishonesty. It's gonna be a bunch of people who actually hate black people, and they're given the rhetoric and the excuse to use this language without having any of the accountability for it. And so then later, when somebody goes and, like, you know, tries to re-implement Jim Crow, me and my crew will all stand there and be like, yeah, we always said we hated those fucking N-words, dude. We always said this. What do you mean? We've always been in favor of this. We've always wanted Jim Crow to come back, right? That is the red herring that he always engages in. It's a Mott and Bailey sort of thing. But this is like, yeah, this is the problem. And so, yeah, when we're talking about the way that he made his, like, oh, we're not a democracy. Democracy is horrible. Democracy is evil. We're a constitutional republic. He is arguing against voting. He is arguing against voting. He's just using like a different explanation afterwards when he says we're a constitutional republic. It makes it sound like he's like, oh, yeah. No, I like our style of voting. Well, no, he's saying all the time that he doesn't like democracy. He says all the time, democracy is evil. Like, so if all of a sudden they get rid of fucking voting, they'll be like, yeah, we're in favor of getting rid of voting. We always said. We always said democracy is evil. What the fuck?
Committed to the constitutional republic in a way that John Adams was. You said the peaceful transition of power. Is that what it is?
Yes, by trying to subvert the results of the election in 2020, Charlie Kirk was undermining the constitutional processes by which the new leader is established, in a way that John Adams accepted the results of the election of 1800 and transferred power over to his political rival and friend Thomas Jefferson. That is, I think, a key distinction that, you know,
so
John Adams lives up to and Kirk doesn't.
Well, this is just a meaningless ideological distinction. So you could have an identical.
It's a meaningless ideological distinction. Holy crap. So earlier, when he said that he was that John Adams didn't favor democracy, he just said this earlier. Remember this. He just said this argument a little while ago, that John Adams was not in favor of democracy because he engaged in a coup. He just said this earlier. He just said this. He just said John Adams was not in favor of democracy. We know this because he engaged in a coup. He liked democracy less than Charlie Kirk because John Adams engaged in a coup. And then then fucking Pisco brings up that Trump engaged in a fucking coup. And he's like, this is just a meaningless ideological distinction. It's your argument, bro. It's your argument, dude. You just said that the coup was what made them more or less pro-democracy. You just said this. What are you talking about? This is a meaningless distinction. Give me a break.
You had identical views to Charlie Kirk and just didn't voice an opinion about the January 6th protests, and you had identical views to Charlie Kirk. You would not be a fascist in your opinion?
Wait, so
it's
now
it's only that Charlie Kirk.
Wait.
I'm just trying to clarify.
That is not the case, right? It's not the case that
Well,
I said
for instance,
only commitment. I didn't say, and you know this, Dave, and you
No,
must know
that's
this,
why I'm
right?
asking.
Wait, so you know that when I was talking to Paul about fascism, that I gave the notion of a cluster concept, and that the meaning of the term isn't just with one necessary condition. You understand that?
Okay, so Pascal, so that
Insufficient.
let's say that Charlie Kirk. I mean, I don't think that
contesting an election via protest, even an illegal riot, is if not, then I'd say that what
he thinks he's talking about January 6th. He thinks he's talking about January 6th. He's not talking about January 6th. Just for anybody who doesn't know, he's not talking about January 6th. That is not the issue here.
the shenanigans that were played with the
Not just
Congress and
January
Articles
6th. How about that?
Confederation were
Not just the
equal to that,
insurrection.
if not more.
I think it's a wild statement, but let's test that. So if Charlie Kirk advocated,
what happened
so we can test that, but like, if Charlie Kirk,
hold on, because there's a lot of back. This is not the Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris discussion that I was on, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so because we are getting a lot in definitions, which is important. I do want to divert in a moment here to a substantive disagreement.
As much as possible, yeah.
Okay, but so as I'm following the conversation, so Pisco, one of the aspects of Charlie Kirk that warrant him being a fascist is the degree to which he supported explicitly or endorsed tacitly in whatever way January 6th and all of the stuff around that. Okay, that's
the attempted theft of the election. Right.
Okay. So you hold on real quick. You said it's a cluster phenomenon. So let's put that aside momentarily. What other beliefs of Charlie Kirk would fall into the cluster of fascism?
Yeah, I think I provided them for you in our conversation. They include ultra-nationalism. I can't give you on a scale, the edge case, this kind of Sorty's paradox of when nationalism gets into ultra-nationalists. But I even think that, Charlie Kirk and everything he stood for, people wouldn't even say that they wouldn't ascribe to that ultra-nationalism. They were shooting off like fireworks and American flags everywhere at his, at the memorial service that he had, or I don't know, political rally that he had there. So ultra-nationalism is there.
Flag.
I thought, yeah, that was a horrible fucking argument for ultra-nationalisms. They were shooting off fireworks at his memorial? That makes them ultra-nationalists? That seems a little weird. Okay.
Ultra conservatism. I think that anti-communism. I think you guys wouldn't disagree that is part of the clusters that at least as the definition I get.
Wait, anti-communism is part of fascism? He said communism, not socialism, but like, yeah, Mussolini was like fairly he was somewhat in favor of socialism to an extent. Like he really liked a lot of the ideas of socialism, and he didn't like the socialist parties because a lot of those were not just left-leaning economically, but also left-leaning socially, and he was definitely not going to be in favor of that. But he had left-leaning economic policies that he was definitely in favor of. And this is one of the things that I believe is a big part of fascism, is they are fucking chameleons. They are able to take on other beliefs that will make people feel represented. And so when I talk about like Hitler was very willing to take on the beliefs of a what was it? Of socialism, and just called the party Nationalist Socialist. He never did shit for fucking socialists. He never gave a fuck about socialists. But he, and even fucking killed the socialists. But he was willing to take that on just to get people on his side, to make them feel represented. This is what Donald Trump does with Christians. This is exactly what he does with evangelicals, is he takes on their beliefs and just kind of does the chameleon thing to try to blend in with them so that they feel represented by him. But obviously he doesn't do fucking shit for Christians. He doesn't give a fuck about Christianity. He's just trying to get people to feel represented so that they're willing to vote for him. And so the idea that like being anti-communism is part of fascism, not really. I would say at least not anti-communism, probably. Anti-socialism, no. I think that you can be a fascist and a socialist. because saying anti, it just doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, that doesn't. I don't know where the fuck he got that from.
So John Adams were in the modern world with his opinions about the restriction of the franchise that he spoke about and his positions about, you know, the importance of religiosity to government and all the other 18th century ideas that pretty much everyone believed back then. You would say that that's not fascist?
I think it's harder to say. I think there's probably some anachronistic. This concept that we're using is a little bit more difficult to apply back in time. That's why I'm a little bit confused at the exercise in the first place, Dave. I mean, you're saying you're basically just saying your definition sucks or something like that. But like,
Well, no, he's saying it's so broad that it becomes meaningless. That if you're saying Donald Trump's a fascist as though this makes him anti-American, well, the problem is that he's actually engaging in beliefs that the majority of our forefathers believed in. The people who built America, the people who created America, the people who created the Constitution, that if Donald Trump does something that is what our forefathers believed would be right or ought to be part of America, that like maybe they thought it was wrong to burn the American flag, right? Okay, well they wanted to outlaw burning the American flag. Well, Donald Trump also thinks that it should be out against the law to burn the American flag. But you guys call it fascist today when Donald Trump wants to make it against the law to burn the American flag. Well, yeah, it is fascist. Well, was it fascist when they did it? Well, it was, I guess, fascistic. But as I said earlier, the thing about like liberalism is that it grows and changes over time. And that like what you believe to be rights grows and changes over time. So even the idea of people having slaves back then would not be considered fascistic. Today, it would be considered fascistic. And so this is the problem with the way that he's using this. And this is the first argument that I brought up when I first heard him say this. And this was the frustration that I had with Pisco not pushing back on this part, is that this just doesn't even make sense in the way that you're bringing it up. Now, when he says, you're just saying my definition sucks, well, not that is like overly simplistic to the point that it's almost a straw man of what his argument is. His argument does make sense. It is a sound argument. It's just not, he's just wrong. So yeah, like but it does, the argument that like if your definition is so broad that it includes all of our forefathers to where now they would all be considered fascist, and when you say fascist, you do mean like anti-liberalism, therefore anti-American, that it doesn't make sense to say that like George Washington was a fucking fascist and therefore anti-American. That does make sense. That is a fair argument to make. That's why you have to kind of make this clearer that like fascism is based on like rights, and rights are based on the time that you're in.
I don't understand. Like, I'm just trying to track how the term is being used by people. You can make the same objection with the term democracy or good or bad. I mean, these are concepts that sometimes, you know, need more grounding out. But it doesn't mean that people aren't using the term in a way to track, you know, what the meaning of the term is, as I understand it.
I think that most people just use the two ways that I see fascism used is to stand in for almost all ideas about how government should be run before 1800 or 1900 or whatever. And then the other definition of it, the Hollywood definition, is it's a bad person who needs to be suppressed in some way, either by government or by vigilante violence. And
well, yeah, I mean, part of the idea of fascism is that like there is a older and better time from before that you want to go back to. And so when you're telling us, hey, there's a bunch of people from back then that they just want to go back to this time when they were there. Well, yeah, okay. That's part of it. Yep. that is definitely an aspect. Like I think that I probably should add I think I probably should add reactionary to my definition. I don't think it's in my definition, but it ought to be. I think reactionary ought to be in my definition of fascism. Because yeah, now I am questioning whether or not populism ought to be in there, but I do think reactionary is always in there. And reactionary is based on the time. Like, reactionary is always based on the fucking time.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Hold on. Okay,
I don't call for-
hold on. Because just because, to be fair, Pisco, we already had this conversation. We went into we can get into the philosophy of language some other time.
I think we actually bottomed out on that beautifully, right? I think that's perfectly fine. I think we established that, I guess we established that, fascism really basically applies to just following the procedure as it is when it comes to transitioning power in governments. That was
Hold on. No, stop. Yes, because hold on. Okay, hold on. Pisco, you pointed out there's a cluster concept. So one aspect was the not committing to the peaceful transition of power. So I want to dig into these other aspects, okay?
Well, no, but can we just recognize what happened? What happened was, so I guess we just grounded it all down to, if you're not committed to the...
Okay, I think we are at the end of the clock. Yes. Okay, we are at the end of the clock. Let's see. What time is it? It's almost 4 a.m. All right. Yeah, if we're going to play, we probably should play. I am enjoying this conversation, though, and I don't know that I want to end watching this for Call of Duty. Because yeah, I am enjoying this conversation. So I think we'll should find a game where you can do both. I've literally been doing that for the last hour, right? Have you been watching the fucking screen this entire time? I have literally been doing that this whole fucking time. So I don't know. A real game? I don't want to play a real game. So this is why I play these games. This is specifically why people ask all the time, like, why do you play games like Paper and Slither? Like, why don't you play a real game? Okay, fine, I'll play a real game. Well, I go play Call of Duty. I can't pay attention. I cannot pay attention to the fucking show as much anymore. I like the background noise. I like having it on. I like that it's there, but I can't do both. And so it is, and I'll probably be able to at some point. I'll probably get more relaxed with the game to where I don't care as much anymore and it's not as intense. But also there's also the problem with having multiplayers to where everybody's talking while I'm playing. And I don't want to tell them to shut the fuck up, but I do want to be able to play something while we're playing. And a game that you can pause. Those are harder to find too. At least ones that I'll enjoy. Because yeah, it's hard for me to find games that I'll enjoy that are like that. Tom, you told us to talk. I did. No, I did. I'm saying right now with this on, I don't want to. Because yes, we would have to stop playing this in order to be able to talk. So that's what I'm saying is that yes, I told you guys to talk. This would be hard to fucking play if we're talking, and I don't want to tell everybody not to talk. So yes, you are making my point. I told you guys to talk. Yes. Get Black Ops 7. It's less intense multiplayer than Warzone. Well, if I got that game, I probably wouldn't even play the multiplayer. I would just go play the campaign. That way I could pause and watch this at the same time. But Let me see what everybody else's timeline is like, because I'm happy to stay up super late and play later if you guys are, but I don't know if you guys are. So let me, and also Mantis said that she wanted to go to bed early tonight, so I'll just check with everybody else and see where they're at, and depending on what they want to do, then I'll figure it out. But
procedures of transferring power, that's what fascism means. There is no honest.
Just turn down the game on stream. I've tried. I keep trying. It's fucking hard. I don't know what the problem is, but I went and bought headphones because in these, once I turn on these, it goes into Bluetooth mode and there's nothing I can do about the fucking audio. It's like it's all just paused at a certain point. So I went and bought these fucking big headphones so that I could change things a little bit more. And actually, you know what I could do? This is the hard part, is that I could make it to where one thing is in my earbud, the other one's on my headphones, and then I would just wear my headphones on top of my earbuds. I'll be on in like an hour. Okay, that's fine for me. Again, I don't know if that's okay for Mantis though, because I think she's going to be going to bed in an hour. So I'll just check with everybody. We'll see. Mantis, are you here? Is Mantis here? Is she gone?
Conversation where you come away thinking that.
Let's
David.
just,
I want you to retract that.
Actually, can we
Yeah.
just clarify what you meant as opposed to relitigating, confusion?
Hang on a second. So I was giving you examples of, and you asked for ways in which John Adams was more fascist.
I'll clarify
do you
what
want
I'm getting towards.
Do you want me to finish what I'm saying? So you asked for ways in which John Adams was, less fascist than Charlie Kirk. I was coming up with some, and your summary of that entire exchange was that Pisco's definition of fascism is just when you don't follow the procedures of, transfer of power. That's insane. That's an insane summary.
Hold on. Dave can reply, and then I want to narrow in on something.
Sure. The problem is that if we talk about people like George Washington or John Adams, these are all part of the same party of people, and you're telling me that it comes down to things like ultranationalism and waving flags and fireworks, which was part of your additional cluster concepts. All of those things, if you transported these 18th, 19th century people to America, they would be more like that than your average Republicans like Charlie Kirk or whatnot.
I don't agree.
Hold on. Go ahead, Dave.
This is what I'm trying. This is the concept that I'm trying to communicate. Is things that that are labeled as fascism routinely are ordinary political beliefs from the pre-modern world.
Okay.
And that fascism operates as kind of a thought terminating cliche to keep these ideas out. Now, if you're telling me that if I had the ideas of John Adams in the modern world, in addition to his, his you call it nationalism, he had very strong feelings about his Massachusetts pride and his pride.
Bingo. Not as a
colony.
nation. Wait, so it's so funny you say that because George Washington, famous for being incredibly loyal to Virginia, loving Virginia, calling it his country. These founders were all more loyal to their state than they were the notion of U.S. nation. That really emerges out of the Civil War. Same thing with Adams, which you just talked about. He was incredibly partial to Massachusetts and talking up all of the framers and the patriots from Massachusetts and its impact. And so these people are patriots and national, but not in the same way where they characterize.
By that definition, Abraham Lincoln is an ultra-nationalist and Robert E. Lee is not.
Yeah, but okay, but I think that there are other concepts as well that we can, you can try to, again, I think that you can say that Abraham Lincoln is a nationalist in a way that John Adams isn't. But again, I was just addressing your specific examples. You're like George Washington, John Adams, they're all the same. They're not, right? Their notion of nationhood is much less ultra than Charlie Kirk. And you would recognize that, wouldn't you?
You're a bunch of people. That was a very quick question.
John Adams, George Washington compared to Charlie Kirk. Who's more of a nationalist between those two?
It depends. If we define nation as the individual colony, then I would say that John Adams and George Washington were more nationalistic than Charlie Kirk. If we make some kind of moral distinction where loyalty to Virginia or Massachusetts is somehow morally different than loyalty to the United States.
I'm not talking normative anything.
Stop. Hold on, Pisco. Let him go.
But do you see, Paul, where the confusion lies? I don't see if somebody is willing to shed blood and die for Virginia, And you're saying that because Virginia is a state, not a nation, then that means that he doesn't qualify under ultranationalism. Then ultranationalism becomes kind of this weird property, like it applies to polities that have a certain size or something like that, and that isn't.
Yeah, hold on.
It makes it kind of useless for modern comparisons, right?
I'm
or
seeing
for usage in politics.
Yes. Okay. I'm seeing again. This is and it degrades into definitions, and at what point, yeah, can you be ultranational towards a state versus a
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the rest.
Country? Charlie Kirk is obviously not ultranationalist towards a state, but and I guess because you said ultra-conservatism as well, Pisco.
Yeah.
And maybe that's more fruitful than nationalism.
Yeah. Well,
what
the
are
last
the
word the last word on nationalism is you're basically saying the notion of a nation is an incoherent concept at that point. You're saying that like what a nation is who can say what a nation is? It's this abstract thing that like.
Didn't you point out that you could have a nation as the state or the country?
I don't know what conversation you're referring to, but I'm doing an internal critique of what you just said, which is like, well, could a nation be a state? I guess so. What a nation could be anything. It depends what you mean, but normatively by nation. Of course, I'm not talking anything about normative here. I'm just trying to track how the term nation is used, and it's meant to understand a broader community than just a.
A nation is a broad group. Is like a people. Like the Chippewa Nation was not a state, but it was a people. So you can have like the Virginia nation, you could say, and the United States nation state.
All I'm saying, Paul, here, and I'll go to conservatism, is the objections you're raising with respect to ultranationalism are just objections you can raise.
Yeah, so generally nation is not used to talk about... generally, the term nation is generally used to talk about a country. That's normally how people use the word nation. But technically, nation means a group of people. So a country is a group of people. That's why people use nation as a term to communicate the word country instead of just a group of people. But it is true that most people, if I ask them what a nation is, they'll say a country. That is what most people think of when they think of nation. And earlier, when Pisco is saying ultra-conservatism, this is why I said I need to add this word to my definition. He should be saying reactionary or reactionism or something like that. But yeah, he should be saying reactionary instead of ultra-conservative.
With respect to nationalism or the notion of a nation at all. These are all the same kind of Swordy's paradox where, what's a chair really? Or like, what is a man? What is a woman? Like these categories, sometimes they include difficult cases, easy cases for sure. And sometimes it's more of a binary, right? But like in terms of what we're talking about here, just because there can be edge cases doesn't mean that there are clear cases. And it just feels like all the objections you're raising are like, okay, I guess nationhood as a concept is just incoherent. We can't understand it.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure that if I brought John Adams into 21st century American politics, almost all leftists would call him a fascist.
Okay, well, the audience can decide on that thought experiment. Let's do ultra-conservatism. Okay.
Yeah, conservatism I take to be is somewhat of a relativistic concept.
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. I told everybody I'd get on in like 30 to 45 minutes. I'm going to play another game of paper. Yeah, I put it at 1.5 or 1.5. I'm going to put it at 1.25. Okay.
I mean, conservatism. Perfect. That is a concept that is going to change and morph throughout times. And
that doesn't sound any faster. Am I fucking crazy?
It has to do, traditionally it comes this left-right paradigm from the French Revolution and all that stuff, and but different conservatisms can mean completely different things.
So would you say that Charlie Kirk was more conservative than John Adams?
I don't know if with respect to their individual views relative to their time, John Adams was.
No. At the outset of this conversation,
I take conservatism.
This definition was not going to vary.
No, the definition doesn't vary, but concepts contained within it could, right? Like conservatism. Don't you agree? Don't you agree that conservatism?
Stop. Let me narrow in on this.
You just said if
a definition is invariable to time, then the concepts within that definition have to be invariable.
No, wait, hang on. So,
just logically speaking.
Okay, hold on, wait. This is. I'm gonna. My whole job now for the next hour is just to pulling out the semantics and getting substance.
Yeah. Please, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, so hold on. Pisco, you said ultra-conservatism is one aspect of Charlie Kirk's fascism, or the degree to which he's to be called fascist. What is a particular belief that Charlie Kirk has put forward that you would describe as ultra-conservative? Socially, I presume.
I think it's both as relates. I think it's more to do with socially and culturally conservative, I would say, as opposed to.
He seems to be redefining nationalist as loyalist. So generally, the way that I explain nationalism is that like patriotism is a lot of people conflate patriotism and nationalism. They think that those are the same things, and this is again kind of part of the problem with the way that the kind of like red herring arguments that I talk about with, or Mott and Bailey arguments that I talk about with Charlie Kirk, is that one of the things he does is he uses a term but then argues something else. And that is what Charlie Kirk does. Is Charlie Kirk uses the word nationalism, but then argues in favor of patriotism. But then later, he'll go grab real nationalist ideas and say, these are fundamental to nationalism. Those ideas have nothing to do with patriotism. Why the fuck are you bringing this in to... Like America first, right? America first, that is not patriotism. That has nothing to do with patriotism. The idea of America first is you can be fully patriotic and still not be America first, right? But America first in the nationalistic idea, actually, it means America only. That's what it means. It means America only. So when MAGA says America first, they don't mean America first. They mean America only. That has nothing to do with being a patriot. You can be a patriot and still be in favor of funding Ukraine and Israel and like US aid and all these other things. You can still be a patriot, right? But Charlie Kirk will say that like nationalism is just patriotism. And he'll say, nationalism just means I love my country. That's it. I just have admiration and love for my country. Okay, no, that's patriotism. But then later he'll say, oh yeah, funding other countries for their, their endeavors, that's not America first. That's not nationalism. It is essential to nationalism that we do not do these things. Like, okay, so that has nothing to do with patriotism, bro. That's why, but that's the type of red herring that he engages in. Is that he is calling it nationalism, describing it as patriotism, and then people think, well, yeah, I'm a patriot. I love my country. Therefore, I'm also a nationalist. And then later, when they all define themselves as nationalists, they identify as nationalists. It's core to their identity and their politics now because they tell everybody that they're nationalists. Then later, he can come back and say, yeah, funding Ukraine, that's anti-nationalism. We're nationalists. We don't want to fund Ukraine. No nationalist would ever say that we should fund Ukraine. And they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, because I'm a nationalist. So I also am against Ukraine. Like, yeah, America first? Why the fuck would we ever fund another country? How is that America first? Like, yeah, true, that's not America first. Well, again, that's why they mean America only, not America first, because Ukraine never got more money than America. Israel never got more money than America. Like, none of them got more money than us. So we still came first by a bajillion yards. But that is why they mean America only. Anyways, difference is patriotism just means love and admiration for your country. Nationalism, in the political sense, means that you have this, you want... You want things for your country and only your country, even if it's to the detriment of other countries or nation. Sorry. You want things for your nation and only your nation, even if it's to the detriment of other nations. That is nationalism, right? So like you want your people to succeed and you don't care if you have to fuck everybody else over. You will do whatever it takes for your people. That's it. It is it is meant to be a type of selfishness. It's meant to be a type of like us only. It's us against the world. Fuck everybody else. That is nationalism, right? Then ultranationalism then comes with other aspects of like now, not only are we saying we're not going to help everybody else, but now we're going to add on, we hate everybody else. We don't like anybody else. We're not just saying we're better than everybody else, but that we don't even like y'all motherfuckers. Y'all are pieces of shit. Like, that's where you get into this, like, ultra-nationalism, where you start adding in, like, xenophobia and, like, making it to where there is no, like, alliances. There's not, unless they, like, bow down to your nationalism, there is no alliance. There's a superiority to you. You are superior to them. Like, it's like, if I say, like, yes, I love American culture. I love America. I think it's great here. Fucking awesome. And somebody says, oh, so you think that your shit's superior to Chinese culture? Well, no, not superior. It's like, okay, then why do you like yours better than theirs? Well, it's just a preference. So that's it. It's just a preference. It doesn't mean that we're superior. If you ask me, like, hey, do you like green apples or red apples? Oh, I like green apples better. Oh, so green apples are superior to red apples? No, it's my preference that I would take green apples. I do think their taste is superior, so I will rather eat a green apple. But this is a taste. This is not like an objective thing, right? So this is the differences in how these people use these terms, but they purposefully equate them and make them seem the same so that it's easier to pull people into that later when you say, this is nationalist. This is a nationalist idea. So, yeah, that is... that's my story.
I don't know how economically conservative.
I don't think the discussion is economic. So what is a belief that Charlie has put forward that you would regard as ultra-conservative?
By what I mean by the term conservative. What I mean by the term conservative is relativistic. And you can fight me all you want on that, but that's just what I mean by the term. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, you're telling me that...
Wait, what did he say he meant by it?
Socially, I presume?
More to do with socially and culturally conservative, I would say.
Okay.
As relates, I think it's more to do with socially and culturally conservative, I would say.
Okay.
As opposed
So yeah, he's talking about reactionary. He should say reactionary, not conservative.
To economically, I don't know how economically conservative.
Yeah, I don't think the discussion is economic. So what is a belief that Charlie has put forward that you would regard as ultra-conservative?
By what I mean by the term conservative. What I mean by the term conservative is relativistic. And you can fight me all you want on that, but that's just what I mean by the term. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, you're telling me that the term fascism is in that case relativistic. Since fascism rests on conservatism, and that's relativistic, and
it doesn't necessarily rest on.
Okay, hold on.
It's not a sufficient or necessary condition.
Again, I'm just asking. I'll ask the question just high level. What is a belief that Charlie Kirk has put forward today that in the way that you describe ultra-conservatism, using whatever definition you have that you used to define the cluster concept of fascism, what is a belief that Charlie Kirk has put forward that you would describe as ultra-conservative?
Yeah, relative to the time, to currently, right? He is conservative, ultrally, in the sense that he believes in a sharp alignment of the sexes. For example, he believes that the sexes, very, very traditional roles, women really shouldn't be working, and that is conservative relative to this time.
Okay, now hold on. Let me ask you this though.
I mean, you know what my response is going to be, Paul, right?
Well, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Well, you can find founders who all supported, basically two systems of law, the coverture, the doctrine of coverture.
You're not the founding father that had more liberal views.
But hang on a second. But I just explained, Dave. I just cut through. I understand where these conversations go. I cut through that by just telling you that the notion of conservatism is indexed to a particular context. I'm asking you, what's the problem with that?
Well, because, Pisco, when I started this conversation on fascism, the first thing that I asked you is that we do not index the definitions via time, that we objectively evaluate people's opinions and not say that we're going to discount people's opinions because they come from earlier times. I think, and this is the fundamental thing, and to get to the substance, Paul, right, that the thing that I feel the word fascism is doing is it's essentially trying to terminate our consideration of political ideas that are old. So when we have a political idea that we consider old, you know, like any of the ideas that John Adams had about democracy or social organization or religion, all we say is, oh, look, people from the early 20th century believe that. Therefore, that idea is part of this cluster concept of fascism. And to most viewers, that means that it's not worth considering, because that's how the equivocation works. Because there's two definitions of fascism. One loose, very relativistic definition is used because you admitted it relies on conservatism, and conservatism is relativistic. So therefore, the overarching concept is relativistic logically.
Can we pause right there, please?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it's
go
just,
ahead.
just
Sure.
because of, but it's not a necessary or sufficient
Yes, it
condition
is.
to describe conservatism. I don't take to be a necessary or sufficient condition for how the term fascism is used. You have, for example, Nazis.
You listed
who,
conservatism
wait,
as one of the
one of the clusters. Wait. But the notion of a cluster concept, I mean, that like none of them are necessary or sufficient conditions. I can give you an example of Nazis who were quite, progressive in their social values and gay, and they had sex with men. So I don't take, fascism to necessarily entail some kind of social conservatism. It is one of the clusters for sure, 100%. But let's just cut through the crap. Don't you agree that tradition is a relativistic concept? Conservatism is a relativistic concept. Agree? Yes or no?
Hold
on. I'm speaking to the original question, Pisco. This is just a logical thing. So in mathematics or law, if I was to provide a definition of X, and X relied on ABC, and any one of A, B, C were relativistic, then the definition of X would also be relativistic. This is just a property of language. I don't know what to say. I work in math modeling. This is just a quality of the subsections of a definition will apply to.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Because again, substance here. So Pisco, you pointed out Charlie Kirk's ultra conservatism is you said sharp sex differences or what specifically?
Yeah, so
can you elucidate that?
He expressed beliefs that stressed incredibly traditional female gender roles. In essence, and I gave an example of that, which is that women should stay out of the workplace. That's
okay. Now, do you regard that as a bad belief?
Whether I do or not isn't the discussion. I understand, right?
No. This is an
are-
open
are-
discussion. I'm very
wait,
interested in the fundamental. I'm trying to avoid the semantics and get into the substance.
Wait, but that isn't the substance. If you guys are talking about whether or not Charlie Kirk is a fascist, the substance will never be whether or not Pisco likes fascism. That will never be the substance. So it doesn't matter whether or not he likes, whether or not he thinks that's a bad idea. It doesn't matter. That will never be the substance in a conversation about whether or not Charlie Kirk is a fascist. It will be purely semantic. That is the conversation.
I want to note. I do want to note that the conversation about whether I agree with that belief is not the same as whether or not that's a conservative
Fine,
belief.
okay, Pisco,
I
fine,
think you would
Pisco,
all agree.
would
you all agree that this is a conservative belief?
Of course.
If conservatism
like,
means
sex
anything,
norms?
yeah. So the notion of something being conservative it inherently is a relativistic concept, and you haven't at all disputed that.
Okay, stop.
Right?
Hold on.
Stop.
Stop. Because Pisco, you're doing a lot of optics right here. I want to note this. I want to note
No
that.
optics,
I said specifically
no
stop.
optics.
Yeah, right. I also meme too, Pisco. I want to get to the substance. So actually, what you think about good or bad belief is the entire point. I don't care about semantics at this point. We've already had a semantic conversation.
What? How does this make sense?
So I want to know on the substance because we're trying to figure out what is the right path forward in the world.
I don't agree with an austere dedication to traditional gender roles and women's place in society. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's good.
Okay. I believe that traditional roles, on average, tend to be healthier, although I feel that society should have leeway for exceptions.
Fuck, that is in the way.
My view would probably correspond to Charlie Kirk on that point.
Yeah, and you would agree that it would be a conservative view because conservative.
But is that ultra conservative? What Dave just said.
Ultra is one of these other primitives. That's an intensifier like very, which just means some degree of beyond what I would take to be the average view, and I do agree that that Charlie Kirk's conservatism is beyond the average, and so that's what I understand.
Okay,
ultra conservative to me, and again,
Sure.
so in order for something to be, and just like the concept of ultra or conservatism, ultra is also indexed to a population, right? Someone's ultra conservative might be someone's progressive in a given age, and again, you guys are not contesting that, because obviously conservatism, to the extent that it relies on tradition, to the extent that the tradition is changing or how long the tradition has been established, will affect whether something is considered conservative.
Okay. Sure. Yes. So, but you said what Dave just said about traditional gender roles being healthier. You don't. That's not ultra conservative to you, correct, Pisco? What particularly did Charlie Kirk say that you would define as ultra conservative? But
what I guess how you would implement that is probably ultra conservative, because if you're willing to go to like great lengths to police that, then yeah, that would probably eventually become ultra conservative based on how authoritarian you are with the with policing the gender roles.
Not conservative.
So I think that believing that there could be a benefit for women to adhere to certain gender roles, I don't take that necessarily to being an ultra conservative view. What I take to be an ultra conservative view is this notion that it should be buoyed by the state, for which categorical exceptions need to be made that Dave is referencing here, and also to the extent that you're advocating it as like a necessary thing to be a good woman is to be in the traditional roles, and that basically the exceptions are very, very, very minor. And so the ultraness, I think, is being added to either when it has the imprimatur of the state, or when it's being like essentially very limited, the extent to which someone can consider you a good woman. The only exceptions are people who are nuns or masquerading or like I don't know.
Can I pose a
influencers.
question?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
So, using that definition, I think we would agree that almost all times before 1900 would be ultra conservative because they believed in this traditional role, and they also believed that that traditional role should be buoyed by the state.
So no, not necessarily, and I explained why, right? And
I'm interested,
we're going to have to deal with it, right? So like, I'm telling you that what I understand conservative to mean, necessary and indeed ultra conservative, are indexed to particular times and particular groups of people. And I'm asking you, like, what does the concept of ultra or conservative mean independent of that? I don't even understand what those concepts would mean if they were independent of a society or independent of a temporality. I just doesn't.
Words don't mean anything independent of a society.
You
what I mean.
brought up the term conservative in this discussion.
Dave, wait, hang on a second. But you're objecting to the term conservative being indexed to a given set of people or time. Are you objecting to that? I just want to be clear on that.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I want to be clear. When we use a label and the label sounds scary, what I'm putting forward as an accusation, Pisco, is that liberals and leftists like to use scary labels for ideas they don't like, even though
I think that conservatives are just really easily scared. That is something that is well, not conservatives, MAGA. Sorry. I want to be clear. MAGA is very easily scared. I don't think conservatives are easily scared. I think for the most part, conservatives have generally valued masculinity, but MAGA does not. They like to be scared of everything. They like to be terrified anytime they hear a brown person is around them, that this person's a big fucking criminal or some shit, and they're scared of non-binary 15-year-olds with blue hair, or they're terrified of every little fucking thing. So that is I think that people just using the word fascism just happens to scare a lot of MAGA and conservatives these days, where it's not actually a scary word, it's just they're easily scared.
idea is common throughout history and common to a bunch of people that we would consider very good people, including some of the people we would consider the best rulers of their entire society of all time.
Well, let me give you an example,
And-
right? So Theodore Roosevelt, by the standards of today, right, is a raging racist, is ultra conservative, but how is he portrayed as this progressive, right? His whole movement, the Bull Moose Party, the progressive party is fostered on the notion that he is not a conservative, that he's in fact progressive, the antithesis, and that like lack of coherence, or that lack of it just means that you're not understanding the term. The term is indexed to a particular time, and so Theodore Roosevelt, well, by now standards would be conservative, but by then standards would not be. I think you'd agree with that.
Yes, I'm so glad they're finally getting to this, because yes, this is this is the very first thing I said when the guy brought up his first argument about like, well, throughout time and history, every American, blah blah blah, like that. These are all about the time and history that you're in. It's relative, so it doesn't matter. Like, because even conservative, Mantis was just on earlier arguing with Avi, right? And she said in her country, she's conservative. But over here, she's a liberal. So obviously, the terms are very fucking relative. They are insanely relative, right? Like it's not one or the other. Same in the UK, like people who are considered conservative over there would be considered liberal over here. And so there's just drastic fucking differences from one country to another, where where Mantis is voting for the Conservative Party in New Zealand and is and this is part of the frustration too. Is like when you listen to a bunch of people, they'll often say the Democrat Party is the party of the KKK, and they're the party of slavery, and they're the party of this, and they're the party of that. Okay, cool, but you know that they were conservatives back then, right? I'm not saying we would consider them conservative today. I'm saying back then they were conservatives, right? Being a Democrat is not a type of belief. It's not an ideology. So saying that Democrats are the party that did X, Y, and Z doesn't really mean anything. Parties' beliefs change over time and are drastically different from one moment to the other. But the fundamental like value of conservatism is that, like, yes, you want to conserve tradition, and the conservatives were the ones who wanted slavery. They were the ones who wanted to keep Jim Crow. They were the ones who were the KKK. And so, yes, if you go back to the KKK, these were all like Christian people who were all about their Christian values and who was or wasn't getting into heaven, and the traditions of America, and the black people were ruining this, like that. What they were all fucking conservatives. And so these people love saying like, oh, the Democrats, that's the party of the KKK and slavery and Jim Crow. And okay, but they were conservatives, motherfucker. Like, now I'm not saying that conservatives today are believe in those things. They don't. But the conservatives back then did. The conservatives back then did. So if you want to act like it's not relative, well, then anybody who wants to be a real fucking conservative has to start going back to arguing for slavery again. I'm sorry, but if it's not relative, you got to go back to arguing for slavery. That's just how it works.
So, but you see, when the word means something different and indexes to times differently, this is what opens up the path of this equivocation. And what you do is you hide ideas that are actually fairly normal and fairly healthy for human societies behind this stamp that does not really mean anything in the context of the time that we're talking about.
What's the equivocation?
So, for instance, like saying that people should have traditional norms. This is a or you could say like, what would we call it? Like sex complementarity, or whatever you want to call the traditional way of arranging families. This is something that is common in history. It is not unusual in any way to hold this opinion. And almost all great leaders that have ruled their societies have held this opinion. Now, when somebody comes onto a college campus and they promote this idea, and they get hit with a label, the college students don't think, oh, wait, that label applies to almost all of these great leaders that I admire. They disconnect it because of the very ambiguous.
Yeah, so again, if we say this person is pro-slavery, he would have to say, oh, well, that's just a big scary label because the majority of the leaders throughout history were in favor of slavery. The majority of leaders throughout all of human history were in favor of slavery, dude. The fact that you're going to use this big scary label calling this guy pro-slavery, come on. Get over it. By far the majority of these leaders were pro-slavery, dude. It's so ridiculous that she would even try to use that to scare people and make it sound like it's this big bad thing. Come on. It doesn't mean anything. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. This is such a stupid argument. This guy, he's got to be a fucking libertarian. You cannot be this dumb and not be a libertarian.
Ambiguity in language that you're talking about right there. And, you know, like, we probably should move on to substance.
But slavery is common in, slavery is common in history.
Yes,
and
thank you.
A lot of great leaders practiced
Thank
slavery. And a lot of great leaders enslaved their conquest.
True.
Who they conquested. Just because we're not having a discussion, I thought, on like how often particular beliefs are held in history, or how often, or whether it's...
Well, you technically are. That's this guy's entire argument. That's his entire argument, is that fascism doesn't mean anything because the ideas that would be considered fascist were held by the majority of leaders throughout human history. And so it doesn't mean anything. It's a meaningless label because the majority of these people held those beliefs. But this is why his argument is fucking stupid. Is slavery is the first thing that I would have brought up to say, okay, so the majority of these people believed in slavery. Do you think slavery is a liberal belief? Do you think that slavery is a very liberal ideal and that it's not actually fascistic in any way?
Good, these beliefs, just because they've been held by a lot of different great leaders. We're trying to understand what the meaning of a term. This is basically, unfortunately, another semantic conversation about what we mean by these terms.
Okay, we're going to move on to substance. And I would say, in part, Pisco, that's because you're making it that way.
That's what the conversation is about. He's not making it that. That's what the conversation is. What do you mean? Why do they keep doing this? We want to move on to substance. We want to get off the semantics. The argument is over whether or not somebody's a fascist. That has to be semantic. It has to be. You're talking about whether or not they qualify for the word, whether or not the word applies to them, whether or not his definition is too broad. The whole thing is semantics. What is wrong with these people? Why do they do this? It is driving me crazy.
Specifically said to both of you, this is going to be open-ended and not around a particular proposition in semantics, so we can move out of it.
If he's Paul,
go ahead.
So I was happy to engage in, like, what do you think is happening in the discourse? Why are the left bringing this up? Why are they trying to discriminate against these classes of people? Are they using it in the way that David's implying, basically to signal people for terrorism or acts of private violence or justice or some kind of thing? I'm happy to have that conversation if you want to have that conversation. But if you start accusing me of equivocation, bad faith using of a term, that is necessarily going to, for one, I'm going to defend myself, and two, it's going to turn on the meaning of these terms.
I'm not personally accusing you. I'm saying that that is how the term is used, and the reason why.
No, you personally accused him of that and said that that is what he was doing in the other conversation. So the way that I was talking about, like, the way that, like, Charlie Kirk does the Mott and Bailey arguments, that is what he was accusing Pisco of doing. He was saying that, like, you call him a fascist, but the definition that you're using is not the definition that everybody else is using. And so when you use these terms that are like, oh, they're ultra conservative, like, okay, that's a good thing. Who cares? Like, whatever, bro. But nobody else is thinking like, oh no, it's oh, they're ultra conservative. Like, oh, okay, well that's fine. No, they're thinking, oh, you said they're fascist? Well, that's horrible. They're a bad person, and now we're justified to use violence against them, and we get to kill them. Like, that was his fucking argument. So he's backing off his entire fucking argument now. But that is 100% what he was saying at the beginning.
Why I want to be careful with throwing around the label fascist is because I know that that's how it's used.
So,
so if you were to accuse someone of being so if I were to go back in time and go into McCarthyist, like 1951, and I was to say, like, I know that so.
I brought up McCarthyism earlier as a good example of something that we would definitely consider to be fascistic today. Is in the way that, like, yeah, Hoover, is it Hoover that I'm thinking of, the guy who ran the FBI for a while? Is it Hoover? But anyways, like, yeah, the way that I think it was Hoover. The way that, like, he ran the FBI, and like the way that he was like policing the people, and the way that, like, the state went after MLK, and like, yes, all these things, we would definitely consider these things to be fascistic today. Just because it was done in the past doesn't mean that it's not fascistic. It just means that, like, fascism is going to have some aspects of it that are based on the times that you're in, so it is somewhat relative.
So is a communist, and like I got him fired, or I got him on a blacklist. And then when I asked, what did you mean when you said he was communist? Oh, it's a cluster term meaning vaguely on the left. Like, that would be kind of a shitty thing to do, right? The thing is that what I'm just trying to say.
You say that, but like, wait, hang on.
You
say that.
Let Dave finish, and then you can finish, and then I want to move on to a different substance.
It would be kind of interesting to debate slavery and liberalism, like the substance of that quality, if you want to segue. I'm just saying that we have to be careful when we use labels that have known social consequences, and
so,
because that has a way of terminating ideas.
Well, it's funny you bring up communism. I agree that there's like this kind of looseness that people use the term communism, but it hasn't seemed to stop anyone on the Catholic right of the, I don't know, the political ideological sphere. Hasn't stopped conservatives from using the term communism, even though, it's not being used in its most narrow sense. People are, for example, saying that Mamdani is a communist. I'm sure you're not using the most narrow sense of the term communist. He doesn't identify as a communist. And for this whole,
is he a Marxist though?
He identifies as a democratic socialist, same as AOC or Bernie. I mean, you can
does not call himself a.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are Marxists. The democratic socialists generally don't believe in Marxism, but that's not always true. So sometimes democratic socialist just means that they're like a Marxist and a communist that's just willing to like wait for everything to move a bit more slowly through incrementalism. And so yeah, I don't like the term a lot, because yes, it implies a lot of different ideas and different ideologies that are different things, but yeah.
Marxist?
I don't think that he calls himself a Marxist. I could be wrong about that.
You know more than me, though, so okay, that's fine.
I could be wrong about that, but like, I'm not really in a place. Well, I'm joking, because I do have these conversations, but like, I find it funny when people start saying like, "Oh, you're too," or the left is too loose with their terminology. That is a claim itself that's going to need to require a semantic understanding of what these terms mean. That's number one, and then number two, look who the fuck is talking. Trump called Kamala Harris a fascist. Do you think he's labeling her for like extrajudicial violence when Trump called Kamala a fascist? And everyone seems to ignore that.
That is a dishonest tactic. Yeah.
What
like
is?
That, I mean,
when Trump does that?
Yeah.
Is he calling for violence on Kamala Harris when he calls her a fascist?
He's calling people to dismiss her opinions without listening to them.
But he's not calling for violence against her, is he?
I wouldn't say so, not directly, but
okay. So when the left calls people fascists, they're not calling for violence against them, correct?
Well, I would say it varies, but I did say that he's definitely saying that you shouldn't listen to what Kamala Harris is saying. She's just this bad word, right? And the bad word is, whatever, right? Fascist.
Wait, why is it more ambiguous?
Yeah, that doesn't. He earlier he was saying that they are like that they're calling for violence against them, and that this is like so obvious that they're calling for violence against them. But now he's saying like, oh, well, really, they're just saying you shouldn't listen to what it is that they say. So, okay, so then it doesn't really have much to do with violence then? It's just not listening to what they say? That's it?
When the left uses the term fascist, they could be calling for the violence of someone, but when Trump does it, he's very clearly not calling for violence against Kamala. Can you explain that?
What do you mean? I think that he is calling for Kamala to be disqualified, right?
Disqualified. See, his language is so much softer when Trump does it. He is so much softer on Trump. Trump can call people fascists, and this is what all of them do. Every single time they say that somebody calls Trump a fascist, they say they're like, this is calling for violence against them. And they always say Kamala and Biden and Hillary and all these people called for violence against Donald Trump. Okay, show me where they called him a fascist. Show me where they called him a fascist. They can't ever show me where they've called him a fascist, but I can show you time after time after time after time after time after time after time that Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist and other Democrat leaders fascist, and for some reason those just don't count. Those are just not those just are not really a call to violence. But, when no Democrat leaders are actually calling Donald Trump a fascist, they all just make it up in their fucking heads that they're always calling him a fascist, that this is happening all the fucking time. That apparently is just so dangerous for Donald Trump. Fucking nutcases, dude.
Right.
I'm not saying disqualification. I'm very clear. I'm asking about violence. When Trump is saying that Kamala Harris is a fascist, he's not calling for violence, is he?
Like, this is like a technicality. I don't know. He's asking for her. He probably wants her prosecuted. When Trump says,
I'm talking about violence.
Hillary
I'm talking
up,
about violence, not prosecution, not disqualification. Violence. Is Trump calling for violence when he calls Kamala a fascist?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is Trump calling for violence when he says lock Hillary up or something like that?
I don't think so.
Wait, but he's bro, it's your fucking word. You're the one who's saying that calling somebody a fascist is calling for violence against them. You're the one who says that, Dave. You can't turn around to him and be like, oh, well, if you think it's calling for violence to call her a fascist, then do you think it's calling for violence to say lock her up? So what? No, but nobody's saying that it's calling for violence to call her a fucking fascist either. Nobody's running around saying that it's calling for violence to call her a communist, to call her an authoritarian, to call her a Marxist, like all of these other words that MAGA finds big and scary as well. We're not saying that just because you guys find all these terms big and scary, that now you're calling for fucking violence. We're not saying any of these things. You guys are the ones who say that this is calling for violence. So you have to fucking defend that point.
Okay, well, I think it's more or less the same spirit, if that's the case.
Yeah, okay. So all right, wait. So when Trump says Kamala's a fascist, you don't think that he's saying violence, but when left calls Charlie Kirk a fascist, you think they are, right?
I think they're calling for...
Okay, hold on. Again, this is all the semantic stuff. You're comparing Trump to the entire left. It's all case by case.
No, this is not the semantics. No, this is not semantics. This is the substance. This is him saying, as a result of your rhetoric, this is what happens. He's saying that you guys use this term and it ends up being a call to action against these people. That is what he's saying. It's not this is not semantic anymore. I don't know why the fuck he just said that. Semantic means that you're talking about the definition of words. That's what it means. It just means that you're talking about, like, you're discussing the definitions of words. Like semantics is it is a division of linguistics, and it is the study of meaning within words, which to an extent there's a bunch of different aspects of linguistics that are about the meaning of words, just as like pragmatics is somewhat about the meaning of words, but more so in a more like the use and the utility of it, to where it comes with more than just a definition. But and then there's even another one that is like what the group of people who write definitions for dictionaries is another study. Like these are all separate, but technically, yes, semantics is the study of meaning with words, and they're not talking about the meaning right now. They're talking about the outcome from one using the word. That's what they're talking about.
How is it semantic? How is it semantic? It's not semantic.
We're arguing about how one specific case of Trump saying something versus the entire left. Again, these are not. I'm trying to pull substance out. Okay.
Okay. Okay. He doesn't mean semantic. He means pedantic. That's what he means. He means pedantic, not semantic. Yeah, even regardless, still trying to get her disqualified or whatever is still insane. He'd essentially want the Democratic Party disqualified. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't matter. The point is to show that not that Donald Trump is nefarious in calling her a fascist. The point is to say you don't believe that people are actually calling for violence when they call somebody a fascist. You don't believe that. You're lying when you say that. You're just saying that because it makes you feel better and it makes you feel like you have a good argument, but you don't believe that. You know you're saying some fucking dumb ass shit when you say that. And so as soon as you show them, like, okay, well, Donald Trump called Kamala Harris a fascist dozens of times. So is he calling for violence against Kamala Harris? Well, no, not really. He's doing this, that, and the other. Okay, well, then it's not relevant. Doesn't matter. Okay, like if you're going to say that, like, oh, okay, so when Kamala Harris, or if I don't even think, I think maybe Kamala Harris said that something he did was fascistic one time. I think that's the closest that we've ever had to any of these people ever calling him a fascist. I don't think that any of them actually ever called him a fascist, but nor Hitler, nor a Nazi. Like that's what they always say. They're like Kamala and Biden and all, like that they always call Trump Hitler and a Nazi and a fascist. I don't think any of them ever did. I don't think Kamala did. I don't think Biden ever did. I know Hillary did. Like she made inferences for those sorts of things, especially when she called like the MAGA rally a Nazi rally and shit like that. Like Hillary definitely did. But they say that Kamala and Biden did this all the time. They just never did this. They never did it. Trump did it. Trump did this. Trump made those remarks. Trump did. That's it. Like, Trump does this. And they all fucking whine and cry saying Kamala and Biden did stuff that they never fucking did. But Trump did. And he did it tons of times. And they don't give a fuck. So they keep saying that Donald Trump got shot at a ton of times because we call him a fascist. Or Donald Trump got shot at a ton of times because we call him a Nazi. Or Donald Trump got shot at a ton of times because we call him Hitler. I almost never hear people call Trump a Nazi. Never. I've never hear this because it's a fucking stupid argument. Like nobody really thinks he's a Nazi nor a neo-Nazi because he's not. He's just not. Like neo-Nazis is like a very like core component of this is that you're going to be anti-Semitic. You're going to be very like hateful of Jews and obviously Israel, and like Trump is not that, right? So he does not have the like anti-Semitic aspects of this. Generally, a neo-Nazi is going to be like a white nationalist who is anti-Semitic. That's a neo-Nazi. White nationalist who is anti-Semitic. Trump is not a white nationalist. He's not anti-Semitic. He's not a fucking neo-Nazi. But he is a fucking fascist. He is a fucking fascist, okay? And so he is definitely that. And that is something that people do call him, but not Kamala, not Biden. Trump calls them fucking fascists. And so if you think that calling Trump a fascist is what gets him shot at, then Trump calling everybody else fascist is what is also him calling for violence against them.
Yeah.
I want to move on.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's move on.
We'll see how fucking semantic this goes. Okay?
Yeah, let's
Dave,
go.
in our conversation,
Hmm?
you said the Constitution is a ridiculous document at this stage.
Yes.
People are talking like it's 1880, where people actually believe that the Constitution limits government.
Yes.
It doesn't. Do you want to elaborate on that? And then Pisco, you
Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
see how fucking semantic this goes, okay?
Yeah, let's
Dave,
go.
in our conversation,
Mhm.
you said, the Constitution is a ridiculous document at this stage.
Yes.
People are talking like it's 1880, where people actually believe that the Constitution limits government.
Yes.
It doesn't.
The Constitution does limit government. It does. That is the difference between positive and negative rights, is that like positive rights are when the government is kind of, this is the like very simplistic way that I describe positive and negative rights, but I know that there's going to be people who are going to get mad. I'm just telling you, like, a very easy way to remember this is negative rights are saying these are things that the government cannot do, and positive rights are saying these are things that the government has to do. Those are separate things, okay? So, like, a negative right is like the Constitution, right? Like the First Amendment is they cannot infringe on freedom of speech, right? Something they cannot do. They cannot take away our guns, right? That's something they cannot do. So like these are rights that are protected for the people. These are things that are like afforded to us, that are things that we have the right to do, and they have to protect our ability to do it. The positive rights are they have to give us things. So like if they gave like if we made people say all the time that healthcare is a right, right? Healthcare is a right. Okay, well that would be a positive right. So if we actually had healthcare in like the Constitution or something like this, it actually became a right, then that would be a positive right. So that is the distinction. The Constitution is protections against things. But the only way that his statement makes sense is if he turns around and says that they're able to change it, like that they're able to change it or something, that they can change the Constitution, therefore it doesn't do that. I don't know.
Do you want to elaborate on that? And then Pisco, you can reply to this idea.
Yeah. So I'll bring in. Maybe this is not.
Is this Catmere in the call?
What's up?
I was making sure that was you, not Meerkat.
Yeah, yep. It's me. Don't worry.
All right. I am pulling up the game, but people aren't here yet. I do I don't know if you're Catmere, if you want to, but I kind of want to play the Battle Royale one if that's okay with you.
I'm happy to play whatever.
Okay. All right. Mantis said she'll be here in a minute.
I hope this adds more light
Right, so
than
here's the
it
floor.
does heat. But John Adams very famously said that the Constitution was only developed for religious and moral people. So the idea of these constitutions is that there are certain pre-legal understandings of morality that are universal throughout society that we hold in common and that we have as a common basis for a society. Without those assumptions, the Constitution doesn't mean anything. Furthermore, the whole idea of the Constitution to begin with was to essentially limit the power and scope of the federal government. Over the last 200 years, almost all of the protections against the expansion of the federal government in this dimension have been undone or caveated out or amended out. And so you arrive in 2025 with this document that was written ages ago, and people are arguing over what it means on issues that were not what it was intended to cover. And there are some things like you could say that the Constitution is the reason why we have better protections of freedom of speech here than we do in the United Kingdom. But all of these countries, from Liberia to the United Kingdom, they technically have constitutions that say they have freedom of speech. It's just that their legal court system just gives exceptions to it, right? So, I mean, what really holds the freedom of speech in place in this country is the belief by our judiciary that we have freedom of speech, not the words on the actual paper. And as we move further and further away, as we become more diverse and divided morally, the words on the paper are going to mean less and less and less and less. And people will argue that the Constitution gives them all sorts of powers that the fathers would have never thought it covered. And for that reason, you know, this document it still has a little bit of use because our judiciary believes in certain core concepts of restraint, specifically around the First Amendment.
Okay, I think we got too many people online now.
Whatever.
Wait, what the fuck? Did he just leave? What the fuck? What a fucking douchebag.
But once we pass this generation and people can't agree on what is.
Catmere just left. I was saying that there's 5 people online now, and he's like, oh, whatever, and just immediately fucking left. I didn't even get into saying anything more than that before he just jumped out, so.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello. Where's Catmere gone?
I just said he left because I said that there were 5 people online. I said we had too many people now, and he just immediately left. Wait, is my mic working? Hello?
Hello? You're like,
oh, there it is.
lagging.
I just said that there were too many people on, and as soon as I did, Catmere immediately jumped out.
Well, he can. That's okay, because I'm only going to play a couple games.
Okay. Well, I was gonna see if you wanted to play Battle Royale. I'm kind of feeling a slower paced game.
Okay.
If not, I don't mind doing.
I wasted.
Wasted still doesn't have a fucking mic.
I can't believe you.
Is speech and what is violence, then this will do very, very little to actually protect us.
Everyone's
okay, Pisco,
watching COD.
you are free to respond to any of that.
We're going to have so many people who are going to want to play. We have 2 games going. We have 2 teams.
Yeah, we're stacking up. All right, until Meerkat gets in, I'm gonna.
Where's Catmere?
I just told you where Catmere was. What do you mean?
No, now is he coming back, or did he just leave? Like, and he's not playing anymore?
I guess he just left. I don't know. Is
Catmere, hurry up! Otherwise, we have to. We'll bring Meerkat in.
Meerkat's in.
Too late.
What?
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. So are you guys cool with Battle Royale?
Yeah, I can do a couple goes with that.
Okay.
Yeah, if you see him in chat.
Yeah, I'll probably stay on for a while after. So so yeah, if Catmere wants to come back. I mean, honestly, and nothing against Wasted, but I would say that, like, yeah, if we're short on people, I would keep people with mics. But even Wasted just said, bro, if you want, you should. Wasted just said to Catmere that, like, he can jump out and Camir can come back, but
Andrew said wasted sucks.
yeah, well, Catmere just got off. Like,
oh, he's gone.
Yeah, Catmere just got.
Hurry up! Come on.
He just got offline. Well, no, wasted. Come back. Catmere's not even online anymore. So fuck! Now wasted just got off. Holy shit!
What the fuck, you guys? Sort your lives out. Okay, Wasted's coming back. Catmere, hurry up. Come back and you can sub in. Eventually, when you come back.
All right, I'm going to play this video until we get the people here while we wait, okay? Oh, here he
How's the rest of the debate gone?
It's been kind of interesting. Also, yeah, Catmere said that he wanted to talk about some of this stuff when he got on too. So I thought he was going to come on and get into it, but it's been kind of interesting. It's again, it's exactly the way that the last one went, where like the very first couple of statements are made, and my first response to it is like, well, this is like what totally disproves that. And then Pisco goes in a completely different fucking direction. And then like an hour later, he finally says those things. And then I'm like, yes, finally. And then they're like, okay, well, let's move on. It's like, yeah, of course you want to move on now, because this is the thing that just totally disproves your entire fucking point. So, yeah.
What the hell? Yeah, Pisco, weirdly, isn't really equipped. He's not really good at arguing this stuff. Sometimes Pisco really sounds like a proper progressive, like kind of idealist, vibes-based kind of guy when he talks about this stuff, and which is super weird because he's a lawyer and he gets really lawyery and like wants to do the autistic lawyer thing, but then he kind of loses it sometimes.
Okay, so we have the option. Do you guys want to go to the Discord call so that we don't get cut off every time we're talking and it starts loading? Or do you want to just leave it here? Because I know Mantis will get pissed off that it unmutes her every time, so.
Yeah, we can stay here. It's fine.
Okay, all right. But yeah, so also at the beginning of the debate, the guy's main argument, Dave Green. Do you know who this guy is? Have you ever seen him before?
No, I have no idea.
He reminds me a lot of Dave Smith. I have no idea. I need to look him up real quick and see. Let's see. Dave Green. When I look up
loves talking about politics.
Yeah, I can tell. I saw you in chat yesterday for a second, Meerkat.
Me?
Yeah, you're iced baby, right?
Iced baby?
Iced
Meerkat.
Oh yeah, it's Meerkat. Sorry, it's iced ice Meerkat, right?
Yeah. Mainly because I made Ice Meerkat, and then I forgot about all the login details, and then made Ice Meerkat, and yeah.
Okay. Well, so yeah, so when I look up Dave Smith, Dave Green. He reminds me of Dave Smith a lot. But when I look up Dave Green, all that pops up is his Twitter. So yeah, I think for every time I try to do the first game, it just doesn't load. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that. And then try again. Okay. So yeah, it's I need to move the chat so I can see it on screen. Hello, chat. So yeah, but anyways, his first argument at the beginning was that he thinks Pisco's definition is so broad that it doesn't really mean anything. And that if it doesn't mean anything, you could just say like, well, who cares? You're just saying something meaningless. But the problem is that it's such a big and scary word. Oh, wasted. Let's go. He got a mic.
Yes. Finally.
What the
The
fuck?
funny thing is, the headphones and Bluetooth dongle were sitting on my desk the whole time.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
I
my
said
God,
to
you
you,
fuck.
I said, why, if you're on a fucking computer, why don't you just use like a Bluetooth earbud, or even your computer probably has a mic built into it, or even a webcam mic, or like there's probably a ton of different ways that you could get a mic to work. But no.
I'm glad you're here and you can talk to us now.
Yeah.
Yay.
Well, then fuck Meerkat. He's done. He's over with.
Wait, the one in
Can we wait like
playing
an
with us
hour at
now?
least?
I said Meerkat.
Yeah.
Well, fuck you too.
You're so fucking dyslexic. Catmere or meerkat? Catmere's the one.
Meerkat is in the call with us right now. Catmere is the one that I'm talking about. I said Catmere. You said
meerkat.
Wait, did I?
Said meerkat. Yes,
Hence why I'm
you're
saying
so...
fuck you too.
Oh, I thought I said Catmere. Okay, sorry.
No, you did not.
Okay.
You fucked up like double down, and you're like meerkat, 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 and you're like no.
No way.
There's a difference between these two. I'm talking
Well,
about catmere. I was like,
sorry, yeah.
could have said the right word after any of the first three.
I don't know.
I've forgotten how to do stuff because I was playing a different game. How do I slide again?
B.
Okay.
Or sorry, not B.
While sprinting.
I don't know what you're... It's the right button.
Double
It's
tap right
circle.
button.
What are you on, Wasted?
He's on a computer. He's using the
Legendary
Xbox app on the computer.
Using a mouse and a
Game.
keyboard?
Controller, generic.
Generic,
okay.
so like an Xbox controller?
No, it's a Switch controller actually, made by Power 8.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it's a Mario branded Switch controller.
Babe.
Wow, okay.
Let's go.
Okay, let's try something hard this time. Let's go to the stadium.
What the hell?
So you got to land inside the stadium. Okay.
We did the stadium yesterday.
Oh, we did? Or you guys did?
I don't know if you were playing with us.
Yeah, if I had known that, I would have gone to the fucking Coliseum over there instead. But yeah, I can't now because Mantis is already halfway fucking to the bottom. So
No problem.
yeah.
No, I'm not.
Are you not pink?
I am.
Okay, then yes, you were. I was still like way above
Already
you.
in there.
I am in there now too because I saw how far down you were. But yes, I was way above you, as everybody was, and then
Whatever.
But yeah, there's normally a lot of people who try to come in here. Most of them get up top first, and then they Wasted. You got a lot of background noise.
Oh my god, your girlfriend is speaking Japanese.
Yeah, I was trying to pick up the language, and I'm just here just like, it sounds familiar.
Is that your
Where
girlfriend?
can you from us?
I think I asked you.
Is that your girlfriend, Wasted?
It is. This is his wifey.
Oh, here's an electrical toolbox. Have you guys ever done the challenge where Meerkat, have you ever done the challenge where you like fix the electrical boxes?
Not gonna lie, I'm here to shoot things. If it
No, he
was to
doesn't.
So yeah, I'll take that as a no then.
I'd Google it, and yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I was on a
Okay,
team with somebody the other day that did it, and they kept telling me they're like, yo, you have to pick up all of the you have to pick up all of the boxes. And I was like,
You'll
what
get through it.
boxes? They're like the toolboxes. I was like, what toolboxes? Yeah, I've
I
already
picked
killed
him up.
2.
I don't know why I'm.
Yeah, I picked one up
I don't
just
know why I'm
now.
Find a motherfucker.
register.
But there's broken outlets, like electrical outlets around. And so you're able to use the toolbox to fix the broken outlets. And so, yeah, I didn't know what they were talking about last time. And this is the first time that I've actually seen it. And so, yeah, when I saw the box, I just went ahead and picked it up.
Okay, Bob the Builder.
Yeah. Okay, Jesus.
Okay, we got to get out. You guys out of the building?
Yeah.
Are you going this way?
You guys just ran right past the guy. All of you just ran right past them. I thought Mantis stopped and looked at him for a second, and then you just kept running. I was like, wait, what the fuck? You just stopped. I thought you were staring at him. Wait, who the fuck is yellow?
No one?
Meerkat.
Oh my goodness. Where the fuck did you go?
Can
I
you
went for a
go back?
walk.
Yeah, we had to go back through
I'm trying to
the stadium to get to the other side.
He's not doing anything wrong. Let him have an explore, okay?
No, he's fine. I was
I
just
haven't
asking because I just went outside and I saw him there. He's not getting onto him.
I found one person this whole match. Now I'm
Like
like,
in the battle royale
Out here, guys.
at the beginning. Yeah, I ran back through the. Yeah, go out here, wasted. Wasted, go outside right here.
Oh, shit! Someone's right next to me. I'm fucked.
Where? Oh my goodness, you're all the way out there. Fuck.
I got
Yeah. Okay, good. I was about to say, I don't think I can get to you over there.
Damn, he almost had me too.
Well done.
I've already killed like three or four people.
I have found one person.
I will take that song.
Are you guys coming to where I am, or are you?
No, you're coming to us. We're outside.
Okay. Someone's inside, and I'm just running away from him.
Yeah, I saw that.
He might come. He might come out.
Okay, there you are. Is that him? Yep, there's 2.
Yep. Oh, hello.
Wait, where the fuck are they? Are they up top? I think they're up top. Right?
I don't know.
Because I just saw stuff drop from up there. Yep, no, they're there. They're right here. Okay, there's another one inside. Y'all got my back? No? All right, cool.
Coming back. I'm coming back.
Oh, there's a Wadra. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, got him. Why are you sliding on me, boy?
Where's the Ladra?
I'll drop it right here.
Do you
There
not
you
want
go.
it?
No, yeah, I just dropped it. It's right here. I wanted the.
Do I want that? Or do I want my kilo? I think I want my kilo.
I dropped a SOG for it if you want the SOG instead.
Nah, I'm good. This is good.
Okay.
It's working out
All right,
well for me.
let's move. Oh, there's one right
There's
here.
someone up here.
Oh, loadout. Wait, Wasted, did you die or did you go on top of the building?
Drew, I don't know where he is.
Thank goodness he got a mic.
I think he's just sitting there. Oh no, he's coming.
No, that's all good. I was killing guys.
Did you go on
Say hi
top
to
of the
your
building?
girlfriend for us. Say konnichiwa.
She'll be mad if I'm supposed to take her to the supermarket.
Oh, I could tell she was mad at you.
Damn it. I think there's another one down
What,
there.
damn it?
Oh no, he's right next to me. Catmere killed the guy. We were both sniping at him, and I hit him once, and then he hit him the second time, like right before I could get him. My bullet just like passed right under his head, or right over it. Where are you guys going?
The cat's laughing. I don't know. He's just running towards
Yeah, he's going to get the contract. We're going the other way.
Are you guys getting your loadouts and stuff? Have you got that?
Yeah, we already got it. Did you get yours? Go get it.
I don't want mine.
Okay. Well,
I
then
Get it for the perks. Absolutely only for the perks.
Sorry, I just thought about that. My bad.
Yeah,
How did-
it's only things that benefit you.
How do you keep flying back in? What the fuck is happening? Did you go up on top of the building again? I'm so confused. You keep parachuting in.
Using the zipline.
Yeah, dude, I went to the stadium and jumped off.
That's what I thought. I thought he went to the stadium, ziplined up, and then jumped off. All right, gas is coming now.
Go. This game is so fun, guys. I'm so glad I'm playing it now. Wasted, do you have kids?
Wait. No, I got 3 cats, and I'm trying to prevent them from fighting right now.
Cute.
Am I able to buy
Run.
specialist or nah? Okay.
There's no specialist.
Yeah, I can see that now.
Someone. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, I was jumping to try to see if I could fly to the other side, or parachute
Are you
to the
getting
other
out?
side.
Are we driving or?
Oh, there's somebody.
Oh shit!
Did you get him?
I think sounds like. Fucking wasted, dude. Vandred said, "Ayo, is that Wasted's mom?"
It's his mom.
Shut up, Vandred.
Okay, yeah, try to stay off the road. Well, I mean, not the car, but everybody else. Try to stay off the road. That's what fucked us the last time.
I like the road.
I like playing in traffic.
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
Behind us.
I don't see any red dots, though.
I got him.
Nice.
Maybe a suppressor. Thank you.
I like how you just slide down hills.
Yeah.
Whee.
Oh, someone's shooting. You got him?
No, they're not.
thought there was going to be a ton of people coming up here. Oh, yep, there's...
There's been about 4.
I thought I saw one, but I guess not.
The gas thing happens fast, eh? I feel like I expected it to be a lot slower.
It happens based on how many people die,
How
right?
much distance? It's based on how much distance to cover and its timer. If you look underneath your mini map on the left-hand side, you'll see a timer ticking down.
So it does say that the game is at 150 players now. So I know it was 144
72.
before, but today it's 150. But yeah, so but it does move based on how many people died, right? Like once like a certain amount of people die. No? So it's all just timed. So everybody could stay alive and we could end up with 150 people in the very
fucking times.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. The last time that I asked
Damn near daily. It is
no.
purely
No.
time-based.
That's not what I asked last time.
Didn't
That's not what I asked last time.
time-based.
I asked last time if they move it based on where people are and who's like that's what I asked. I did not ask
you
if it
have
was
asked that question before, yes, but you've asked multiple variations of the
Who the
cycle, and it's
fuck?
all the same. It is random, procedurally generated, and it is time-based.
I think that was a real person.
Google would have answered that question.
Okay. So I'm asking.
Hang on, Tom. Remember, there's a quad bike out the front, so that like if we have to run from the gas or anything, there's a guy outside.
There's a Wadra here, and if anybody wants this care package gear, I've got one right here, but I'm dropping it to pick up a airstrike. So, does somebody want to pick this up?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay. Because I think, yeah, somebody probably ought to. Or wait, care package is different from
one guy.
From a loadout drop. Never mind. I thought care package was. Door barricade. Jackpaw. Okay. You guys ready? Oh.
I'm way behind.
This is a real person. This is definitely a real person. Got him. Oh, there he is. I was about to say, I would assume his teammates are near. This guy just literally dove onto the ground right in front of me. How do you do that again? How do you, like, dive? Oh, there's 4 around this.
You hold your crouch while sprinting.
Yep. You guys see all of them? There's 2 over here by me.
Wait, what?
Fuck, I don't see them.
I got one.
I got him.
There's one more. I thought over. So we got both of them?
Him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's your quad bike? So those little quad bikes, does it fit 4 people?
Technically 2.
Just 2?
I think 3 max. I think 3
people can
max.
stand on it though.
Damn, nobody picked up all this monies.
Someone's over near blue.
Yeah, so the conversation was that there's an
Launching
LC-10 up
UAV.
here. Damn, everybody's so fucking far away.
Yeah, we're scouting the area. Where is he? Do you mark someone over there?
Yeah, he's right there.
I did not see that. What the hell?
Got him.
Got him. Nice.
Oh, other end of the building. You got him wasted?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there's 2 more right here. 3. And they're real people. 4. Whole team here.
Oi!
Oh shit!
Yeah, gas. Move.
We down.
There's one right here.
Yeah.
Those other guys are going to be chasing us. There's 2 more over here in this building. 4.
Got one.
I'm going up. Nobody's up here.
Yeah, Gold Tiger on the AMR mod 4.
Where'd the other 3 go? They got to be inside this building, right?
Oh.
Which one?
The one that I'm on top of. The one that you were just looking at.
Maybe one was down there for sure. I killed that guy. Who knows?
There's another one on top of the building.
I found the other.
UAVs up shit.
There's 3.
They're over here. They're over here. You guys see them?
No.
They're heading towards
You're
you.
always just fucking scouting,
Right there.
pointing, and
They're heading towards you right there.
They're
on top of the building. On top of the building. On top of the building. I'm down. Fuck. Yeah, time to run, Mantis.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, yeah,
did
never
great.
mind.
Yeah, it's only I can get a gulag.
No, that closed a while ago.
Yeah, no, we're
Close.
we're
I
dead.
didn't hear that.
Yeah. Just like Resurgence, the free respawns stop at a certain point.
Yeah, so just FYI, I was not just saying they're over there.
Can I just be honest? You
and I
talk a
marked
lot in
them.
the game, and it's very confusing.
I marked them, Mantis. When I say over there, I'm marking them. So I was in the middle of saying, when you say, I just say they're over there and you don't know what I'm talking about, I am marking them
Not
when I
gonna
say.
lie. Over there is a shit call out.
Yeah.
They were at the buy station.
Well, I didn't see a buy station. She doesn't know where the buy station is either. But yeah, me marking them and saying they're over there, that is a pretty good call out.
Call out. You know what? I'm gonna adjust my call outs to be more in line with yours, and we'll see how this goes.
Do it. The pings help, obviously. Like, it did help. It's just, I didn't realize everyone was fucking dying. I thought they were like, you guys were over there too, gonna push on them. But that was my bad.
Yeah, no, I was like, okay, I see one over at the buy station. Cool, I'm a gun him down. Let me just jump on the roof. Oh, there's
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah, as soon as you jumped on the roof,
on here.
there was another guy running towards you on top of the roof. And I thought at first, oh, he's just walking straight towards you. I'll just snipe him real quick. But then he started moving, and it was obvious he was not a fucking bot. And so I was like, oh, shit, you were dead by that point. So
Catme's not coming?
I don't know. He never answered in the fucking chat. So
I'll gladly switch out for Meerkat.
Yeah.
Oh, I already completed all of my stuff. With the Grenader perk activated, get 3 eliminations in Battle Royale, casual, loot 10 supply crates, and then complete all 3 daily challenges. Done. Base.
Amazing. I'll tell you all of mine. Open 10 legendary supply crates. Get a kill with a throwing knife.
Oh, no, I do have get a kill with a melee
Oh my
weapon.
god, I'm not wearing my glasses. I can't read the rest of it. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it does say get a kill with a melee weapon. So this doesn't make sense. It says get a kill with a melee weapon is the first one. But at the bottom, it says complete all 3 Warzone daily challenges, and it's checked off. It says completed, but I didn't do the top one. It doesn't even say I did it.
Are you complaining about free experience?
Free!
Well, it still says 2,500 without a check mark next to it. So I didn't get that experience. But it says that I
mean, you
completed
can
all
still earn
3. Yeah, I guess.
I feel like you're the type of guy who would complain about getting an extra burger in his meal when he walks away from Macca's
Get
or
an extra
something.
cheeseburger.
I would.
Why?
Because they fucked up. That's not their job.
Look, it's only a fuck up when you don't get what you ordered. If they want to chuck in free shit, sweet, cool.
That is like...
I ran restaurants for a very long time. It was I was very anal about the rules.
Yeah, I can tell. I'd love to be on not your shift.
I got a quarter pounder with the cheese under the burger one day.
All shifts were my shift.
Quarter pounder with the cheese under the burger.
Yeah, you would have hated me because I would be a
In
walking
drive-through, so I didn't realize for like 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have gotten so many warnings.
And fired.
Nah, not bad enough to be fired. I'll just be like in the middle of a lunch rush. Wait, fuck off, cunt.
Yeah, I was definitely somebody like if you didn't do everything perfectly, lots of times, especially like in the middle of a rush, people would be like, no, we just got to get it out fast. And I'm like, no, you have to do it perfect and fast. Like there is no distinction there. You got to do both.
Luckily for you, I would have been both.
Hey, they brought us right back to where we died. We're special. Okay, so this time we can go to the Coliseum, but Mantis, going to the Coliseum, you do have to parachute almost immediately after getting out of the helicopter, okay?
Okay.
Just warning.
I mean, depends on where the plane's coming from.
Yeah, true. If we fly right over it, I don't know if I want to go there anymore, but it's going to be massively crowded if we do.
In real lobbies, yes. In casual, probably not.
Okay. Yeah, it's not so bad.
Where is it?
Why is it? It's not letting me mark. It's off all the way to the right.
Oh, okay.
There it is. Okay. Blue marker.
I see.
All right, go.
Hello, I'm lagging. Okay. Oh, it's so slow and boring. Oh, you guys got there faster.
Pulse the parachute.
I grabbed a helicopter because
Yeah,
we're going to
yeah.
be fucked flying.
Yeah, I see that.
Based.
Freaking cat got a meerkat got a helicopter.
Yeah,
Bougie.
what the fuck?
And then he still just dropped off the helicopter and jumped out of it. The helicopter just.
Yeah, he's the only one in
I
here.
like it. That's the Giga Chad way. Buy a helicopter.
That's gangster as fuck. Does the helicopter explode when it lands, or does it just disappear?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it normally does.
Fireball.
His landed in the.
Went
Even though
into
there's
the
a big helipad here, he could have just landed on the helipad. But yeah, I think it went in the ocean.
That's
yeah,
funny.
jumping out of your helicopter is fastest way of landing it, mate.
I'm still in the room. I think so. I'm still in the room.
Oh, God.
Enemy
I hate yourself
soldier
jumping at it.
incoming. I just heard the fucking parachute. I don't have a weapon.
I don't either. There's no boxes in here. Is this a good place to drop?
Oh, there should be tons. Oh, there's not up there. Okay, well, I know that there should at least be in the middle, right? Yep.
Oh,
one?
I hear fucking.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, I just saw somebody
just an
glitching through
edit
the
out.
wall.
It's just called that. It's just spiced rum. I like the flavor of it.
I'm helping.
Yeah.
This gun sucks, but
Fuck. Yeah, my gun
this.
sucks too. I'm trying to find something better than what the fuck I have. Okay.
Money. All right, we gotta not get trapped in gas. We're right by it.
Yeah, we got 3.5 minutes before we gotta start worrying about that though, so that's alright.
At least I know how to put my fucking. Oh shit.
Over there, over there.
Where?
It's over there.
Oh shit.
It's over there. Oh, over there, over there, over there.
I see him.
Got him. He was over there, guys.
Well, that one you did not mark. So
I
He didn't-
just realized what you're doing, and I was about to yell at you, Meerkat.
he didn't even mark him though. That's the difference.
No,
he didn't
but
even
if you're
mark him.
shooting at him. You should know where I'm shooting.
I didn't do that though. I didn't just shoot at people and say over there.
Dude.
No, Tom, you don't understand. Saying it over and over and over again also is very distracting. Instead of just pinging it and letting people like look.
What? You understand that like sometimes we ping things that aren't
Look,
people.
I
So I'm
understand
just
that you're
saying
being
there's
mad that you
people
can't read
over
my
there.
mind, and that's okay.
Here we go.
Again, I did
Anyone's
not
got a good
ask you
sniper?
guys to. I have one.
I shot him first, Tom.
Nice. Yeah, I saw a snipe come through.
I mean, an
Oh,
HDR, is that even
Here
good?
comes gas.
Is that even a
not
sniper?
bad.
Jump from this side. You can parachute to
You
buildings.
got 2 minutes of gas time.
Yeah, just get up
Moving
high and
incredibly
try to.
slowly.
We're being hunted. I'm by myself down here. Come and save me, someone.
Yeah, you
Wasted,
will,
where
it's
are you?
alright.
Come and jump. Come up here.
Are you up? Are you up high? I wanna deploy. Oh no, I'm stuck. All right, I'm flying out for these people.
Are they over there?
I'm going right past them. I'm gonna
Again,
I think I'm
this
gonna
is
die.
not the same. Marking people, saying over there, not the same.
Over there. Over there. Got him. He was
Boy,
over
I'm
there.
a jump.
You know, this is a fun way to call things out.
Oh, all of these are boxes over here are loaded, so it looks
Over
like
here, But what
I'm a
about
jump.
over there?
They're
I
definitely.
found a guy. I found a guy. He's dead. It's okay, guys.
Oh fuck me! I'm going into the gas now. It's just retarded.
Yeah, I'd recommend not doing that one.
Oh, someone's gotta. We need to get that car.
Enough, buddy. Enough.
fuck you,
Gotta separate
bitch.
fighting cats.
Fuck, that was a real person. There's another one back here.
Over there?
Yeah, you got him. LC-10. Let's go.
There's
If anybody
another
wants this gun, I just marked it. So I'm not gonna say over there. It's a gun that I marked.
You can just say on ping and that'd be quite a
What's this? Another HDR.
adept. Oh, over there.
I'm coming with you. Let me on. Let me on.
I don't see them. You didn't mark anything.
Oh, no. You see, I was shooting at him, and I didn't
Again,
pull him out.
I marked
over there.
the things. I didn't just shoot at people. You're not making the point you think you are.
I'm absolutely
Someone in
making the
chat-
point.
Someone in chat said, "Learning from the best." Meerkat's learning
Yeah.
from the best.
Yeah. I'm learning how to downgrade my fucking game.
Yes, we
Oh,
averted
God.
the bounty. Suck it.
We were getting hunted.
All right. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
on the mic with you now.
Mantis said it earlier. We were being hunted when we were over at the Coliseum.
I was making a somewhat sarcastic comment that nothing came of the bounty.
Yeah.
Helicopter on top of the building. Somebody just landed up there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they just jumped out of the helicopter. Was it you?
Yeah, it was my.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I didn't see you on the...
Where the fuck are they?
They're on top of the building.
Holy shit.
Did you get them?
No, he just almost blew me up. I need to armor up.
Somebody's shooting at me. Yeah, they're there.
No, there, you say.
Oh, fuck. What about this loser? Oh, you got him.
It's crazy that you guys knew where they were. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's because they were shooting their gun.
Oh, because there was pings, you mean? Like you looked at
yeah.
the map to... Well, oh, that's weird that you would like look at the map to know.
Yeah. It's because there's a red dot of there's someone there. And then I
Well,
can call it out.
maybe in the
building, for
future, if
example.
yeah, there's a like red dot.
So,
And you
hey
say
guys,
over there.
how do you
There's another one
ping?
Right over here.
up on the D-pad.
It's not though when I do that.
I hit them 3 times with the fucking sniper. This snipe sucks.
Maybe aim for the head.
There we go.
Nice.
Dude, if you watch the replay back, it looks like I'm hitting him in the head like 10 times. There's another one right there.
This HDR is kind of like hard to stabilize, but I just killed him with it. Suck my dick.
Fucking shit, dude. That was rough.
No, thank you for cleaning that up, Mantis.
You're welcome. It seemed like you needed help.
No, I downed him.
I dropped a,
You know, it's appreciated. You're looking in the right directions at the gunfire.
Look, I'm trying to learn how to use snipers, okay? I need it all
Honestly,
practice I can
best
get.
choice.
I just dropped a LC-10 if anybody
reckon?
wanted it.
Oh yeah, sniper's best gun in game.
The LC-10.
Ping it?
Oh yeah, no, I said it's up against the drop box.
You'll get through that sentence eventually.
So
I've got a.
So the Car 98 is the one that sucks that I like hit them I think like 3 or 4 times and they didn't die.
98 is a fantastic fucking sniper.
Seriously?
It is amazing.
Are you fucking with me? Because I want to pick up the HDR instead right now, but because I just hit that person 3 different times.
I'll save my thoughts.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah, well, if you let me finish.
Guys!
Mantis doesn't shut the fuck up.
Can you guys stop fighting?
We're not fighting. That's the thing.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is the difference?
Besides skill, but what's the question?
The HDR versus the... Because so the
HDR versus the Car 98. The Car 98, the only reason why I'm not using it is because I'm doing up the Black 6 guns. Otherwise, I would use that gun exclusively. There's 2 on us.
Okay, I downed him. Go get him.
Another one down the hill here. Got.
You got him?
But I think the Car 98 has higher aim assist numbers.
Yeah. Oh, it's really good at aiming,
Headshots.
and it shoots fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a SVD here.
It's been reclassed into a marksman, unfortunately. But it still has the one-shot headshot capabilities, and it's very highly modifiable.
I've decided I don't like the SOG anymore.
Because of all the kickback?
It's very
very hard for me to stabilize.
Yeah.
I should have grabbed the LC-10, but I was like, you know what? Oh, look, a little helicopter friend. He quit.
Okay.
There's a SVD here.
Left, right.
Oh shit! Who just hit me? Oh, they're in here.
More.
Nice snipe.
You're welcome.
You just
They
fucking
came up behind us.
Yeah.
Get him?
Yeah.
There's more.
Broke him.
Oh shit.
Killed him.
There's a whole fucking team.
Oh, you got another one. Yeah.
There's another one.
Oh shit! Wasted. Good job, wasted.
Okay, that's the last one.
Just staying alive.
Thank you.
Had to play it up.
Yeah, let's check all the shit that they just dropped.
Hello, use my plates.
Yeah, there is a SOG here. There's 2 HDRs.
I need to change my SOG.
Okay, gas is coming.
Yeah, we don't have fire and it's not moving fast, so that's alright.
I need, if anyone has armor, I would love.
Really, after all those people that just died, you didn't get any of that armor?
Nah.
Well, they only drop 1 per person, unless they carry any more.
Thank you.
Ooh.
What?
Precision airstrike. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, thank fuck.
I don't know if I downed that person or if I killed him. I didn't see.
Dude in a red suit, or?
No, there was the person who was shooting the dude in the red suit.
No, probably ran away to the dude in the
Yep, I did kill him. Okay, cool. There's a stim shot.
Me too.
Here's another LC-10.
Oh, it's okay. I got an.
If you duct tape
Wait.
2 LC10s together, would you make an LC20, or?
Are you going?
Advance this joke to the
Wait,
Roman
where is it?
It's in that
Oh
window.
yeah, cool. I have an FFI.
It's right there in the window. Oh, I would take a LC-10 over a FFAR.
Really?
Oh, yes. FFAR is like, I like it because it's stable. So if your issue is stability, then FFAR is better in my opinion for stability.
Well, I've already got the LC10 because you told me to, so. I would have kept the FFAR though. If that's
Yeah, I think that as far as like a mixture of things, there's a guy in that building right there that I just marked. He just went inside. Oh, and there's another one running over here. Fuck, I'm missing every shot. Got him. Fuck.
No.
Okay, I'm fine over there. There's 3 over there.
Right, we're gonna have to relocate. We're on the longer side as well.
Oh yay, armor.
Where the fuck did they go? Oh, that's where they were? Or did they just come out of the building? Oh, there's another one.
Oh shit.
How did you not see him?
I just didn't. I don't see a lot. You guys, I don't know how you guys see so many.
There's still armor over here
Your
if you
vision's
needed it.
so much better than mine.
Where all the people just
Are you
died.
wearing your glasses?
Mantis.
I am now.
You just get used to seeing stuff.
Yeah, I'm just not used to it, I guess.
Drop
like I'm
coming
still
in.
trying to navigate.
Gas is coming.
I'm still.
Your gas mask?
I think I'm wearing one.
No, look in your bottom.
No, I'm not.
Near your armor.
Oh, okay, there's 3 over here to our left on the map. They're in this building.
Up near the wall here.
There's real people.
No.
Yeah, I was right here at the buy station.
Oh, shit. Okay, yes, there are real people. Yeah, I hear them talking too. One just sniped me like close range. He's pretty good.
Okay, well. I'm not going up there by myself then.
Yeah, throw a flashbang or something. He's on the wall outside of the house.
Alright.
Oh, the other guy quit. So I'm
go for a young...
the guy who I was
Guy over here.
Up on the hill.
Yeah, got him.
Sniper on the hill.
Yeah, that oh you guys didn't
my
even go
God.
get him?
No.
Fuck. Okay, well
I
yeah,
can't reach him. I'm so dumb.
I choose left.
where's the sniper? I don't see him.
Up on the hill. He's coming over to he's near Mantis now.
I'm sorry, I'm way up. I
Okay,
don't see
okay.
hills, but okay.
He was a fucking cartoon character as well. So annoying.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Chucky.
I'm gonna land on the load drop or the loadout, so
I just walked somebody down.
Well, is anyone going to... Vandra, do you want to sub in?
There's people talking over here.
Next, I mean. You and your sticks.
Yep, my lucky sticks. You gotta reload eventually, bitch. Fuck.
Yeah, we're bots. Well, they didn't have a bot.
That was pretty
tag,
funny.
Alright. So that means they wasn't really a bot.
No, I mistimed it slightly.
Hey.
When the fuck was that? A pumpkin
There were
guy?
so many in there anyway. You were kind of...
Hey, yellow.
No one here.
Maybe.
Oh, he ran out the back.
No armor in a dream.
Fuck, they got me.
He's Martin Luther King.
He sniped me close range again. What the fuck? Oh, no, he didn't. Never mind. He just has a...
Oh, so Vandra doesn't... Where's Catmere? I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Beat me to it, you motherfucker.
Huh?
Anyways, good night, good night.
Look what you did, Meerkat. You chased her off.
What, killing a lot of people, or what's up?
What did he do?
Nothing. What the fuck?
You don't know what I did?
I'm confused.
I shot people.
You don't even know why he chased you off. That's fucked up. It's that bad.
No.
I have work tomorrow.
Look, I'm finally at level 40.
It's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I've got to get up early as well.
Very responsible.
Peace out, Trap Scout.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah, go. Enjoy playing.
Oh, Meerkat left too?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
That's...
Yeah, Van Dread said he's not getting on. I just messaged the group to see if any of them were coming soon. Oh, I forgot. Catmere's not in the fucking group.
Breaking out a Pabst Blue Ribbon for this one.
Nice. All right. Well, anybody in chat want to play? Let us know. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay on this
I'm
or?
easy, dude.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I hate like half the fucking teammates we get stuck with. Most of the time, it is some like country annoying guys who are just like complaining about every little fucking thing.
Yeah, so just play the small one if you want. I'm easy.
All right. Well, I'm gonna cut off stream then, and then we can figure it out. I will for you guys, make sure you guys join the Discord. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate everybody donating today. And I think, yeah, we are supposed to have a debate with PF Jung coming up soon. I gotta schedule that. I feel like there's something else that I'm forgetting that I'm not thinking of. But oh yeah, the Gridiron guy who's been in chat a couple of times, he offered to have me come to a in-person debate in Tennessee. So might go do that. Not sure right now, but sounds interesting. So I'm like, I would like to know like what debate I'm gonna do, who I'm gonna be debating, like the topic and all that first before I decide to go out there and end up feeling like it's not worth it.
The man 10K.
No, I mean I'm not asking for money.
I'm just being an idiot.
And it's also, I think it's at DebateCon, but it's not necessarily a DebateCon debate. So I might go ahead and sign up for DebateCon as well then. But okay. Yeah, outside of that, I should be back on tomorrow. Make sure you guys join the Discord so you get all the notifications. I am going to try to stream on Discord tomorrow, or sorry, on Twitter tomorrow. No, sorry, fuck. On TikTok tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream on TikTok tomorrow. I like lost all of my points to where now I don't get viewers anymore, so I have to do a bunch of like 30-minute streams again in order to get back. And people have to like the stream enough times to where those count, and that also helps push it to other people. The hope is that I can get on there and just debate a bunch of right-wingers and use this as content to publish on YouTube. But if people don't show up and watch the debates and like it and try to get people, you know, they don't like the stream, they don't donate or anything on TikTok, then it doesn't recommend it to anybody. So in order for these to work, when I send the notifications in Discord, people do have to actually show up and watch it on TikTok. You don't have to create an account. I'm pretty sure you can watch it without an account if you want to. I know a lot of you guys don't like TikTok, but that'll be that's probably what I'm going to do almost every day for a while, is try to get at least an hour to half an hour in on TikTok until it starts pushing me in the algorithm again. So yeah, be prepared for that likely happening tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Wasted Design says. Later, fools. Mantis says. Later, drools. Tom Foolery Show says. The TikTok alert is in Discord, lol. Tom Bottery says. Follow Tom on Twitter link. Wasted Design says. No, I mean to link your TikTok on YT. Mantis says. TikTok. Wasted Design says. With Buttricks. Tomfoolery Show says. Got 'em Mantis. Wasted Design says. Farts. Tomfoolery Show says. TikTok. Zach says. GN. Wasted Design says. I'm TikToking right now.